Good morning. Good morning. We are cloudy a bit. We've had some driplets, just minor ones, nothing deluge or anything. But but we've got cars on track. They are doing the new entry time runs. They're finishing them up, and then we'll go right into the Moser Thursday Moser 25K. Alrighty then. Okay, thank you to Jegs and Hoosier for bringing Motormania TV production of the Spring Fling free to you, the viewer. We thank them so much for Jegs and Hoosier for doing that. Let's see. Congratulations to Kyle Coltrera for his win last night of the 15K FST Carburetor 15K. And also to Chaz Silence. On Tuesday, he did the Rob's Towing sponsored the day, but it was the American and Racetech Dragster race. And I still don't know which one he selected, but it doesn't matter because both he and Gary Williams were winners in winning those dragsters. Okay, I'm going to let you watch the end of the new entry time runs here, and then we'll get going into the, let's see, let me get it all set up for you. Then we'll get going into the Thursday Moser 25K. Okay, see ya. Bye.
And the way that the cars come out of the staging lanes, roll up here in front of the tower, if that number is easily recognizable, it makes it a whole lot better for us to be able to keep track of everything that's going on, especially when it comes down to, say, like payouts. When you get deeper into the rounds, we want to make sure that we've got the right number on there. It just basically helps eliminate confusion in many, many ways. So we are asking, please, 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 if you would, make sure that you get those numbers on your cars if you don't already have it. We know that pretty much the majority of you already do, but if you were one of our new entries, please get those numbers on the cars because it just makes it a whole lot easier to track. Right, Mike?
Well, yeah, and in addition to that, sometimes you have, a couple different drivers that'll drive a car and they'll have two different numbers and you put tape across one and it just gets to be confusing.
Yes, it does. Trey Bunner was 17 green, goes 627 down the racetrack. Kent Hanley was 31 red and goes 600 at 111 miles an hour. It's Kyle Philhauer and James Bunner. All right, still looking to see if we can sneak inside of that 001. Philhauer tried, but the dragster prize is already claimed, just FYI. That's going to be going to Heather Boyko with that trip zip. James Bunner was 22 on the tree and then goes 581.0, 117 miles an hour. So, again, still got a thou to work with. On the door car side, Derek Willard hanging tough with a 001. We'll see if it survives before we get into the door cars, round number one. By the way, orange sticker door cars, you have already been called. Orange sticker door cars for round number one. We've called you into the staging lanes. Blue sticker door cars. Mikey Bloomfield, 001 green. And then 475 down the racetrack. Mr. Dixon, who must have a couple of cars in there, ends up going down the track with a 453, 152 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Brett Nesbitt on the right side. And on the left side of the racetrack, it's stealth mode. That car is so stealthy. Not only does it not have the spring fling or the fall fling number on it, it don't have a number on it at all. It is a complete figment of your imagination. Brett Nesbitt missed the tree by 0.010 of a second, goes 438 at a $157. As now Trent Jones and Lauren Freer. Freer on the right, Jones over on the left. Is that an actual town name in South Carolina? 96? Yeah? Not one of those things where somebody's just like, yeah, I'm getting bored of naming towns. I'm getting bored of naming towns. Trent Jones was 38 on the tree, goes 442 down the racetrack. Lauren Freer, 16th hour early. As Michael Pascal and Smokey Dial. Are going to be coming up now. And it looks like, unfortunately, we may have a couple little sprinkles that are going to put us on hold here just for a moment. And as soon as those pass through, we'll get right back at it. But
all right, Motor Mania TV fans, like we said, we are kind of going out and about, finding our way through the pits, talking with racers, talking with sponsors, and we found Scooter Fester here with FST Carburetors. Scooter, you guys came on board here about 3 years ago, joining up with the Fling family as a sponsor. You're now a day sponsor of the FST Carburetors $15,000 to win Wednesday, which was a great race yesterday, but wanted to catch up with you a little bit and find out about being here at the Fling, being with the racers, and of course, having these great FST carburetors here for everybody to get a load of. What do you guys think about just the whole experience, the whole vibe, and what is it that got you involved with the Spring Fling?
Well, we're all racers here at FST, and this has been a really good turnout for us. We've had a lot of people come by and see our stuff, and hopefully maybe by the Fall Fling, we'll have more carburetors on cars and racing.
So you talk about putting more carburetors on the cars. What is it that makes the FST carburetor different from everybody else?
Well, we've actually redesigned most of the stuff. We've got a really good engineer, Phil Freeland, that does a pretty good job doing his deal. And we've kind of thought outside the box on the carburetor and trying to make it better than what they currently have now.
So as a day sponsor, you guys came in, kind of started a little bit smaller, had a drawing, had a couple of other things, and then decided to expand your partnership with the Fling a little bit. Tell me what led to that decision?
That was all up with Ken. Ken and Peter talked that out and got that all straightened out, and we're glad to be on board for being a day sponsor.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you here. The racers are glad to have you here, and obviously they need to stop by and check out some of this nice FST carburetor gear that is up here for grabs, and we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much, Scooter, for taking a little bit of time to talk with us today.
All right, thank you for coming by.
All right, Motor Mania TV, we're here with FST Carburetors, day sponsor here at the Fling, and we're glad to have all of you watching along with us.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Well, they get out there and do a little bit of what they got to do on a racetrack to get kind of these sprinkles gone. Again, just getting back at it with another fling. We've got, of course, just thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of prizes, over $50,000 in hardcore products that are going to be given out here this weekend. And as we get into Thursday now, starting with our round 1 through 7 Best Losing Package Awards. Of course, we have got Stainless Works that's coming back on board again this year, giving away a set of those stainless dragster headers for the Best Losing Package today, tomorrow, Saturday. Just making sure that we get the racers taken care of, sending folks home with some great prizes. Stainless Works, again, thank you so much for your efforts, for being part of the fling for so many years now. Biondo Racing Products in round number 2. Again, that complete Dash 5 Pro Light Sparko suit, one awarded each day. And again, it's as it's been every year in the past. It's not like you roll up here and get a gift certificate where you got to go online and order it and wait for a while. We've got suits upon suits upon suits that are up here, the right size to fit you and whoever it is that wins that. We've got everything from small to really big boy sizes. That way you walk out of here with a brand new suit. I mean, if you end up as that Best Losing Package today in round number 2, you can have that suit on tomorrow when you roll into the water box in round number 1. So, I mean, that's pretty much something that Biondo has been doing from the get-go here at the Flings, and we appreciate everything that they're doing there. Hoosier, again, here in round number 3, joining us. Also, part of the sponsorship for that Motor Mania Live TV feed. We certainly thank Hoosier for their big portion, for all of the prizes that they've always given us here at the Spring Fling and Fall Fling. And FTI coming in round number 4. Again, that converter that's going to be handed out each and every day. Mickey Thompson, set of those Mickey Slicks going out in round number 5. Autometer round number 6. Goodyear round number 7. And the list just goes on and on. I mean, when you start adding everything up, of course, we got the Todd's MVP Award that we're going to be looking at this weekend. Just so much stuff. And, of course, the treasure chest with folks like BTE, K&N, Strange Engineering, Crew Chief Pro, Jones Transmission Cooling, which we gave away one of those already this morning at $599 value for somebody knowing that Pete's dad hung out with donkeys as a kid in his house. Like, literally in the house. You're talking like lived in the living room type thing.
So obviously I had a lot of questions when my father told me that he had a donkey. I said, all right, number 1, why a donkey? He said, well, a donkey was multifunctional.
Yeah.
It was like a cool pet.
Serves a lot of purpose.
Yeah, he was riding on it once in a while in the backyard there.
Take it to school?
And not take it to school, but he said his parents, my grandmother and grandfather, would go to the grocery store with it back then.
All right, I can see that.
Really? And this is talking 1940.
Put the saddlebags on it, ride it to the grocery store.
Just throw the groceries in the back and just hold your nose a little bit. But
yeah.
But anyway, I said, where did this donkey live? He says, you had to walk through the kitchen to get to it, but it was kind of connected to the kitchen.
So they had like a stable.
It was, it was like a stable, but it was connected to the kitchen. So it was part of the house. It wasn't like there was no like separation.
Okay.
So while you're eating breakfast, you got this. Are we live?
Yeah. So the donkey. So essentially, instead of a garage, they had like you said, they had a stable.
They had a stable, and while you were eating breakfast, obviously, you would smell these the odors coming from the donkeys, from the donkey area. We'll call
Got it.
Yeah. So in the house, it's crazy.
You know what? No, I mean, I'm trying to remember. Was it like Mr. Ed or Green Acres or those shows from back in the 50s and 60s? I mean, Green Acres, they had Arnold the pig that lived in the house.
Yeah,
Mr. Ed, he would just come like they had one of those little, I don't know what they're called, the half door?
Yep.
Where the top half of the door opens, the bottom, and then Mr. Ed would just come poke his head through the door. I mean, maybe that's what it was. What was the donkey's name?
You just read my mind. That's how we roll, mate. So I asked him about the name. He didn't remember the name. So he said, I don't even know if we named the donkey. It was just, they called him Donkey. He would say donkey.
Okay.
Come here, donkey. Like
Come here, donkey.
D-U-N.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you, my father was a man of, he was definitely very well-rounded.
That's cool, though. I mean, it is cool. That's the kind of the different backgrounds and all that kind of stuff to actually say, yeah, I grew up with a donkey in the house.
I guarantee you there's nobody else on the property that could say that. Now, I do know there's a parakeet. Is that what you call a mini parrot, a parakeet? You usually help.
Well, I don't know if they're a mini parrot, but yes, there is a different species of bird called a parakeet.
All right. Well, got to think of my boy's name. Leon Tynes comes in with my little buddy on his shoulder every fling.
Is he a parakeet?
He's a. Yeah, Leon Tynes is a parrot. Is it? Hold on. A bandit is he a parakeet or a mini parrot? Emily usually. He's not a parakeet. He's not a mini parrot. Then what the heck is he?
Is it a cockatoo?
No. Nope.
Oh, it's the little green bird.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Bandit.
Bandit.
So, I was talking to Leon Tynes. He said the bandit actually got stolen
What?
a few weeks ago. Someone stole bandit. That's like someone stealing your little boy.
Dude, somebody stole the bird?
Stole bandit.
Did he get him back?
He's like the fling mascot. Yeah, he's been to every single fling bandit. Somehow, some way, somebody saw him in a gas station, and Leon Tynes got bandit back.
Wow.
Yeah, this just happened recently. I would have been heartbroken if he came without bandit.
Yeah, that would be horrible.
I might even turned him around.
That'd be horrible.
One of these days, I'm going to ask him if bandit could ride on the shoulder down track when he's racing his Vega.
I wonder if he ever has.
With an in-car camera. How about that?
Dude, that would be
Right on bandit's face.
Well, one of those things. I mean, why couldn't you build like a little cage that's just attached to the cage, and then bandit can ride with you?
Yeah. Get like little earmuffs for the bird. Earplugs, earmuffs, whatever you want to call them. You knew when you landed you were going to have to start correcting me.
No, I'm just sitting there wondering, like, how do you build earmuffs for a bird?
Listen, it's 2020.
You just take like a cotton ball and like little Scotch tape and wrap it around his head?
Yeah, that'll work. 2 cotton balls and a little Scotch tape.
2 cotton balls and some Scotch tape. And
check out the grasshopper out there. This staff works hard, man.
Dude, they are constantly at it. All right, so we've gone from donkeys that live in the house in Sicily to 2 cotton balls and some Scotch tape and to make earmuffs for a bird so that he can ride along with you in the car.
Yep, to the grasshopper.
And it's only Thursday.
Yeah.
We did throw Arnold the pig in there as well, so. JJ is listening along. And I know that with JJ listening along, he's talking about great stories, and he's probably sitting there going, "What? This thing is just falling off the rails."
Yeah. JJ
falling off the rails.
Definitely cannot relate to a donkey living in the kitchen.
I wonder.
He's the new generation.
I wonder if JJ even like knows the show Green Acres.
Doubt it.
Well, I will say this: as the cars get fired back up, we do have a new Saturday morning tradition at my house. Sunday morning, Saturday morning tradition at my house. My son, who's 8 years old, has realized that on that TV channel H&I, Saturday morning, 7 a.m. and 7:30, they play reruns of the 60s Batman TV show. And he is like hardcore into that.
Like
Loves
we're talking like Burt Ward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, that's pretty rad.
Yeah. He is all about.
With the kapow.
Well, it looks like we were getting ready to fire him up and then get word that maybe possibly we've still got a couple more sprinkles. We'll see what we got. But while we do have a chance, and while it is quiet, I do want to take a moment and say welcome to each and every one of you who are listening in online, courtesy of that Motor Mania Live TV feed. The chat bleachers are in full effect this morning, and it is sure good to have each and every one of you joining along again. Thanks to our sponsors of the live feed, Jegs and Hoosier.
Yeah, yesterday during the live feed, we have Johnny Ringo here running. So, like, we were throwing Tombstone quotes out. Chat bleachers are throwing out their favorite Tombstone quotes. Yeah, it was great. Jaylene was like, "You're a daisy if you do."
You're a daisy if you do. What was the one that he threw out there? When I think they were sitting around the poker table, and his girlfriend lights up a cigarette and says something about, "I don't think you've got my best interest at heart," or something like that. I got to go look it up.
And then after he leaves and he's in the hotel with her? And he talks about that she's a good woman, and then she lights up a cigarette, gives it to him.
Yeah.
It's like, but then you might be.
I don't know. But there are some great lines from that movie, and I got to go look them up again.
I've got 2 guns, one for each of you.
Yeah, he delivered those lines so well. So well.
And you know, you really can't talk about Tombstone without thinking about our good friend, Gregory Michael James Boutte III.
Oh, of course. Of course.
The Boo.
The marketing guru extraordinaire.
Yes.
But, hey, we just got the latest and greatest editions of Drag Racing Edge magazine dropped off here on the counter. Again, thank you very much to Mr. Johnny D, who provides the best, bar none, the best coverage of every Fling event that we've ever had. And again, if you have not yet gotten your subscription to Drag Racing Edge magazine, you need to go online right now. DragRacingEdge.com. Get yourself subscribed for that. That way it gets delivered to you. And the beautiful part about it, you know how most magazines, even, and I'm not speaking ill of anything, but even, you know, National Dragster itself, they've gone kind of to the newsprint and the paper, and now they're just all digital, but they're really kind of chinsing things up a little bit. Not here.
Yeah, this is not chintzy.
Not here.
So you want to talk about synergy there, Nathan?
Yes, sir.
So I open it up, and the first page that I open up to is the Subscribe Today page, but in the Subscribe Today page is the edition with Todd Barton's 55 on the cover, which reminds me, go get your Fall Fling shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Over
And
to
your Galot gear.
And your Galot gear, absolutely. They have their new sweatshirts. They got their new long sleeve shirts. Oh, hey, wait a minute.
You see what
Look at
page
that.
I opened to?
Look at Cowboy. Cowboy's like right there in print, like
Front and
that's
center?
color.
Yeah.
And then some guy named Dan Fletcher.
In a station wagon.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's definitely, in my opinion, one of the, if not the best drag racing publication that's out there. So again, Drag Racing Edge magazine, make sure you get yours, make sure you subscribe, make sure you get things done. And I think we need to quit trying to pull the cars to the starting line, because it seems like every time we pull the cars to the starting line is when it starts to sprinkle. So I'm recognizing a pattern here, but we'll kind of pause that for a moment.
Jags.
There you go.
Oh.
A staple of state fairs across the country.
Well, it's also part of the reason that I carry the spare tire around my waist and don't get rid of that, because I keep eating all the goodies. But, yeah. So while we are waiting, again, chat room is definitely underway. You got George Hoff's checking in out there, Barry Anderson, Charles Royer, who's apparently got to check out. Maybe he's got to go back to work, but Pro Street, glad to see you guys out there as well.
So speaking of Sisters Ice Cream,
Yes.
yesterday afternoon, cinnamon brown sugar ice cream,
Okay.
sliced bananas,
Okay.
and caramel sauce.
So I bet that tasted like
It
French
was,
toast.
Oh, my, it was so good, like criminal.
Criminal good.
Yes.
Okay.
So do you want to know what I'm going to do today?
Get more ice cream?
Yes. Some other variety, but I
you go.
guarantee ice cream will be consumed. Because
I can certainly see why that would be.
I mean, I've always said that, you know, I'm not fat. I'm just, I'm pregnant with ice cream's baby.
Okay, I prefer, because JJ is listening in, I prefer the way that
Big
Jared.
Jed. That's
the
one
way
of the
Big
funniest
Jed,
things.
I love it. The way he describes it.
When he said that in Vegas, like, that was A+.
Yeah, basically that whole I'm not fat, I'm just short for my weight,
Yes.
which is true.
I mean, did he say, like, judging by my BMI, I should be like 6'8"?
Mr. Wyke checking in on the chat bleachers. He's going to be here tomorrow. Hopefully you are healing up from your one-wheel
Yeah, no
incident.
kidding. Absolutely. Jordan,
Dude.
I think Jordan needs supervision.
Well, yes, some type of adult supervision would be good, but when I first saw the picture, I start reading the article about da-da-da-da-da, and then he says first thing Sunday morning, and I'm like, oh, tell me, like, something really bad.
Same thing.
And then when I saw it was with the one-wheel, I'm like, okay, all right, survivable, but
Yeah, Jordan,
it
just make
looked
sure,
like it was painful.
Yeah, just make sure you thoroughly apply Neosporin on those wounds,
Dude.
friend.
I got to tell you, the last time that I had, just a road rash like that, the only thing that I was really worried about in that aspect, or that like hit me really hard when you saw that, it's like the road rash is one thing, but then when you have to get in the shower, that's the worst. That's the worst. Yes, Umbrella Man's going to be in the house on
There we
Friday.
go. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, because we didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because we were talking to Kyle, and Kyle was like, I'm really not sure, but hey, Umbrella Man, be here tomorrow. That's good.
Yeah, Umbrella Man. He sent me a text the other night, so I'm looking forward to seeing him. I am sad, and I'm going to say, JJ, that I am really, really sad that we're not going to get to see you guys this week, but I know, I mean, with Big Jed, he's an important dude.
He is an important dude.
You know what I mean? And he's got lots of things back home that he has to get taken care of, and when you are a bigwig like he is, they don't let you out of the office as frequently as you'd like them to, so he had to make a choice between this weekend or next weekend, and I think he did.
He made the right choice.
He made a tough choice.
Yes.
He made a tough choice, but he made the choice, and he'll be in Bristol.
But then, we also know that he's just, constantly sitting around and fully analyzing the Alabama football program.
True.
He
He's a busy
takes like
man.
an hour a day,
Busy man.
worrying about the fourth string cornerback, and all the recruiting class coming in.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Alabama.
What's up, Mr. Hicks? Hollywood checking in from Vegas.
It's not.
I know he's here, but.
No. It's Philip.
Oh, okay. Well,
PG Hicks, actually.
we could either go back to the Hollywood or what he was originally called in Vegas,
Yes.
Simba.
Yes.
He's Simba. Well, one way or the other.
So Greg is Greg. Philip is like his alter ego. It's kind of like Sean Langdon. And,
Which one drives better?
Well, in Boise, he should have put Philip in the car because Greg wasn't good in Boise. And Greg will tell you he was not good in Boise. Like he was ready to leave the great state of Idaho like in a hurry after the night fires up there in Boise.
Nice. All right, JJ, that's good to know. Hey, that is one of those benefits that I really didn't think about with, and JJ, I don't know if that's what they're doing down there in Alabama. I know that's what they're doing in Vegas with the kids, with kind of that remote. The kids aren't back in school, so you're remote learning. As long as you have an internet connection, what difference is it going to make? The teacher's not going to know if you're sitting at home or if you're sitting at a racetrack, as long as you're doing your schoolwork, right? So theoretically, JJ would not be missing school at all. Okay, let me say this. He wouldn't miss school no matter what. I wouldn't miss school if I wasn't there. But I'm just saying, you wouldn't be absent.
Either that or like, what happens if he's like in a live lesson and he's within earshot of Big Jed and the teacher overhears, well, that's a burn barrel.
Well, that or
and like, teacher's
right.
like, JJ, what's a burn barrel?
What's up with the burn barrel comment? But no, I mean it's one of those things. It's also one of those things where if I have to try and occasionally break away to go do a conference call, and you're sitting there in the middle of the conference call, you can keep it muted for most of the time, but then all of a sudden when you have to talk, right as you're trying to talk, the burnout happens.
Correct.
And somebody's like, what was that
noise?
Be like, oh, I'm near the Air Force Base.
It's nothing much. It's just like 1,500 horsepower.
Right. No worries. Let's see here. Who else? What's up, Mr. Dennis? Checking in from Iowa. I like that, Ryan. Yeah. He will be in his motorhome teaching remotely.
It's going to be basic mathematics.
That is awesome.
What percentage of brake pedal you need to press to drop dead zero?
Well, I think what's really cool about it is, I mean, come on, because now you can do, and I don't know whether they're using Zoom or Teams, whatever it is, but you could do that on computer. You could do that. You could be sitting in the staging lanes in your race car, like on the conference call, teaching remotely. That would be awesome. Everybody's like, Mr. Arnold, your background looks different. Why does that look like a roll cage? Are you teaching from a race car? I love it. Texas in the house as well. So, we are certainly glad to have all of the folks that are joining in online, courtesy of that Motor Mania live TV feed. They do such a spectacular job, best in the business, and we're glad to have them out here again. But we'll see where we're at, so... We got Harold out there on the tractor trying to stay ahead of it, but... What's up, Mr. Gator? How are you? And I agree with you, Mr. Pendergrass. I agree with you exactly, sir. Drag racing is an excellent math lesson. You know what's it all about? We're going to learn how to calculate your total package. Quick math.
I think the next lesson would probably be, how can I be 12 total and not good enough? Well,
that's true.
Well, see, what happened was the guy in the other lane was 8 total.
And see, that's, again, your Gazintas division, your, greater than, less than, all of that kind of stuff. I think Big Jed would make an excellent math teacher.
I don't think the kids would be able to understand what he's saying.
Oh, they would. They would. It would work out. All right, well, it looks like we may have a little bit of time here, and with us getting a little bit of time, we're going to get on the horn with Joanne. We are probably going to turn things down online at least for a minute. Turn up a little music here while we keep things going, but as soon as we possibly can, and I mean as soon as we can, we will go ahead and get things rolling here again.
Peter and Kyle. For 10 years, the two of you have amazed the racing community. From that very first fling in Bristol, a decade ago, to this richest payday in bracket racing history today, these events have become the gold standard in our sport, and we all owe you both a huge debt of gratitude.
It has the makings of an instant drag racing classic. Race it, experience it, bring some of the best of the business together, offer a huge purse, and let them rip.
You probably had no idea just exactly what you had on those 10 sheets of paper. We hope you still have them because they probably belong in a Hall of Fame somewhere. The first event didn't go exactly as you had planned. Both of you worked your guts out, lost money, and wondered if you would ever attempt this again. You stuck with it though. Spent a few more years in Bristol, building up the brand. Then, you ventured west, added the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the left coasters, and after a few years, you doubled down and you two upped the ante.
It's like I can't even think about it. It's like I don't even know what to think. It's amazing. It's right now. I don't even believe it. I mean, it's a long race. It's the best in the world, and I want it. So I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense in a way with these guys that race for a living and and I build countertops and cabinets, you know, so.
$1 million race. For the last 4 years, that event has made headlines in the bracket racing community and made household names of guys like Jeff Verdi, Luke Bogacki, Randall Reed, and Peeps Pennington. Not to be outdone on the East Coast, you took your brand to a new place, the state-of-the-art Galot Motorsports Park. There, you sold out the pre-entries in record time and showcased a world-class facility. Let's don't forget about the event that was the birthplace for the Spring Fling experience, Bristol. Which brings us back to this moment in time, a special moment, the Fall Fling 500K. A race that will no doubt live up to the 10th anniversary of an event dreamt up by two best friends. Over the last decade, there have been hundreds of thousands of dollars awarded, thousands of passes down the track, more products given away than one can count, and most importantly, countless memories made from these events. You two always say thank you to the racers, the staff, and the sponsors who've helped to make the Flings, the events, and brand they've become. Now it's our turn to say thank you. On behalf of every member of every staff, at every track, for every sponsor, and for every racer who's ever walked through your gates, thank you for daring to dream big, for sticking with it through those first few years, for believing in the brand. And above all, thank you for your commitment to bringing the best bracket races in the world to all of us. You have left an incredible mark on the sport. For anyone who dares to follow in your footsteps, you've set the bar high. Here's to 10 more years of the Fling. We can't wait to see where you take it from here.
Peter and Kyle, 10 years going. I'm proud of you. You guys are doing really well. Keep it up.
It's Seipel here. Just taking this opportunity to wish Kyle and Peter congratulations on their 10th anniversary of their Spring Fling product. And, thanks going, guys.
So noise is now good. Smoky dial, right side. There in the Camaro, as we are in new entry time runs. Smoky 14 green. I believe it's Dottie Womack over there on the left side. Going 475, 145, 615 there for Smoky Dial. Christopher Webb. And Kaylee Creech. Webb in the Oldsmobile. Now, rumor has it that the Webb machine likes to look at a lot of sky. That was pretty good. As Webb is 001 red, 15 red. Over on the left side, 658, 103, 616, 109. There for Mr. Webb. As Mother Nature has put us on hold a couple different occasions this morning. Here on Moser Engineering Thursday at the Sparko Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Let's bring up Donovan Williams, John Jellick. Donovan in the Overkill Motorsports Dragster, Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack. Bradenton, Florida. For Mr. Williams, John Jellick. Coming down out of Maryland, Miller Prepared Dragster. Heather Boyko with a perfect reaction time. Picked up a prize earlier this morning. Derek Willard leading the way in the door cars was 001. Jellick 18 green, 460 at 148. There for John over the Napa Auto Parts side. Donovan Williams 17 green and 476, 145. There for the Overkill Motorsports team car. So Derek Willard currently leading the way. Best reaction time. And our new entry door cars. The best reaction time with our new entry door cars. It's going to get a $300 certificate, courtesy of our friend Don Higgins, Crew Chief Pro Software. David Brodsky, Donald Webb. Brodsky out of Maryland. Donald Webb, Four Oaks, North Carolina, for Team Trick Flow. The Duster for David is red by 50 thou. Donald Webb's 15 green in the dragster and going 462 148 miles an hour. Brodsky 5:02.2 at 140 miles an hour for that all black 72 Duster. Michael Pascal as so Pascal. Well, I think this is like his third attempt to make a run, and every time he goes to go, it starts to sprinkle. So Pascal might be the rainmaker. So we do have the flashing lights on the bottom of the Christmas tree. Going to be down again here for a little spritzing on the racing surface. The second stoppage was a little bit lengthy. Our first stoppage of the day was brief. Hopefully this one here is brief as well, as I'm checking out Dark Sky, which is a very, very reliable weather app. Man, it doesn't look like there's much on the old Dark Sky app. I mean, literally there's J-God. Our computer operator is like blowing on the screen. There is just a little teeny wisp of blue. That is just right here on top of us. So we're going to be down again here for another couple of minutes. Hopefully it's not very long, as we're trying to make our way into round number 1 here on Moser Engineering Thursday. We start to give away Best Losing Packages Award all day from our great sponsors, Stainless Works, Biondo Racing Products, Hoosier Racing Tire, FTI Performance, Mickey Thompson Tire, Autometer, Goodyear. All with our Best Losing Packages during the rounds today, plus the prize vault has just a whole gaggle of prizes that we're going to give away. Over the event, more than $50,000 in prizes will be handed out to our competitors here this weekend. So, like, I think in the first round, Mike and Ricky Harbaugh sponsored our Best Reaction Time Awards. $500 and a small check for the best reaction time. They're in a door car. Best reaction time in the dragster. It's in first round. Going to pick you up an extra $500 from our good friends, Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. Appreciate them being not only participants, but being a part of this event. So we're there from the racing surface. It is lightening up, but there is still a little spritzing going on out there. So we're going to go quiet here. We'll be back here in just a matter of moments, hopefully. Pascal. 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 So Pascal. This is like attempt number 3. From Michael Douglas MacArthur, Mount Olive, North Carolina. 70 Nova. That orange hot rod. This is our cleanup. MacArthur, little wisp out the back of that Nova. Pascal is 4 red, 457 at 149. MacArthur was 19 green. .632 there for MacArthur, 105 on the speed. There in the Napa Auto Parts side. It's Troy Williams Jr. and Marty Dabney. Troy Williams Jr. was in a different machine yesterday. Doesn't matter what he's driving. It's Marty Dabney here in the Vega. So Virginia right side, Daytona Beach, Florida left side. Troy Williams Jr. 002. Marty Dabney is 11 green, 499.6 for the Vega at 137 miles an hour. Troy Williams Jr. is 4501 at 152 miles an hour. Richard Alford Jr. and Eric Merrifield. Merrifield in the Dakota, the Bounding Beagle machine. Nathan talked about it earlier, like we need more race cars with names on the side, like car names. Big wheels up launch for the Dakota. That was rad. 008 red for the Bounding Beagle. They should call that thing the Flying Beagle. 661.6, 100.77 miles an hour. Richard Alford goes 008 green, 614.5, 110 miles an hour there for Richard Alford Jr. Parker Dodson, Napa Auto Parts side. Saluda, North Carolina. S10 over on the Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack with not a car number in sight, which Jay Gott, our computer operator, it makes it really, really hard for him to put information in the computer when there's not a digit on the vehicle in any way, shape, or form. It's funny how that works out. Dodson, the dragsters, 007, and then off the gas. The S10 is 009 green and 624.4 at 106.99 on the mile an hour. Parker Dodson, pretty close to that C-level Supercom quarter mile index, going 894 at 44 miles an hour as we are watching that Napa Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Is trying to make sure Parker Dodson can exit stage left. Christine, the red 68 Camaro, Sanford, North Carolina for Dean's Automotive. Skyward there for Christine, 11 red with the red Camaro, 5908, 115. The numbers, and I believe I believe we have one more dragster that will wrap up our new entry time runs before we get into round number 1 of eliminations here on Moser Engineering Thursday at the Sparkle Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries here at Galot Motorsports Park.
Jags.
Is up at the ready line, warming up the car, and Dave didn't have his gloves, which is relatively important. I mean, safety first, like that's what I've always been told, so they had to haul back to the trailer, grab David's gloves. Before we're going to send David down that Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack in his dragster. So Brodsky out of Sykesville, Maryland. That Chromeworks dragster. 632 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. So after David didn't have his gloves, does a burnout. Now, he's all kind of discombobulated. $18 red for David. 8th mile, 4:37.9, 158 on the speed, and that's going to wrap up our new entry time runs. So Derek Willard is going to take home that $300 Crew Chief Pro gift certificate for the best reaction time for our new entry door cars. Heather Boyko took home that Altronics pocket weather station for throwing 3 zeros there for the new entry dragsters. And I do believe the next things that are going to come around the corner will be round number 1 here on Moser Engineering Thursday of our door cars. As my good friend Nathan Hershey has walked back in, got to have a morning conversation with son Carter.
Yes, I did. I got to spend a little bit of time kind of getting the family up and out of bed because, you know, with that 3-hour difference here, we've been up and at it for quite some time, and they are just getting up and going there on the West Coast. So that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Our our new entry time runs, as Mike had said, are now complete. And it looks like we will be getting ready to go with round number 1 of the door cars. So again, orange sticker door cars, you should be in the staging lanes. Orange sticker door cars, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there yet, please join us there. And blue sticker door cars, you're on standby. Blue sticker door cars, you are on standby, so we'll be getting you headed this direction as well. But again, we've got a pretty full day here as we get ready to go with our Moser Engineering $25,000 to win Thursday. And last night wrapped up not at a bad hour. Got things wrapped up pretty quickly, and we're able to crown Kyle Contreras. So that bounty award for that Lindsay Racing Products set of front wheels is squarely on Kyle Contreras. If you happen to find yourself lined up with him in round number 1 today. You get an opportunity at picking up those Lindsay Racing Products front wheels, and if for some reason they're not able to take him out in round number 1, you get the second chance in round number 2, and so on and so forth. Well, yeah, and again, just to add that clarity in there, Cotreri is one of those guys that has 2 entries out there, so it will have to be in the dragster that he won in last night, but just kind of keep that in mind. Either way, I don't know that anybody's going to be out there hunting him down in the staging lanes. Like, yeah, that's my guy. That's the one. Everybody's going to be like, yeah, no, them Lindsay wheels are really nice, but I think I'd rather try to line up with somebody else. But we're getting a couple of things taken care of up here in the tower before we get that round number 1 underway. Looks like the track is ready, and for those of you that are kind of join along online, again, we do thank Jags and we thank Hoosier for sponsoring that live feed that Motor Mania TV will be bringing you all week long here from Galot. Again, just a beautiful facility, one of the best in the country that they've got to work with down here in North Carolina, and it is gorgeous. So we are certainly hoping that what we had seen that had rolled through here and was kind of wreaking havoc with us during the time trials has kind of migrated and left the area, and I'm hoping that what I'm seeing on the little radar here, since all of us kind of have these pocket supercomputers now in the form of, iPhones and Androids, I'm hoping that that continues and stays clear for the next long while. But it shouldn't be long. We're just getting word that they are getting ready to go down there in the staging lanes. And as soon as we get that word, we'll get things underway up here in the tower. All right, so we have got word that we are ready down there in the staging lanes. Our first few cars are in, suited up, and ready to go. And racers, once again, we do want to welcome you out here to Galot Motorsports Park as we are getting ready to go with round number 1 on a Moser Engineering $25,000 to win Thursday. And as always, we need to make sure that we start things off on the right foot. And with that, if you are joining us here on property, or even if you are joining us online, we would like to ask that you would please rise and remove your caps, as Chaplain Matt Zapp here from Godspeed Ministries is going to provide today's invocation.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you will, please join me in a word of prayer. Father, we thank you for the giftings of each and every participant that is with us here today at Galot. We thank you for the freedom, for the ability, and the opportunity to gather. Lord, we have a great day ahead of us, regardless of weather, regardless of success on the track or not. But we ask for one thing today as we come to you. We ask for your protection, for your guidance over each of these drivers and vehicles as they make their way from the starting line to the finish line. If it is in your will, Lord, we ask that you keep them safe. But in the event that an incident occurs, we would ask that you provide our staff, our team, and our first responders with the wisdom, strength, and ability to be where you need them to be at the exact moment in time with only your wisdom in their hearts and on their hands. And Lord, as we come before you as a country, we ask for your protection over those that lead, those that have to go out into the night, for our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, and for our veterans, Lord, and for those active service persons that give us the freedom to be here at Galot Racing at the Fall Fling. And all we have and all we do, we give you thanks for it today. And as children said, amen. Nate, we're going to turn it over to you to get us rolling, my friend.
Amen. Thank you very much, Matt. And as we are getting ready to go with round number 1, if you have not yet done so, please rise and remove your caps. Let us remember that even at this time, as there are many different opinions swirling around in the world, we are still one nation, united under God, and let's honor that nation with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Miss Ivy Hutto with our national anthem, and as we have said, what a beautiful rendition of that song, and what a beautiful reminder of what a great country we live in. It's time to go racing. It is Thursday morning. It is a Moser Engineering $25,000 to win Thursday, and those same freedoms that allow us to have our difference of opinions also allow us to be out here racing today, and that is exactly what we are going to be focusing on. Man, it is fantastic to be here at Galot and to get things started. The cars are roaring to life back there in the staging lanes. They're going to be pulling up this direction, and again, I do want to commend, thank, and just give my absolute compliments to the crew here at Galot Motorsports Park for the fantastic job that they do. This facility is second to none. I don't think you could walk out there on the starting line and find a single pebble. They take care of this place so well. It is just beautiful. So we are grateful to be here, and we are looking forward to moving up to Bristol next week as well. But we have already handed out some great prizes this morning. Derek Willard getting that best overall reaction time in the door car new entry runs. Courtesy of that 001, he ends up getting that $300 Crew Chief Pro gift certificate, and Heather Boyko got that Alltronics pocket weather station for having the best overall reaction time in the new entry dragsters, which happened to be a Trip Zip Perfect. And now as we get ready to go into round number one, we've got that $500 reaction time bonus thanks to Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. They are putting up that money, putting it on the line for the best overall reaction time here in round number one. And given the fact that we had 19 perfect bulbs yesterday, let's see here. Door cars. Are we going to predict a perfect for the best overall in round number one? Yes. Mike says yes. Eames says yes. Gator, I agree. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Danny Bennett going to be the first one to start things off in the Angry Anglia. I love that car. Out of Hampton, Virginia, 509 cubic inches worth of blue oval power for the Anglia on the left side of the racetrack. 551 is the dial on both sides of the tree. Kevin Pollard rolling up here out of Waynesboro, Virginia in the Camaro. So the Anglia versus the Camaro, identical dials are on the scoreboard. Tree's going to drop at exactly the same time as the Anglia double blinks that bottom set of yellow bulbs, and away we go. Ho-ho! First pair down the track, advantage on the tree went to Kevin Pollard, was 14 green and goes 554 on the 551's going to win it on a hole shot. He was 14 green to Danny Bennett's 041. Bennett was a little bit better on the dial, 553 on the 551. to Pollard's 554, but Pollard gets there first by 19 thousandths, courtesy of that 14th thou reaction time, and it is going to be the first win light of the day here on Thursday for Mr. Pollard. Buybacks today will be in effect, $170 if you want to get in the game, and unfortunately, David Anspach lights up the red light. 10 thou on this side of the racetrack and then runs down to be dead on. 540 on a 540, but no good. James Rawlings. 651 on a 656 was green. 16 thou gets the win light. Oh, are you serious? Chip Johnson here in the Camaro out of North Carolina, dialed in at 614 and across the way. How about the HHR, the Hillbilly Hauler? That's what I'm talking about. I'm digging that car. Advantage on the tree went to Chip Johnson, and I think the hauler is going to have to haul his way into the buyback round for $170. Unfortunately, Jesse Lockhart, 039 on the tree, put him behind at the hit. He goes 644 on a 640. Chip Johnson, 12 green, 619 on a 614, and by 22 thousandths of a second, Chip Johnson gets the Camaro around the Hillbilly ride and advances is now Josh Netherton and Tanner Miller. Miller for Cole Heritage Customs and Brewer's Body Shop up there in Virginia, 628. The dial for the Wheelian, Tanner Miller. Josh Netherton, 549. Netherton grabs the brakes and looks like he may have gave it back up there by 27 thousandths of a second. Miller, 14 green, get their first 27 thou to be 633 on a 628 for the win. Josh Netherton, 554 on a 549. He was on the brakes early. And that bows him out. Of course, the folks in the chat room already picking right lane, left lane, right lane, left lane. Everybody's kind of calling their shots as they see all the cars rolling up here. Steve Law and Matt Daddis. Daddis is a bad man. And that Vermilion, Ohio-based Starfire with 406 cubic inches worth of Ford for Mickey Thompson and Wiseco rolls up on the right side. Dialed in at 635. Steve Law, 406 cubic inch Chevy-powered 72 Nova for the Law Chevrolet Buick crew out of Boonville, Indiana, gets the left lane this time. So round number one of the door cars is underway. Once again, if you've got an orange sticker door car, you should be in the staging lanes ready to go here for that first round. If you got a blue sticker door car, you should be getting them warmed up as you are on standby. It's 14 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time. Advantage went to Steve Law, but the win line's going to go to Matt Daddis, 637 on a 635. He's two above, getting their first 17 thousandths of a second. He was 019 on the tree. Steve Law had the 005 light, but ends up running 5 above the dial with a 632 on the 627. Law will have to roll his way through the re-entry round. Daddis gets to take a little recess as Jeff Grote and Brian Tolson. Tolson, the Virginia-based Nova on the right side, dialed in at 630. Jeff Grote swapped the two numbers behind the decimal to be 603, and whoa, 001 to a 001. Oh, Tolson, 001 green and comes to a stop before the 330-foot cone as Tolson left the line. He ended up having some issues there in the Nova, and Jeff Grote's going to be a little bit sick. He was 001 red and then watched as Brian Tolson disappeared from his peripheral vision. I mean, he was like right there, and then whoosh, he disappeared. As the car brakes, Jeff Grote, by 1,000th of a second, is going to have to buy back into the game. Again, racers, buybacks are available. $170 will get you into the buyback round. And again, as we were talking about that best reaction time, thanks to Mike and Ricky Harbaugh, $500 bonus. 001 on the tree for Brian Tolson. I don't know how much, just not sure that brings a whole lot of comfort right now. As he's sitting down there against the wall here on the right side of the racetrack, that Napa Auto Parts side of the track. But hopefully it brings some. So while they go ahead and get Brian Tolson taken care of, again, round number 1 is already underway. Welcome to those of you that are joining us online. We've got a lot of activities. We've already given out some of our prizes. Again, the prize vault is in full effect here at the Sparco Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We are on Moser Engineering Thursday, $25,000 to win. We're in round number 1. Best losing package here in round number 1 gets a set of those Stainless Works stainless dragster headers. So overall, if you end up as like the person who was closest to winning, but didn't quite get it done, well, then you may end up going home with a set of those Stainless Works headers. Again, we've got prizes from the folks at BTE Converter. Computech is in here as well. K&N, obviously handing out some scoops, filters, and more as we go through the weekend. Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award. We are going to be kind of keeping our eyes open for the Best Appearing Car all weekend long. And, again, we've had some pretty tough decisions to make in years past, and I feel that, you know, just looking out the window right now, taking a look around, we're going to have some tough decisions again as far as where we're at with that. So, again, thank you to Todd Barton, who has recently relocated from the West Coast and now makes their home in Tennessee. So next week when we're in Bristol, we'll be a little bit closer to them. Also want to thank the folks at Strange Engineering, of course, Crew Chief Pro Software. We've already given away a $300 gift certificate from them this morning. So that treasure chest is absolutely chock full of all kinds of great stuff. Moser Enterprises, Regiels, scoops are out there as well. So we got tons of stuff.
The strangest thing about Todd Barton, I mean, he's been in Tennessee for like, what, 3 months or so?
Is there really a way to pick the strangest thing about Todd Barton?
I mean, that is a very fair question. But, I mean, he's been in Tennessee for like 3 months. He's already referring to everybody as y'all.
Is he really already?
Yes.
He's already swapped to y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Well, you know, it's like I've said before, as Joanne.
Joanne's like, you got a problem with y'all?
I mean, like, listen here, West Coaster. Y'all is in the dictionary.
So is all y'all.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. You know, and I've said it before, but my wife being from Texas, when we first started dating, she did clarify for me that at least in Texas, and I know that the debate was kind of raging on last time, what she's saying is in Texas, y'all is singular, and then you throw all y'all in there to make it plural.
Sure.
And then other folks have said, not out here, y'all it's just y'all.
Y'all, yep.
So it covers it all. Kind of like, you know, aloha in Hawaii. That's hello, goodbye. That's this,
yes.
that, whatever.
So confusing.
Mike Prendergast, all y'all. Got that going on as well. That's the way it works. But and then of course it's like most places it's seeped into everybody's vernacular. Dude means so many things. You could use dude as like hey you. Dude is like oh my gosh what was that? Dude is in man this sucks.
Yeah.
That type thing.
It's all like the part at the end. It's like dude.
Right. Exactly. Dude. So versatile. So versatile.
It's like, dude, you were 4 total. Dude, you were 1 red.
See? Positives, negatives.
It's versatile.
It's versatile. It can be celebratory. It can be painful. Whatever it is. Let's find out who's celebrating and who's experiencing a little pain. Oh, WC. Come on now. Uh-oh, parts call already. We'll see. Robert Fortuna and Jimmy Broadway. Dude. Jimmy Broadway red by 26 thousandths of a second. And Robert Fortuna. Dude. The reaction time started with a 1.
No, it's like, dude, I was 116 green and I won.
That's right. That's right. They do have the Penningtons have an uncle named Dude. So Robert Fortuna wins it with a 116 reaction time, goes 496 by way of by way of the red light over in the opposite lane is now Jamie Candle and Joey Santangelo. Santangelo out of Marlboro, Connecticut, driving one of Bertozzi's cars, dialed in at 614. Jamie Cottle, 674. Winner in this pair is going to be Jamie Candle. Takes that long-roofed Nova wagon into round number 2, was 28 on the tree, and cut it down to 2 thou at the stripe. 28 take 2 thou to be 676 on a 674 for the win. Santangelo was better on the bull, but 3 above the dial with a 617. Yes, sir, Trey. Yes, sir. There's Jerry Schaefer and David Wright. Wright out of Titusville, Florida in the Opal. Little GT dialed in at 566 on the right side. Jerry Schaefer on the left was 609, and the winner is going to be the Opal of David Wright. 043 beats a 006 as David Wright goes 3 above the dial. Jerry Schaefer was just, well, off. 616 on a 609, and it again comes down to 2 thou at the finish line as Jerry Schaefer may have backed his way onto the wrong side of that stripe. William Wilson and Michelle Pilo. Michelle, who made her new entry time run this morning, hit the tree in the right spot. We'll see if she does it again. She does. 23 thou separate them in reaction time. Michelle with the advantage, going to be your winner. 656 on a 655 for Michelle Pilo. 003 on the tree and moving on. William Wilson was 26 thou in reaction time and 4 off the dial with a 570 on a 566 dial. So Michelle into round number 2 as E.J. Womack and Michael Morton. Morton for a little while was leading our best reaction time challenge here in the new entries, and he does it again pretty well. 004 on the tree, but is headed to the buyback round. E.J. Womack in that Willys 001 and 594 on a 586. Gets there second for the win. Morton took 87 thou at the stripe and breaks out 1 lousy thou. 660 with a 9 on a 661, getting their first 87 thou. He will need some consoling after he comes up and buys back. Or maybe before he comes up and buy back. Either way, he's going to need somebody to talk to. There's Jeff Longany and Joe Martz. Martz on the right side in the black Camaro, 563 is the dial. Longany with a 554. Down to the finish line we go, and that Napa side scoreboard lights up again by 13 thousandths of a second. Martz, 14 green, 564 and a 563. Jeff Longany, 554 and a 554. He was dead on the dial, but 37 thou on the reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and no good. Here's Chad Duke. The guys with the lemonade trailer back there. The beverage trailer. He's dialed 540. David Bratton's dialed 555. Bratton, winner again by 13 thousandths of a second. 556 on the 555. He was 12 on the tree. Chad Duke was 2 off the dial, 542 on a 540, and was 17 green. That'll bring up Harold Bell Jr. and Glenn Dilday. Dilday sporting the nice big old American flag on the roof of the 70 Nova out of Missouri. 549 the dial for the 632 cubic inch powered Chevrolet, and Harold Bell 542 over on his side of the racetrack. 12 thou between them in reaction time as they make their way down the racetrack. That time it's going to be Harold Bell getting a winner banner on top of that Dunn Benson scoreboard. He's 545 on a 542, 3 above the dial. After he was 17 green, Glenn Dilday got to the stripe first. Grabbed himself 49 thousandths of a second, needed to take 46 thou. Or less, as he breaks out 548 on a 549. Here's Blaine Parrish and Jeff Verdi. Verdi in the Top Gun Firebird. Pure Pontiac power, 525 cubic inches for Verdi. And Blaine Parrish, 436 cubic inch Camaro. Over on the left. Away goes Verdi, and here comes Blaine. Parrish closing in fast, and Parrish lights up the scoreboard. 007 and one above. 546 on a 545 for Blaine Parrish on the win. Jeff Verdi was 032 on the tree, dead on one down the racetrack. Just barely missed it at this end. Runs the number at that end, but comes up short as Parrish will advance. Here's Greg Thompson and Kenneth Gillis. Gillis out of Emblem, Wyoming. Really? Rolling in here out of Wyoming on a 9-flat dial and goes red as Greg Thompson yanks the front tires off the ground, sets them back down nice and gingerly, and gets the win. Light 643 on a 642. So Thompson 31 green to Gillis' 69 red. And as we continue to make our way through the orange stickered door cars, blue sticker door cars. Your attention, please. Blue sticker door cars will take you into the staging lanes. Blue sticker door cars. Go ahead and make your way to the staging lanes, please. Blue sticker door cars. Come on down. We're ready for you. In the lanes, please. Just got a quick little mop job going on here on the starting line, and as soon as they get that done, Daddy Waters.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Signal from the starting line is we are good to turn them loose. And that's exactly what A.J. Ash is going to do. One of those Long Beach, Mississippi-based 89-bodied Grand Ams. Decent-sized burnout there for A.J. Ash, dialed in at 573. And Danny Waters, the North Carolina-based Camaro, dialed in at 619. .008 on the tree for Danny Waters, 26 on the tree for A.J. Ash, and on the double breakout, win line's going to belong to A.J. 571 on a 573 for A.J. Gets him there second, picks up the win light. Danny Waters ended up running 615 on the 619. Under by 13 thou more and bows out. So A.J. advances. Waters is going to have to make a trip to the buyback round. As Scotty Batyuk and Nathan Lilly. Lilly here in the Nova out of Virginia. 567 is the dial. Scotty Batyuk dialed in at 516. 4th thou between him in reaction time as the pickup truck and the Nova battle it out. Batyuk moving to round number 2. 13 green and dead on 7 to be 20 total. Nathan Lilly with 17 green. Had a couple of thou. 3 down there to work with and just couldn't get to the stripe. 568 on a 567. So Batyuk will be back. Nathan's headed to the buyback round as Cody Strickland and Sandy Montgomery. Montgomery in the S10. We get another racer rolling in here out of Glen Allen, Virginia. 628 the dial for Montgomery, giving up the head start to Cody Strickland, dialed in at 640. Strickland's Camaro out of North Carolina, staged up, set, and ready. Sandy Montgomery joins him on the line. Tree drops, and here we go. Couple of red light starts this time, and Well, Cody Strickland, in a true start affair, gets the win light. 001 red for Strickland, who was leaving first. Sandy Montgomery was 16 thou ahead of the red light. And True Start gets one. 001 red beats 16 red. As away we go. Once again, blue sticker door cars. Blue sticker door cars. We can get you the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Bradley Hoffman, Chad Axford. Separated by a thou at this end of the racetrack. Win light goes to Axford. 008, 602 on a 602. He gets to the stripe first by 19 thousandths of a second. That right lane scoreboard lights up for Chad. Bradley Hoffman was 7 thou behind the green light. Then goes 716 on a 714. And the win light to Axford. That's now DeBartolomeo and Dallas Cherry. Cherry here on the right side. 580 out of New Bern, North Carolina, and DeBartolomeo. Franklin over to the other side, dialed in at 646. Head start to DeBartolomeo like that. Here comes Dallas Cherry, and Dallas is in deep trouble. And somehow pulls it out. Oh, my goodness. Frank DeBartolomeo was 14 on the tree and got to the stripe yesterday. Took over a tenth at the stripe, goes 643 on a 646.
Dude.
Breaks it out. Dallas Cherry was 117 in reaction time. Dude. Oh. DeBartolomeo is like, yeah, he's gonna be mulling that one over in his head for a long, long time. 32 thou between these two. Doug Milner gets the win, and again, not quite like 00 to 1 something, but 008 to a 40 light. Joel Hubbard was 008, took too much at the stripe, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. And Doug Milner, who was 40 on the tree, gets the win light. 543 on a 543. So Milner advances. As now TJ Phipps and Johnny Tolosano. Tolosano in the 27 Ford for JJ Racing out of Jupiter, Florida. Looking over that left shoulder, gets the win light against TJ Phipps. Tolosano 11 green, get their first 14 thou. And goes 556 on a 553. 3 above the dial for the win. TJ Phipps was 29 on the tree. And 2 above, 540 and a 538 on the loss. So Tolosano will bring the Ford back in round number 2. Is now Derek Willard and Terry Goff. Willard, who has already picked up a pretty cool little prize here today, and by way of that $300 Crew Chief Pro Software bonus. Red light start for Terry Goff. So Willard gets the prize in the new entry time runs. Gets to advance to round number 2 here. And Terry Goff, 635 on a 634 after he was 4 thou red on the loss. Here's Garrett Griffith and Jerry Boolia. We'll see what he's saying after this. 664 the dial. For the quadruple, maybe it's not a two-tone, it's multicolored. It's the multicolored Mustang. And a win light for Booyah. 16 green. And 662 on a 664. Jerry Booyah gets the win light over Garrett Griffith. Griffith was red. And that pretty much ended the story. Here's Jason Hoff and Clayton Roberts. Clayton, 508 the dial for the T-Bird. Racing a home game here. As he claims that Benson, North Carolina, is home. Jason Hoff in the 73 Vega out of Littleton's, Pennsylvania. 574. Head start to the Vega on the left side. Three thou between them in reaction time, and the wind light comes on for Hoff. 11 green, 574 on a 574. Gets the job done. Clayton was 008 on the tree and then ends up 5 above the dial with a 513 on a 508. So that's not quite so good. At least that part of it. But it'll be Hoff moving on as Larry Chapman and Scott Albrecht. Next two. Albrecht leaving with the wheels in the air in his 71 Vega on a 576 dial. Trying. And winning. 14 green, take 9th out at the stripe for Scott Albrecht, as he's 2 above for the win. Larry Chapman was 22 on the tree. And then goes 541 on a 539. And that's good to know there, Dylan. The Mustang of Booyah has seen many, many winner circles. 13th thou between Howard Westbury and Ray Lone. And the win light belongs to Westbury. 20 on the tree with a 1 thou difference at the stripe. Advantage goes to Howard Westbury. 563 on a 563. He's 29 total. Ray Lone was 007 on the tree and 23 thou above the dial. What's up now? So as Jeff Martin and Jack Ostrowski roll up here. Oh. Jack Ostrowski's car just looked like it almost like went nowhere. Kind of leaned over here, but there was a 30 thou between them as Jeff Martin, 008, 2 above, 520 on the 518, gets the win light. As now we're going to bring up the Monza and the station wagon. Racing for $25,000 today, the 1980 bodied Monza. Dialed in at 628, John Siegel. Dialed in quicker than that with a 617. Florida versus Maryland. And a win light for John Siegel. 13 green and 614 on a 617. He legged it through, was holding a little bit, apparently. Mark Williams, here we go again. Red and dead on. Missed the tree by 24 thousandths of a second to be dead on 7 for the loss. No good. No good. So Sandy Montgomery and John Brown bring their cars up to the line. Hey, racers, again, should round number 1 not go the way that you wanted it to, if you do not survive round number 1 and you need to exercise your right to buy back, those buybacks are available up here at the base of the tower. 5 thou between them in reaction time. Sandy on the left, John on the right, and it's going to be Sandy Montgomery. 10 on the tree and 75 on a 575. 16 total. Beats John Brown, who ended up 28 thou total. 005 and 23 above the dial. So as Sandy Montgomery picking up the win light as David Wassler and Arnold Smith roll up. Once again, racers, I know last time we were out here, I think we kind of took care of the buyback by just rolling up the staging lane, whatever. This time, today, if you would like to get the buyback, if you need it, if you want it, come on up here to the base of the tower, and Emily, Donna, or Deanna will be happy to help you out. Arnold Smith airs it out and fouls it out. 21 on the red side for Smith, and then goes dead one. David Wassler was 33 green, 3 above the dial, gets the win light. Arnold Smith, 21 red, and dead on 1 at the finish line. So already this morning, I think we've seen 5 red and dead ons in round number 1. Bring slight tears to your eyes. Maybe larger tears to your eyes, dude. Herb Bailey and Michael Smith. Smith in the blacked out Nova. 546 dial on the right side. Bailey, 12 on the tree. He's green. He's good. He's moving on as Michael Smith adds to our tally of 001 reds. Smith, red, 1 thou. Dude. Herb Bailey.
Am I looking at our tote board correct? We're 001 red is 3.
3 already.
Perfect is 0.
Correct. No perfect reaction times yet, but 3 racers have got within 1 thou.
Dude.
Bad. Bailey 12 green and then dead on 8 down at the stripe is now Jason Rich and Adam Booya. Booya, the 72 Maverick, 585 is the dial. Jason Rich in the Chevy. I love the coupe. Womp, 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 womp. Jason Rich has taken the coupe into round number 2. He womped his way to a 1 thou stripe to get the win. Was 047 on the tree. Adam Booya, 007, but ends up 5 off the dial, 590 on a 585. And by 17 ten-thousandths of a second, Jason Rich is into round number 2 as Kevin Little and Sean Carpenter. Again, racers, I'm going to say this a couple of times just so that everybody kind of knows. Again, a little different than when we were here in June. If you want the buyback, you do need to come up here to the bottom of the tower, see Emily, see Deanna, see Donna. They'll get you set up. So the buybacks will be at the bottom of the tower. $170 to get you back into the race today as Kevin Little in the Black Panther Camaro trying to get it done against Sean Carpenter's Elm City, North Carolina-based ride. Winner's going to be Carpenter, 51 on the tree and 590 on a 589. Gets him there first by 1,000. So we went from a 17 ten-thousandths margin to a 16 ten-thousandths margin. Winner's Carpenter. Kevin Little ends up 574 on a 570. Ernie Humes and Philip Truitt. Winner's going to be Truitt on a double breakout. Truitt was 004 at this end of the racetrack, 13 thou better than Ernie Humes' 17 green. Truitt gets there first by 10 thousandths of a second. Ernie Humes chased him through and broke out by more as Philip was 680 on a 681 under 6 thou. Ernie Humes was under 9 thou. And the winner is going to be Truitt. Tim Phipps and Cale Hoffman. Cale, 766 was the dial. Tim Phipps was waiting forever. And Phipps ends up with a win light. He was 13 red to Cale's 16 red. Both drivers were red. True Start wouldn't have flip-flopped that one, because Cale left first and left worser. But the Ranger, I'm telling you, dude, that Ranger looks like something that it would just be parked in any parking lot or sitting at any red light, and then all of a sudden you'd think, oh, yeah, I'm going to take out the Ranger, and that thing would smoke you. You know, later. Kaylee Creech and Steve Foley. Foley, 602. Creech dialed 658. Foley with the advantage on the starting line by a bunch. 32 thou the difference in reaction time, and Steve Foley, 004, gets their first 12 thou and gets the win. 604 on the 602 for Foley. That's a winner. Kaylee Creech was 036 on the tree, 658 on a 658, but behind that lousy 12 thou at the stripe by way of the difference in reaction time. Foley moving on. That's now Benny Ulmer and Tim Thomas. I think you said Tim Thomas is currently leading the way in the dragsters as we're talking about that Brodix Run for the Heads that is going to be taking place later in the weekend. Again, we're running that through, what, Friday? Friday afternoon. Tim Thomas off and away. He's got the advantage on the tree with a 008 light, but Benny Ulmer is going to take that long-roofed wagon into round number 2 as he goes 577 on a 577. He was 21 on the tree to Tim's 008. But Ulmer runs right on the dial with a 2 in the little number column and gets the win light. Tim Thomas, 008, 63 on a 60, was 3 above and 17 thou behind at the light, or at the stripe, is Zach Norris and Jerry Birchfield Sr. Jerry's in the 68-bodied Camaro. Zach Norris is in the 92-bodied S10, the chop top. We like tilt that windshield back, chop the top. I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Winner's going to be Birchfield. 532 on a 530 for Jerry. Was 26 on the tree, and then gets their first 11 thou. Zach Norris, 44 green, 1 above, and going to find his way to the buyback window, which is downstairs here at the tower, by the way, if you don't know where it is. Michelle Martel and David Collins. Collins, 628 the dial for the racer out of Newport, Tennessee. And Michelle Martel, Fredericksburg, Virginia, home base. That is a, whoa. All right, I like that truck even more now. It is a pretty blue, and it does a nice wheel stand. Well, I'm going to get to see it in the buyback round. Michelle, 18 green, 597, no good. David Collins, 20 on the tree, and 1 above. So, yeah. Now, Brian Martell and Robert Richardson. All right. So the Martells like wheel standing cars. Hear the throttle work down there at the top end of the racetrack, and the winner is going to be Martell. 18 to a 17 on the trees. Brian was 18. Robert was 17. Brian was 1 above the dial. Robert was 2 above the dial, and it comes down to 7th thou at the stripe. Win light goes to Brian Martell. As now Matt Dattis comes back out in a pickup truck. He's already picked up 1 win light in round number 1 in the Starfire. And Smokey Dial. Again, one of those things where the dial-ins, we've seen this before. 651 to a 615. Basically, they took the 2 numbers behind the decimal and swapped them around. All right, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. Away we go. Oh, Matt Dattis, 007, takes 6th thou at the stripe to get the win light and ends up 652 on a 651. Smokey Dial was 24 on the tree and then ends up 615 on a 615, no good. So 24 dead, 2 out. Matt Dattis, 007 and 13 above. Essentially locked him out. With that 20 total is now Shane Maddox and Brian Atkins. Maddox in the Mustang, and Atkins, I don't even know if that classifies as limo tint. That's just like flat-out black paint on glass. But it looks good. It looks really good. The car, anyway. The run, gonna have to buy back. 26 on the tree and 645 down the racetrack. Shane Maddox, 547 on the 536. Maddox gets the win as he just kind of legs him through, and that's going to bring up Brian Oakes and Eric Merrifield. Oakes on the left side, the 69 Camaro. 630 is the dial, and Eric Merrifield rolling up here in a T-Stock Automatic 1977 AMC Gremlin with a massive 258 cubic inches. And like a 2.2 second head start. Whoa. Whoa. Down to the stripe we go, and the winner is going to be Brian Oakes on a double breakout. Eric Merrifield, 8:48 on an 8:51. He was too quick. Brian Oakes was 6:28 on the 6:30. And on the double breakout math, by 16 thousandths of a second, Brian Oakes will advance. Ken Hanley and Wesley Roberts. Hanley on the left side. In the Cavalier. So Cavalier. And Wesley Roberts in the Camaro. Roberts, another one of the home game racers. Dialed in at 579. Head start goes to Hanley in the Cavalier. Once again, both orange and blue sticker door cars, you have been called into the lanes, please. Orange and blue sticker door cars, you've all been called as both Hanley and Roberts leave with the wheels up. Roberts goes too quick. 577 on a 579. He's under 13 thou with a breakout. Kent Hanley was 601 on a 601. It was 3 thou between him in reaction time. 039 on the tree for Hanley to an 036 for Roberts. And as Roberts runs too quick, that'll earn him an opportunity at the buyback window as Kevin Pollard and Chuck Griffith. And if I remember right, Pollard is foot braking his babe. The Virginia-based car, 539 is the dial. Chuck Griffin and his S10. Mean. Getting down there, and it's going to be Pollard. Another double breakout game. Pollard was under by 2 thousandths of a second. Chuck, well, he was under by a little more than that. 24 thou. Chuck Griffin bows out. Kevin Pollard moves on. Pollard was 16 green, 2. Chuck Griffin's 21. Is now Jeff Caudle and Glenn Ferguson. And I really wish somebody would hurry up and just hit that trip zip. We need that trip zip. Jeff Caudle, Glenn Ferguson. Ferguson dialed 604, gets the win as he goes 6-0-4-0. Our first one of the day for that dead on zero will go into the drawing for the FST carburetor, getting that dead on dialer award. He was 11 on the tree and dead zero down at the finish line. Jeff Caudle was 18 green and had nowhere to go with it as Glenn ended up 11 total. Ferguson got there first, or excuse me, Caudle got there first, but Ferguson going to be the winner as Greg Haynes and Richard Alford Jr. And again, I want that like first triple, that zip to roll out here because I want to give away $500. Alford, 9 total. 008, dead one, gets him the win, gets their first 24th hour over Greg Haynes. Haynes was 007 on the tree. And then ends up 2 above the dial, 568. On the 566 on the losses. Now Jeff Parrish and Tommy Plott. Tommy here, dialed in at 541. Jeff Parrish over there, dialed in at 617. And oh. Jeff Parrish, 001 red. Adds the 4th one of the day up there. We have come so close to getting that perfect reaction time. The first perfect reaction time is what we're looking for in the door cars in order to give away that that money. Brent Alford, 21 on the green side and dead on 0. So Brent Alford's going to add his name as the second driver to that FST carb drawing. as Race Kid was 18 green and then takes fourth out at the stripe and breaks out by 1. Ugh. Get their first fourth out, break out by 1 as Alford was 21 dead 0 for the win. As now Eric Thomas and Shane Carr. Come on. Still looking for that first 000, $500 cash bonus. Thanks to the Harbaugh Group. For the perfect, we need the first perfect reaction time. That's what we need. Shane Carr got close, but wasn't perfect. And the win light comes on for Eric Thomas. Ooh. Shane Carr doing what several before him have done. Breaks it out 1 thou. And we'll have to buy back 17 thou is what he took at the stripe. Needed to shave that down to 16 thou or less as Eric Thomas ends up 19 total, 14 green and dead on 5 to get the win light on that left side of the racetrack. That'll even bring up Jimmy Hodges and Randy Sessoms. Sessom's over on the left side. 630 is the dial. Jimmy Hodges dialed in at 672. And away they go. Winner, Jimmy Hodges, 673 on that 672. He was 14 green, 1 above, getting their first 9 thou for the win. Randy Sessoms, 17 green and 1 above. On the loss is now Greg Walker in the 68 Camaro and Thomas Fletcher, the 89 Camaro. Fletcher out of Gates, New York. 434 cubic inches, 637 is the dial, and the head start on the right side. Greg Walker is going to try to hunt him down with a 546. Win light to Walker. Walker 15 green and 547 on the 546. Thomas Fletcher was 19 green. Get their first 22 thou and breaks out 13 thou. So win light to Walker, and Austin Brown's going to need a little help getting backed up here as he has completed the burnout. Rolled about 2 car lengths past the starting line and is now getting pushed back. Jeff Longany. Gets the single as Austin Brown will have to go back and take a close look at the Nova. Jeff Longany on the solo. 004 dead on 0. Are you kidding me? Show off. Be like, oh, you're not going to run me? Fine. I'm just going to go 004 and be dead on 0. And Austin Brown's probably looking at that now going, well, okay. I mean, I could have got inside of that, but, you know, who knows? Be like, well, if that's how it was going to be, then I'm glad I sat out over here. Huh. So Jeff Longany adds the 3rd name to the list of dead on 0 dialers already today. And I believe we are just like maybe past the halfway point in Door Cars round number 1. What up, Loose Change? How you doing? How you liking them weights on the outside of your wheel? I saw that picture. That's funny. That was funny. That was great. Bert Lewis and Steve Hatfield. Hatfield out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. I do like the 57 Chevy. He's dialed in at 490. And Bert Lewis probably got the coolest sponsor on property, Gun Monkey. I need a Gun Monkey. Oh, red light start for Bert Lewis. The Gun Monkey. Let it go too soon by 11 thousandths. Steve Hatfield, 489 on a 490. 21 green. As Bert Lewis takes the Gun Monkey down and runs dead on 5. There's now Stacy Schroeder and Brett Nesbitt. Schroeder went deep into the night last night as part of that $15,000 race. Out of Pennsylvania, dialed in at 5:01, and Brett Nesbitt dialed in at 6:24. Nesbitt fouls it away 0.08 of a second. Stace Schroeder gets the win light, 23 green and 5:00 on a 5:01. Finishes up the run 5 thou under, but already had the win light, the win banner, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's almost like when that winner pops up on the top side of the scoreboard. It's like a stamp of approval. Brett Nesbitt was 8 thou red and 6:25 on a 6:24 in the losses. Now John Hodson and Chuck O'Neill. So what is it? I'm drawing a blank right now, like a group of horses. Because we've got Mustangs side by side. We got 24 thou separating them in reaction time. And we got a win light on a double breakout for Chuck O'Neill. O'Neill, 675 on a 676. John Hodson ends up 542 on the 546 on the loss.
What were you drawing a blank on, Nathan Hershey?
Well, like I can't remember what, like a whole big group of horses is.
A herd.
Is it a herd? No.
A pack?
I think it's something else. Like you get a flock of seagulls.
How about a plethora of horses?
No, I don't think it's a plethora.
Is that anything like a plethora of piñatas?
Would you say I have a plethora? We'll see. We'll see. Is it? I mean, is that I'm just overthinking it? Is it really just a herd of horses? I don't know. Where's Sally? She would know. Barry Tichy and Andy Dolan. I guess I was just overthinking it. It is a herd. Andy Dolan, 597 was the dial. Barry Tichy, 611 was the dial on the right side, and the win light's going to belong to Andy Dolan. 2 above. Was 16 on the green side of the tree and trimmed it down to 2 thou at the stripe for the win. Barry Tichy was 12 on an 11 dial at that end. Yeah. I guess I was just overthinking it. I mean, I thought for some reason it was something else.
I mean, like, we could go with, like, a mob.
No. I mean, I just...
Herd? We're good with herd?
Well, because, you know, like geese is a gaggle. I was just thinking it was something else, but that's okay. I like that, WC. What's it called? It's called horses. With an S. It's plural. Larry Murray and Tommy Williams. 15 thou between them, and the win light's going to go to Larry Murray. 570 on a 569 was 16 green. Tommy Williams was 001 on the tree, but ends up 5 off the dial and bows out. So Larry will bring the Mustang back. See, more Mustangs returning to round number 2. We'll add to the herd as Blaine Parrish and Noah Carpenter. Magna went all out. Magna went all out. Noah Carpenter, 581. Blaine Parrish dialed 585. And as we are rolling through the door cars, we're getting ready for some dragsters. 12 thou between them in reaction time. Noah Carpenter, 12, take 1 thou at the stripe to be 1 above and get the win light. Blaine Parrish was 24 green, dead on 6, and no good. Like I said, we are kind of rolling through our door cars, which means that orange sticker dragsters. It's your turn to make your way to the staging lanes.
So if the plural of goose is geese, why isn't the plural of moose meese? See, that's why English is hard.
English sucks. But it'll be all right. Michael Jackson dialed in at 560. Kevin Glenn dialed in at 523. Manga. All right, thanks. 007 on the tree and 561 on a 560 for Michael Jackson. He gets there for 7th thou and gets the win light. As Kevin Glenn, 22 green, dead on 6, not so good. I mean, good, but not enough to light up the scoreboard. That'll bring up Rob Leipziger and Anthony D'Agostino. D'Agostino in that Patty Boy racing car was last year's. I mean, June. I keep thinking it was last year, but it was June's best appearing car out there in that Todd Barton best appearing car award. Ooh. Rob Leipziger gets the advantage on the starting line, was 008 on the tree and gets the win light. Wow. Both of them 2 off the dial. Leipziger 008, 32 on a 530. Anthony D'Agostino was 17 green and 586 on a 584 and by 7 thousandths of a second. Gets the win light. As Kenny Underwood and Tommy Jones. Yes, Kenny Underwood. Lining up on the left side with that 604 dial. Tommy Jones, the 89 Trans Am out of North Carolina. Underwood with the wheels up charge. Grabs the brakes and gives it back. It looked like he gave it back at the stripe. Tommy Jones, 26th thou on the tree, 520 on a 519. He was exactly 1 above the dial. And gets himself a win light by 12 thousandths of a second as Underwood was out there. You saw the brake lights flash on the back of the Underwood ride, and by 12 thousandths of a second, he ends up behind 606 on a 604. You do love dad jokes. And by the way, looking at that, where people talking about Gary, Indiana, I got a story about Gary, Indiana. Yeah, I got off the freeway in Gary, Indiana. Didn't realize where I was at. Shouldn't have done that.
That's a bad, that's like making bad choices.
Should not have done that. It turned out okay. But, yeah. Chris Dean dialed 591 left side. Tucker Creech breaks it out on a 576 dial to bow out. He ends up 9 thou under the dial, getting there second as he just chased Chris Dean through. Dean 17 green and dead on 6. 591 on a 591. To get the win light. Actually, in the better part of the Gary, Indiana story, that was actually the first place that I ever had White Castle. Never had a White Castle burger in my life. Maybe never will again. But I'm just saying. Stephen McCrory and Wayne DeSantis. McCrory left side down 739. DeSantis right side down 578. And the winner is going to be DeSantis. 21 on the tree. Get their first 9 thousandths of a second. And gets the win light. Stephen McCrory was 19 green, 2 above, 741 on the 739. As now Leon Tynes Sr. and Kerry Curling. Curling out of Virginia, 557. Is the dial. Leon Tynes, 502. Oh, I'm certainly not laughing about that. I was laughing about a little text I just got from Jake Hodge. But 001 red, Kerry Curling makes it 5 already today that have missed the tree by a thou. Leon Tynes gets the win light, 10 on the tree and 505 on a 502. Still looking for that perfect reaction time in the door cars, and we're running out of them. Come on. Come on.
Like literally after 19 perfect lights yesterday, I'm honestly stunned that we haven't had one yet this morning.
We can't get one.
I mean, we've had, what, 5 001 reds?
Yes. Joel Hubbard and Bobby Bladen. Bladen out of Maryland, 546, the dial on the right side. Sorry, got distracted there for a minute. Joel Hubbard, 499, the dial on the left. Big advantage on the tree to Bobby Bladen as he was 23 green. Again, advantage on the tree being 23 green. Joel Hubbard was not. Had an 068 light. Hubbard ends up getting there first, but breaks it out on the effort. And the winner will be Bobby Bladen, 548 on a 546. But, all right. Got to go to Fort Wayne, Indiana, and try eating at Powers, huh? Okay. Howard Westbury and Rocky Pinavale. Pinavale is like, every time he shows up at a fling, the dude just like knocks it down. He's dialed 577. Howard Westbury's dialed 552. 2 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Ooh, baby. Wow. Pinavale does it again. 14 green, dead on 7. Gets there second. Howard Westbury was 16 green. Take 12 thou at the stripe to break out 7 thou on the loss. So Pinavale moving on to round number 2 as Colby Fuller and Jeff Verdi. Verdi in the GTO, Fuller in the Camaro. As Fuller made it to the semifinal round last night, was one of the 2-door cars left in the game. It was Fuller, and it was that other guy, that Gary, it'll come to me in a minute. Oh, yeah, Williams, that guy. 6 thou between them in reaction time. And the win light goes to Fuller. 13, take 2 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Jeff Verdi was 19 green, 1 above, and Verdi's probably sitting there going, what do I got to do? What do I got to do? Well, the answer is buyback. So the buyback window, again, is open. Downstairs, bottom of the tower, $170 is the buyback today. As Will Walton and James Bunner will be the next 2. Walton in the Malibu, 623 to Bunner's 528. Head start to the left side. Here comes Bunner. Finish line, it's going to be James. 24 on the tree. Take 4 thou at the stripe and goes 582 on a 582. Dead on 1 to be 25 total. Will Walton was 13 green. And 1 above the dial, bowing out on the loss, is David Brodsky and Tanner Miller. Miller with a 560. And I'm just kind of watching what's happening here. That's odd. But, okay. And David Brodsky, 495. I mean, obviously things are different in different places, but why would you sit there pre-stage and, have the door open on your car? Everybody does things their own way. Staged upset. Tree drops. And David Brodsky, unfortunately, is red by 12 thousandths of a second. Brodsky is done. Tanner Miller, 16 green and 561 on a 560. He will advance. As now Jerry Lone and E.J. Womack. I understand from what I was been told that Jerry Lone actually came out here, made the time run on Tuesday, then actually had to haul the car all the way back home to get a new drive line and a yoke put in the thing. Got the transmission all checked out, then had to drive it all the way back here to make the run here in round number 1. 30 thou between them in reaction time between E.J. and Jerry Lone, and it's going to be E.J. 629 on a 628. He's 1 above the dial, was 25 on the tree. Jerry Lone had an 055 reaction time. And then ends up 2 off the dial, 579 on a 577. Had it dialed about right. Just gave up about 30 thou at this end of the racetrack as now Marty Dabney and Trey Bunner. Bunner on the right side with a 627. Marty Dabney on the left side with a 499. And again, orange sticker dragsters. Orange sticker dragsters. If you are within the sound of my voice, you should be in the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Sup, Big Stevie? Who's no longer Big Stevie? 4th thou between the two of them. In reaction time, the winner is going to be Trey, 13 green and 631 on a 627. Got there first by 2/10 as Marty Dabney had some serious issues with the car. He was 17 green and then just disappeared. Just like vanished from the scene as Trey Bunner. Obviously backing it off enough to not break out as now Cole Williams and Rodney Pryor. But again, yeah, Big Stevie checking in from Vegas. Probably already out running his trucks up and down the road or whatever it is. But, I mean, used to be. Now he's little Stevie. Tiny. We start calling him Tiny. So Pryor with a 482. Williams with a 547. And 10 thou between them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Williams, 003, and 549 on a 547. He's 2 above the dial, get their first 35 thou, and gets the win light. Rodney Pryor, 13 green and 5 above the dial. As now Joe Santangelo and Chris Webb. Webb did a nice little wheel stand during his new entry time run earlier this morning. Lining it up on the right side with that 618 number, Santangelo. Looks like going to be a second entry for him here in the door cars over on the left side, 627. Chris Webb fouled it away, 21 thousandths of a second. Santangelo gets the insta win. 10 green and 628 on a 627. As that will be that. And we've got a burnout contest taking place here. That was actually pretty impressive. I mean, really impressive. As Bill Groten, the 66 GTO. And Jeff Serra. So Groten dialed in at 658. Jeff Serra dialed in at 524. And, oh, wow. Jeff Serra, you can hear him go on and off the converter there, and he wins 001 red. Bill Groten is 003 green and 662 on a 658. But Serra was just like, ooh, that ain't going to work. 001 red. As Tracy Wiggins and Eric Merrifield. Are you serious? Merrifield's got the Gremlin, and he's also got the Bounding Beagle. Oh, yeah. Tracy Wiggins dialed 619. Merrifield dialed 660. Nothing between them in reaction time. Both cars were 003. And it comes down to 10 thou at the stripe. Tracy Wiggins, 621 on a 619. 2 above the dial. Eric was 3 above the dial. But how, if you're Eric Merrifield, how do you go from driving a Gremlin to that Bounding Beagle that puts it like vertical on the starting line? That's awesome. Love it. All right, here's Gary Williams. That was the guy that was in the... No, he was the other half of the semifinals for the door cars last night. Because, again, it came down to 4 left for the 15-grander. 2 dragsters, 2 door cars. There we go. There we go. How about our first perfect reaction time of the day?
It's the last pair.
And it was the last pair of door cars. The very last pair of door cars. We got our perfect reaction time, and Matt Zapp just took care of Gary Williams. See that? Don't mess with the preacher. Gary Williams was 11 on the tree, take 15 thou at the stripe to break out 9 thou, and Matt Zapp trip, zip, perfect, one above to get the win light, and grab himself a $500 bonus thanks to the Harbaughs. That was pretty fun.
That just absolutely solidifies that it pays to live right.
It does. It does. Well, I'll tell you what, we're swapping from door cars to dragsters. I'm going to go take a little break. Mr. Mike Eames, straight out of Utah.
It's kind of like straight out of Compton, only
No, it's not.
Substantially different.
It is not at all.
Mike Bloomfield Jr. read by 12 thou. Great job, Nathan Hershey, as always. Scotty Watts is going to be 13 green, 4803 on the 480. Scotty Watts will move on. As Mike Bloomfield Jr. is read by John Stockton 12. Hunter Patton. Jared Yoker. Euchre. Hunter Crockett, Texas. He went deep last night on FST Carburetors Wednesday. 443 the dial for Hunter. Jared, new arrival today, Salisbury, North Carolina. Euchre Motorsports Undercover Chassis, 523 the dial. So Jared's over in the Napa Auto Parts side. Hunter Patton, Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack, and Jared, well, let's say his reaction time was 574. And that is never, ever, 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 ever going to work out. Well, I shouldn't say never, ever, ever, because Hunter Patton could have went red, but he was 19 green. It's Hunter Patton. Will advance. It's Kevin Brannon. And Jennifer Nabel. And Jennifer, 2 days ago, celebrated a milestone birthday. And let's just say that earlier in the week, Jennifer was 39, and she had a birthday. We don't want to say how old she is now. But she has 523 on the dial. Kevin Brannon. Rabbit is going to move on. 456 on the 452. Kevin and the other dragster made it down to the semifinals last night before being bested by Kyle Coltrera, who ultimately took home the big check. Jennifer Nabel was 9 thou behind at the stripe. 45 green for Jennifer. 526.7 on the 523. Brandon was 29 on the tree. And 4 above and good enough. Chris Galitti and Michael Cockrell. Galitti, that Rad Torque Systems team out of Texas. 481 the dial, and Chris going to be leaving first. Cockrell, Prince Frederick, Maryland. Very, very proper town. Like when you drink your coffee and tea, the pinky finger is automatically extended. Red light start for Cockrell. 22 thou in front of green. Galitti, 007 on the reaction time. With a free look at 481. It was 482.9, 141 on the speed for Chris Galitti. That's Glenn Ferguson. And Joe Julesrud. Ferguson, the Mullis prepared dragster out of North Carolina. Greensboro, to be precise, 454 is the dial and going to be leaving first. Joe Julesrud, Story Point, North Carolina. Race Tech dragster there for Joe. 440 as we look down there at the Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. Little head start there for Glenn Ferguson, and a win on a double breakout. Ferguson's 009 had 454 on the car, 452.9 on the racetrack. Under by 11 thou. Julesrud was 23 green, was 14 behind right down there at the starting line, and is under by 19 thou, 8 thou the margin of victory for Glenn Ferguson. Julesrud will have to come bring $170 down to the bottom of the tower if he would like to continue racing today. It's Henry Dale, Jeff Warren. Henry out of Portland, Tennessee. 464 the dial in. Over in the left lane. And Jeff Warren, Clinton, North Carolina, the M&M race car. 448 there for Jeff as we are in the tree, the green. 2 thou is all that separate him on the starting line. And Jeff Warren joins the Dead on Zero FS Carburetor contest. 15 green, 448.0 for Jeff Warren to move on. Henry Dale was 13 green and 1 above, but Jeff Warren will enter that drawing, joining Chuck Ferguson, Brent Alford, and Jeff Longaney. Jeff Duck and Big Vinny Domino, Staten Island for Numidia Dragway. Biondo Racing Products, Jeff Duck, Class 1 Transport, M&M Race Car, and Vinny Domino. 12 green, 461.1, that's 13 total. And Jeff Duck was 34 thou on the green light start and just wasted $17 on fuel. We still have our $500 for our first Dragster Perfect Reaction Time, courtesy of our good friends Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. So we'll get to give that away to our first competitor, who was Trip Zip. Now let's not do what we did with the door cars and wait all the way to the final pair. Let's get that 3 zeros out of the way here early. Is Dale Taylor. I think Dale Taylor's dial-in board might be broke because it's said 444 all weekend. And Frank Cates. Frank out of Maryland. And Frank has 454.5 on the 454 for Frank Cates. Beats Dale Taylor's quad fours. Dead on 4 loses to dead on 5. Frank was 11 green. Dale Taylor 19 thou on the start. 7 thou, the margin of victory for Frank Cates. Is Dale Taylor. I mean, there's 4s all over the place. 3 4s on the dial, 4 4s on the racetrack. But he's come up 7,000 short here. Marco Paravallaris and Mark Siegel. This is a fantastic matchup. West Coast, East Coast. Marco out of Petaluma, California. Pinella Race Engines, Hoosier Tire, Kasner Racing Transmissions, and Mark Siegel, Flemington, New Jersey. 2 thou separate him on the starting line. Marco left side going to get the win. Dead on 7 for Marco. 442.7 on the 442. Mark Siegel was 13 green, had 2 thou right there on the starting line. Had 474 on the car, 475.0 on the racetrack. Marco's margin of victory, 12-10 thou. Paravallaris will advance. Wade White and Mike Larkin. Wade out of St. Bernard, Louisiana for Hoosier Tire. 462 for W Squared. And Mike Larkin, Salisbury, Maryland for Spicer Brothers Construction. What's up there, Jeff Kreider? Another one of our West Coasters. We'll tell a story about Jeff Kreider here in a minute. 1 thou separate him on the starting line. Wade White, 462, 462.7 for Wade. Mike Larkin gonna end up on the wrong side, 23 green, 442.4 on the 440. So Jeff Kreider there in our live chat. Went to Maui. I went to Maui. Walk into this bar on the beach, and I turn around, and Jeff Kreider, of all the places on the planet, Kreider's in the same place. If I remember right, he actually had a Fling shirt on. I turned around, I'm like, who's wearing a Fling shirt? Jeff Kreider. It's a small rock we live on. It's David Batchelor, Bob McCloskey. Batchelor out of Pennsylvania for Scott's Transmission, 443 on that Dunbenson scoreboard. Bob McCloskey out of New Jersey for Bob McCloskey Racing. Starting line advantage and a win light for McCloskey. Another one of our many races where The opposite lane was locked out. McCloskey's 008 green. 458.9 on the 458. That's 17 total. And Bachelor was 22 green. And dead on 5. And no bueno. Jack Ostrowski. And Race Kid. Race, he'll be part of that Young Guns has-been shootout next week at Bristol. He's going to get Shane Carr, which will be fun. The Kid Performance and Dyno, Markham Motorsports Machine. Ostrowski. Jack Ostrowski, 3 zeros on the scoreboard. You hear all sorts of rips down there, but good news and bad news for Jack Ostrowski. Good news is you are our first perfect reaction time. You're going to take home that $500 courtesy in Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. Well, the bad news is Race Kid was 009 and is going to get the win. Jack, well, you won $500, but you need to come bring 170 of that back to the tower so you can buy back. Bob Murphy, Parker Dotson. Bob out of Pennsylvania. 487 the number there for Bob and Parker Dotson. Saluda NC, the Race Tech dragster there for Parker. Parker dug himself a hole there on the starting line, not going to be able to climb out of it. Bob Murphy's 18 green and 2 above. To provide some electricity over on that Dunbenson side, Parker Dotson, 65 green, and was 5 hun too quick. Ends up breaking it out by a couple, or ends up being first to the finish line by a couple of hun, but it's pretty much all academic as Bob Murphy had Parker Dotson covered. Terrence Sessoms and Scotty G, Scott Gibson. Terrence out of Roseboro, North Carolina. The Roof Doctor, T&W Racing Team car. Scott Gibson, Sanford, Florida. M&M pipe rack there for Scott, 443. Is the dial for Scott. Red light start for Terrence Sessoms. 006 red for Terrence. Scott Gibson will get a free smell of 443. And he smells like 444.8, 154 miles an hour there for Mr. Gibson. Sally Martini walks in and says, smells like Team Spirit. Dave Edwards, Josh Wilkinson. Dave out of Akron, Ohio. The Cured Cream sponsor dragster. 200ths will all that separate him on the dial-in. Josh Wilkinson, Red Oak, Virginia, will be leaving first by that 200ths amount. Well, at least in regards to the dial-in. 482 for Josh, 480 for Mr. Edwards. Red light start for Josh Wilkinson by Derek Jeter, 2 Dave Edwards, 36 green, 478 is good enough. So as I'm watching our live chat here at the great coverage over on Motor Mania TV, big shout out to Jegs and Hoosier for helping with that coverage. I'm just disappointed. There's rules in the live chat. Rules? Rules? We love Motor Mania. We love the live chat. Yes, Hunter Patton is at the race. He has already won in one of the dragsters. He'll be back around here shortly. Troy Williams Jr., Frank Falter IV, and the Candyman dragster. That Troy Williams guy, he's a bit of okay. And Troy Williams Jr. is going to advance on a true start red light as Frank Falter, the fourth. Left second was 007 red. Troy Williams Jr., 002 red. And with the two red lights, whoever is the more worser is not the winner, which that was Frank Falter, the fourth. Troy Williams Jr., 002 red. Closer to the green light is going to move on. Brianna Lucard and Kevin Lister. Brianna, Richmond, Virginia. Lucard's custom paint. 473 is the dial. Kevin Lister, Taylor, South Carolina, 507. And that's stainless hot rod. One thou separate them, and neither one of them was good on the Christmas tree. About 65 left side for Brianna, going to get the win. 474.9 on the 473. Lister is 64 green. And two above to be fourth out behind at the finish line in a round where, you know, you're 00 and not good enough. Here you have 65 in the left lane, 64 in the right lane, and 65 is going to move on. Patrick McMath and Alan Elliott. Alan Elliott is going to get the win, 13 green. Patrick McMath, well, was 233. And 454 on the 455. Alan Elliott, after being 13 green, got off the gas down there and had Patrick McMath covered relatively easily. Mike Ealing and Brian Hicks. Ealing out of Michigan, the White Lightning dragster. Over on the Dunbenson Ford side of the racetrack, 466 the number. Brian Hicks, Pageland, South Carolina, Golden Nugget Seafood, 453 there for Brian. Red light start for Brian Hicks by 2 thousandths of a second. Mike Ealing is going to go 467.0 on the 466 to move on, but it was all over 1 inch into the race, as Brian Hicks was 2 thou in front of green. It's Chris Pichon and Don Butkowitz. Don B. out of New Jersey, 473 the dial for Don. Chris Pichon out of Scranton, PA, 449 the dial-in for Chris here this morning. As Mr. Peter Biondo comes in, he's like, hey, we got a couple more prizes I want to give away. So our next two 000 lights will take home a $250 certificate from Drag Race Solutions. As Chris Pichon going to end up on the right side there, 14 green. 452.3 on the 449. Don Butkowitz was 55 on the starting line and dead on 8. Don just missed the tree. And we'll head to the buyback booth as Nathan Lilly and Rick Hustwaite. Lilly out of Camden, North Carolina. 489 the dial there for Nathan and Rick Hustwaite. Safford, Virginia, 481 the dial in there for Rick. $3 thou, the difference on the starting line. Win light, Rick Hustwaite. 489 on the 481. Rick was 17 on the tree. Nathan Lilly was 20 green, but then 502 on the 489. Hustwaite ended up with a pretty easy one down there at the 8th mile finish line, and Nathan Lilly. and his dragster will head to the buyback booth. Jay Ralston and Will Gilman. Ralston out of Hunlocks Creek, Alabama. I got to get with my man Jared Pennington and find out where Hunlocks Creek, Alabama is, because it just sounds like a cool town. Gilman out of Maine. Gilman way late on the starting line and will not advance out of round one. Jay Ralston, 13 green, 464.6 on the 463 for Jay. Gilman was 64th thou, initiating his run of 469, but was 5 hun behind at the finish line. Ricky Harbaugh. So we appreciate Ricky and Mike for providing those $500 bonuses for the first perfect reaction times that we were able to give away earlier in round number one. Ricky out of Maryland, Miller chassis dragster, 469, will be leaving first. Severn Johnson, Crownsville, Maryland, 466. For that Severn's Performance Center machine, 3 thou separate them on the starting line. Severn is 10, Harbaugh is 13. Severn Johnson will move on as he's 466.9 on the 466, 19 total for Severn. Ricky Harbaugh was 13th thou right down there. And 472 on the 469 down over there. Kent Hanley and Gary Ingold. Last night in elimination, so Gary has 2 dragsters entered this week. Went on a pretty good run in both and was like literally murderer's row in the other lane for like 3 rounds in a row. Kent Hanley, Raleigh, North Carolina, for Indy Gear. And Nesbitt, 461 is the dial. Gary Ingold for Mickey Thompson, FTI, Thoroughly Automotive. Ingold will be leaving first. Hanley taking all of the time to get into the stage, and Hanley is red by 12th thou. Gary Ingold, 20 green, dead on 3 to move 1 car forward. Corey Gallitti, Mike Dollins. Corey out of Tomball, Texas. Part of that big Rad Torque Systems Gallitti contingent. And Mike Dollins, LaGrange, North Carolina. Gallitti off and away, 10 green and a win light. 443.8 for Corey. Snugged it up to 6th thou at the stripe. Dollins was 33th thou on the green light start, 482.1 on the 480. Corey Gallitti will be part of that Young Guns has-been shootout next week. It's Kyle Philhauer and Bill Dempsey. Phil Power, Easy Life Motorsports, 464 on the dial-in for Kyle. Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack, and Bill Dempsey. Elkton, Maryland. That blue dragster there for Bill. Oh, 006 and 009 as Kyle Philpower will end up on the right side. 006, 1 above for Kyle. Bill Dempsey was 009, but then 8 above, going 468 on the 460. So both drivers are 00. Phil Power closer to the dial. And we move on into round number 2. Tommy Cable and Sean Serra. Tommy, Maryland-based race tag dragster. Sean Serra, Doswell, Virginia. And what would you expect when you have two racers of this caliber? They're on the starting line here in round number 1. Both drivers, of course, 00. Tommy Cable, 008, is going to move on, as Tommy Cable is 008, 453.7 on the 453. Sean Serra was better on the starting line, as he's Derek Jeter, 002, and 448.1 on the 446 is Tommy Cable. We'll move on. Sean Serra got down there, decided to cut Tommy Cable loose, as Serra was only 142 miles an hour. Tommy Cable said, that's fine. Take the win light and move forward. It's Ken Batchelor and John Budakowski. Now, Budakowski is always in contention to win Best Appearing Car for the sole reason of having the New York Yankee sticker right by his name on the side of that hot rod. Ken Batchelor, Leland, North Carolina. 7th out of the difference up front. And the win light out the back, going to go to Ken Batchelor. As Batchelor was 19 total, 12 green, 436.7 on the 436. Budakowski was, well, 19 green. Had to be dead zero to have a shot, and he was 450 with a 3 on the 449 to be 13th out behind. There at the finish line, Ken Batchelor will come back and play again without having to spend $170 on the buyback. Bob Engelman and Tommy Norton. Engelman out of Pennsylvania. The Miller chassis. And Tommy Norton, the Maryland-based dragster, is going to illuminate the win light. 006 green for Tommy Norton. 478.4 for Tommy. Engelman was 28 green and 16th out above, going 444.6 on the 443. And Norton had the front of that dragster out in front by 4th out at the stripe. So attention on property and attention in the pit area. If you, by chance, misplaced your Simpson fire jacket, black, size extra large, go see Emily Biondo down at the bottom of the tower. Once again, if you're looking around and cannot find your black Simpson extra large fire jacket, was found in the staging lanes, go down to the base of the tower. We might have it. And I think you might need it. Michael Spencer. John Douglas Jr. is our next pair. Spencer out of North Carolina, right down over there, Race Tech. Prepared race car, 427 there for Spencer. John Douglas Jr., Charlotte Hall, Maryland. 475 is going to be the number, so almost a full bulb head start there for Mr. Douglas. We're going to call it 98% of a full bulb. .400 advantage for Douglas as they leave the starting line, and a win light there for JDJ. 477 on the 475. Michael Spencer was 54. Getting the finger off the button. And goes dead on 2. But crosses the finish line as a first round runner-up. It's Bailey Ferraro and Lynn Bowie. Bailey out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. McCarty Auto Parts. Leaving first, 463. Lynn Bowie. Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. Ken Keir. Built dragster, 451. The dial in for Lynn. Bailey was part of the race on Tuesday, the American Race Cars Race Tech Dragster Shootout. Both drivers, 00 and Bailey Ferraro. Okay, Lynn Bowie's 006 green and is completely froze out. Bailey Ferraro, 003, dead on 0, and we apologize to Tim Thomas because Bailey Ferraro is 3 total, and that is going to lead the clubhouse for the Brodix shootout on the dragster side. So the Brodix shootout that'll happen on Friday evening. The best door car package for the week, the best dragster package for the week, will run off for those heads. Robert Fortuna is 1 total, and the door cars leading the way. But Bailey Ferraro was 3 total right there. Is Heather Boyko and Joel Maddox. And it'll be Maddox. 29 green for Joel. 146 on the speed. Heather Boyko was 21 green, a little bit better on the starting line, but 3 above as Maddox was 4th thou in front at the finish line. It's Troy Williams and Kyle Hustwaite. Not Troy Williams Jr. This is Troy Williams, Virginia Troy Williams. Not Florida Troy Williams Jr. Kyle Hustwaite, also from Virginia. 486 the dial for Kyle. 463 for Troy. 18 green for Troy, but a win light for Kyle. 25 thou on his green light. 487.0 for Kyle. 3 thou in front at the finish line. As Hustwaite on the right side of the mathematical equation as Taylor Holland. And number 26. Holland out of Lexington, Kentucky. 445 the dial. And Sugar Shane Carr, Kick Booty Motorsports. There for Shane. He will be part of the Young Guns Has Been Shootout. I think it's Race Kid next week at Bristol. Like, that 8-car shootout is just going to be stellar. The matchups are great. Taylor Holland, little starting line advantage in the win. 003 for Taylor. Taking 002 at the stripe. 448 on the 445. Shane was 14 green and 3 above. And will get to bring $170 to the base of the tower. You're welcome. Steve McCory and Ryan Barnes. Now McCory, who's running the old Pontiac in the door car category, the dragster here, was in both cars last night late. Before bowing out in both. 476 the dial for Steven. Ryan Barnes, Brunswick, Georgia. 474 the dial in for RB. McCory is going to move on out of this pair. 008, 477.0 on the 476. Ryan Barnes is dead on 6, but 22 thou there on the starting line. Stephen McCory in front by 100 at the finish line. To go forward is David Wright and Shannon Justice. Shannon is over on that Dunbenson Ford side out of Lexington, North Carolina. 479 is the dial. John Brown, 450. The dial in there for John Brown. John out of Titusville, Florida. Double 08 for Shannon. And the win light for Shannon Justice. 481.1 on the 479. Was out in front by 1 thou at the finish line. John Brown is dead on 7 and is sent packing here in round number 1. There's Jeremy York and Joe Martin. As we are going to have a parts call here momentarily as soon as I get additional information. Everybody's been absolutely spectacular on the parts calls this weekend. As soon as I get additional info, we'll get that relayed. Joe Martin is going to take out Jeremy York. 477.3 on the 475. Joe Martin was 41 green. Jeremy York was 32 thou on the green light start, so neither driver is going to be highlighting the reaction time in that race. Jeremy York had 482 on the scoreboard, goes 486. And York will head for the buyback booth. So Mike Hoff and Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas was leading the way, and that Brodix cylinder heads best package run off until Bailey Ferraro went 3 total about 12 pair ago. Mike Hoff out of Hanover, PA, 481 the dial there for Mike. Tim Thomas, Lumberton, North Carolina, Thomas Car Sales and Repair, 465 the dial in there for T Squared. $6 thou the difference on the starting line. Tim Thomas, 14 green, 465.7 on the 465. Mike Hoff was 20 thou on the green light start and a hunt above. It's Tim Thomas goes into round number 2. It's Jeff Grote, Richard Alford Jr. Grote, Hollywood, Maryland. That flamed Miller dragster, 471 the dial, 461 there for Richard Alford Jr. Raleigh, North Carolina. Interesting how Richard sits way forward and is read by 9 thou. Grote, 33 green, and a free look at 471. He's going to look at 471.4. 145 on the mile an hour as Grote will press forward. It's Brent Martin and Corey Funderburk. Martin out of La Plata, Maryland. There for Brent, the Martin's Service Station race tag dragster. That's Corey Funderburk. Marshville, North Carolina. American Race Cars prepared. Lawn dart over there, 493 the dial for Corey. Corey had a pretty good run yesterday. Going to be leaving first by about a half a bulb. Perfect reaction time for Brent Martin. That is going to pick him up a $250 certificate courtesy of Drag Race Solutions. So Brent Martin with a perfect reaction time. Corey Funderburk is read by 17. Jacob McNeil and Jerry Brewer. So our perfect reaction time scoreboard is starting to gain on our 001 red scoreboard, which is like what we'd rather have. I'd rather have way more perfect lights versus way more 001 reds. Jacob McNeil, Longview, Texas, D&M Truck Trailers, 440 the dial there for JM. And Jerry Brewer, the Brewer Body Shop undercover dragster, 441, leaving first by a hun. And a thou separate him on the starting line. McNeil out in front and is going to get the win. 445 on the 440 for McNeil. Brewer down to the 441, but was a tenth above, going 452. 16 green for Jacob, 17 green for Brewer. Jacob McNeil gets the win there. It's Donovan Williams and Franklin DeBartolomeo. Donovan, Bradenton, Florida. The Overkill Motorsports team car. 479 there for Donovan, and Franklin 470. As we have one of our cars stopped all the way down there at the big end of the racetrack in the right lane. So we have red lights here on the bottom of the racetrack, or the bottom of the Christmas tree.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
As we look down yonder, Jay God, is that like a proper Southern term? What would you say like a far distance? What's like the correct Southern terminology? Down there? Down there? Way down there? As we look down, I literally could see like a sliver of the left rear tire of our competitor that was parked down there at the, like, almost the turnoff. But we'll make sure that everything is 100% copacetic. So Donovan and Franklin fired back up. Donovan last to go in. Donovan Williams, Franklin DeBartolomeo. Donovan Williams, 003 on the starting line, 2 above. Gets the win light. Franklin DeBartolomeo, 16 green, 472.3 on the 470. We don't want to talk about what happened with Franklin in the pickup truck in round number 1. And we've kind of put that completely out of our mind. But he's going to fall short here as well and have to buy back in both. Josh Lutke, Ashley Smith. Josh, in June, picked up a big check here at Galot. At the first Fling race, as Mother Nature played all sorts of havoc. They had to combine 2 of the 25 granders and ended up with that 50 grand payday as both competitors are 002 and Ashley Smith is already off the gas. Tough break for Ashley as Ashley is pulling over and stopping just past the finish line. Josh Lutke was 002, as was Ashley. Josh got down there at 450 feet, got off the gas. Josh is going to pick up the win. As Ashley Smith pulled over to Winterville, North Carolina. Ashley Smith, electric dragster, has come to a stop. As we will send support down from the top end to Ashley Smith's dragster. So we are right in the middle of round number 1 of our dragster category here on Moser Engineering Thursday at the Sparco Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Just shy of 400 entries here on the grounds. The vast majority of the competitors will load up and head up the road to Bristol for the great Fling event that'll be held next week. So the prize vault has been cracked open. We've already given away a whole bunch of stuff this morning. Giving away a couple of $500 cash prizes, courtesy of Mike and Ricky Harbaugh for our first perfect reaction times. Matt Zapp and Jack Ostrowski were our two $500 winners for the first perfect reaction times. They're in the door car and in the dragster. As Matt Zapp waited till the final pair to give us our first perfect reaction time. Over $50,000 in prizes will be given away here this week at Galot Motorsports Park. As we're getting Ashley Smith hooked up. And off of that Napa Auto Parts side of the racetrack as we can continue to work our way through round number 1. All of our racer appreciation giveaways, all of our round prizes will go into effect. I mean, first round, Stainless Works dragster headers. Round 2, Biondo Racing products. ProLite Sparco suits. Hoosier tires, some slicks. FTI, some converters each day for round 4. Mickey Thompson round 5. More slicks. Autometer, $500 certificates there in round 6. And Goodyear, 3 sets of rear slicks here over the next 3 days. So, I mean, there's round prizes.
Greg Moser, you're going to take the win.
Leading the way in the dragsters. Whoever those two competitors end up being, we'll have a runoff Friday night, and we'll get those SR20 cylinder heads, which is a value of like just over $5,000. Is a racer in need? We have a parts call for Brian Tolson. We need ring and pinion for 12 volt. If anybody has a ring and pinion for 12 volt, please, please, please come down and see us in the bottom of the tower. We'll let you know how you can get a hold of Brian. So we've been very, very good in regards to helping racers in need. So if you have a ring and pinion for 12 volt, please come see us down at the bottom of the tower, and we can get you in contact with Brian Tolson and hopefully get that hot rod put back together and continue racing with us here this weekend. So once again, we're looking for a 12-bolt ring and pinion. If you have one of those stashed in your trailer, come down and see us at the bottom of the tower, and we'll get you in contact with Brian Tolson. Tommy Strickland, and Jamie Holston. Tommy out of North Carolina, the undercover dragster, 459 is the dial. Jamie Holston, Virginia-based blown dragster. Jamie, when we were here in June, picked up the big win on FST Carburetor Wednesday. 006 and 007 on the starting line, and the win light for Tommy Strickland by 1,000th of a second. 461.1 on the 459 for Tommy. Jamie was 006 there on the starting line, dialed 445, went 447.3, and was 13.10 thou behind Tommy Strickland as they went through that 8th mile finish line. Tommy Strickland in a race that was toit like a tiger, is going to move on. Bobby Inslee and Shane Maddox. Bobby out of Salisbury, Maryland. The Miller dragster, 465 is the dial for Bobby on the Dunbenson Ford side. Shane Maddox. The Maddox Race Cars Team Machine, Piedmont SC. There for Shane, 443. The dial for the black dragster with that orangish roll cage up on top. As we're looking down from our perch. Rip, green, 006 and 008, the lights. The win light for Bobby Inslee on a double breakout. Inslee under by 7th thou. Maddox under by 11th thou. Inslee a little better on the starting line, was 006 green. Shane Maddox was 008 on the green light start. But Maddox under by 11th thou. Inslee under by 7th thou. And BI is going to move forward. Is Kenny Underwood and Buddy Dial. Skinny Kenny for Jegs, an FTI out of Delaware, Ohio. 477 for Kenny, doing double duty in the door car and the dragster. Was already bounced in the door car in round number 1. He had a buyback, and Buddy Dial out of Rolla, North Carolina. Kenny Underwood is 009 and is dominated on the starting line, as Buddy Dial is 003 on another double breakout. Buddy Dial is going to move on, 4805 on the 481. Buddy Dial under by 5 thou. Skinny Kenny Underwood, after being 009 on the starting line, has 477 on the race car, has 476.4 on the racetrack, under by 6 thou. A thou is going to be the margin of victory for Buddy Dial, as Ricky McNeil and Bobby Bladen. McNeil out of Apache, Oklahoma. 512 the dial for Ricky. A black dragster on the Dunbenson Ford side, and Bobby Bladen. Gambrills, Maryland. Resident American dragster, 445. There for BB. Bladen flickers that bottom stage bulb. McNeil pretty solid going in. 4 thou is the difference on the starting line. Bladen is going to move on. 445.8 on the 445 was 15 green. Was Bobby B. Ricky McNeil, 19 thou on the green light start, 2 above, going 514.0 on the 512. As Bladen lights the win light there is Lester Atkins and Josh McDaniel. Lester Atkins, the Commonwealth of Kentucky. 461 is the dial-in. Josh McDaniel did not participate yesterday. He was one of our new time runs this morning. Coming over from Tennessee. There's Mr. McDaniel. 500s to separate on the dial-in. Atkins 461 is leaving first. Both drivers are 10 green. And Lester Atkins on another double breakout is going to move forward. 458.6 on the 461. Under by 24 thou. McDaniels under by 28 thou, going 453.2 on the 456. So by 4 thou, Lester Atkins gets to go. Tanya Pruitt and Brett Nesbitt. Nesbitt Performance Engines Machine, FTI. As well for Brett, Tanya Pruitt, a little shorty dragster. Race Tech Machine for Kick Booty Motorsports there for Tanya. 473 on the dial. Nesbitt's 443. Nesbitt might be in a tough spot there on the starting line and will not pick up a round 1 win light. Tanya Pruitt, 14 green, dead on 4. That is 18 total. And Brett Nesbitt was 30 thou on the green light start and was doing nothing but unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train. Nesbitt had no chance of illuminating a win light. It's Jason Rich and Johnny Tolosano. Jason Rich with trip 4s on that Dunbenson Ford scoreboard. Cookeville, Tennessee resident, and Johnny Tolosano, Jupiter, Florida. It's a pretty good part of the world. The J&J Racing Engines. Dragster on the Napa Auto Parts side. Wow. Jason Rich is 006 green. Johnny Tolosano, his reaction time started with a 6. 6:15 for Johnny, and I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that Johnny might have had some numbers in his box that he didn't want to have in the box. This is Jay Rich. Pretty easy one there. Gets out of round 1. As Val DiGenova and Bruce Widener. Bruce out of Lake Worth, Florida. Val out of Derry, New Hampshire. The Dan Page race cars. 615 cubic inch Chevrolet for Val. Bryson, the American prepared dragster. Val is 001. Bryce is 13 green, and Val DiGenova. 001 on the starting line. 430 with a 9 on the 429. To be 300ths of a second ahead on the finish at the finish line to pick up the win light. Widener was 13 green and 3 above and no good. It's Hunter Patton. Bruce Hensley. Hunter out of Crockett, Texas. It's already moved 1 dragster into round number 2. 459 on the dial there for Hunter. And Bruce Hensley, Unionville, Virginia. Hunter Patton, like, when you talk about stellar race seasons, you look it up in the dictionary, there might be a picture of Hunter Patton. He's had a pretty good year. Like, literally won everything. Three fouls all separate him on the starting line. Hunter Patton. Ay, caramba. It's only Thursday. Hunter Patton, 008, 459.8. We'll move on. Bruce Hensley was 11 on the starting line, but then 2 Hunt above is dialed 466, went 468.0. So Hunter Patton takes both dragsters into round number 2. Bruce Hensley will come back to the buyback window. One of those things when you're thinking about Hunter Patton and Honey Wayne and you kind of combine Hunter Wayne. I mean, sometimes your mouth goes faster than your noodle. It's Lauren Freer and Rusty Maddox. Lauren out of Mooresville, North Carolina. LMF Motorsports Dragster, 456 on the dial. For Lauren and Rusty Maddox. Maddox Race Cars dragster 443 on the dial, and as we're 008 and we're 005, and the 008 is going to move on. Lauren Freer, 456 on the scoreboard, goes 457.1 and is 4th thou in front for Lauren Freer. 008 taking 4th thou. That was Rusty Maddox. Down to 443 was 005. So 3 thou better for Rusty Maddox on the starting line. And goes 444.8 to be behind at the finish line is Brad Taylor and Andy Lloyd. Brad Taylor, Taylor Motorsports dragster, 476 is the dial, and Andy Lloyd out of Virginia, 449. The selected dial for Andy here in round number 1 on Moser Engineering Thursday. So we're going to hand out 25 GER. Brad Taylor, 006, 477 on the 476 is good enough. Andy Lloyd, 17 green, 450 on the 449 to be a wee bit shy. There's Jason Hoff and Scott Albrecht. Scott Albrecht is 000 on the starting line. Perfect reaction time there for Scott Albrecht. 454.8 on the 455 on a double breakout. Jason Hoff was 006 and 3 thou under, losing to perfect on the starting line and 2 thou under. Man, it's just tough. You know, in the few pair ago, we had 65 green and 64 green. 64 green advancing. Here you're 006, and again, their lane's perfect, and you end up on the wrong side. It's Trent Jones and John Edwards the third. Trent had a 96 South Carolina. Red light start for Trent by 5 thou. John Edwards 3 sticks will move on. 17 green for John. Would have been another breakout, double breakout pair. 475.5 on the 476 there for Mr. Edwards. Trent Jones had 443 on the car and goes 442.7. But it was all over on the starting line as Trent Jones was 5 red. Chris Dean and Eric Whitehurst. Chris out of Sanford, North Carolina, 476 on the dial. Eric Whitehurst, Edenton, North Carolina. Race Tech dragster there for EW. And if you are a first round runner-up, because we don't have losers, but we do have a true start win for Chris Dean. Chris Dean left first, was 001 red. Eric Whitehurst left second and was 17 red. And by true start, Chris Dean is going to be your winner. Christine, 479.2 on the 476. Whitehurst was 468.6 on the 468, but true start win for Christine, and that is our 7th 001 red light to 4 perfect lights. As Will Walton, Sean Smith deal. Will out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, 464 the dial on that Dunn-Benson Ford side. Sean Smith deal, Chesapeake, Virginia for Paxton Contractors. The Race Tag Pipe Rack, 476 on the board. As Will Walton has half the reaction time of Sean Smith deal, but Will Walton has all of the win light. 12 green for Will. Sean was 24th thou. Will was 465.5 on the 464. Smithfield 477.5 on the 476, as both drivers were 15th thou over the dial-in. But Will cut Sean's reaction time in half, and that was your margin of victory. It was Wade White and Greg Duffield. Wade always a threat. 458 the dial for the St. Bernard, Louisiana machine for Team Hoosier. And Greg Duffield had a pretty good run last night, made it all the way down to the ladder before bowing out, I believe, of 14 cars, if I remember correctly. Wade White is late. Duffield's 006, and Duffield 483.3. Continues to have a pretty strong fling here at Galot Motorsports Park. Wade White just missed the tree a little bit. 39 green, 459.7. To be on the wrong side is Duffield. Will prevail. It's Brandon Lane and Cody McDaniel. Brandon Lane out of Pikeville, North Carolina, 477 is the dial, and Cody McDaniel, 457. For the racer out of Tennessee. Couple of tenths separate the dial-ins. Lane is leaving first. Both are away. Lane gave up a couple of hunt on the starting line, and Cody McDaniel, 003, 457.9 on the 457. That's 12 combined. Brandon Lane is 25 green, dead on 6, and had no shot. Tough break for Christina DeBartolomeo, whose dragster, after they were paired, had an issue back here behind the burnout box and is not going to make the call in round number 1. Will Coffin, Lancaster, South Carolina, is going to get a freebie in round number 1. Tough break for Christina. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and Christina can go to the buyback booth and try to get back in the program. As Will, with a free data acquisition run, and the data he's going to acquire will be a reaction time of 40 thou and 453.4 on the elapsed time at 151 on the speed, as Will had 456 on the car. Colby Fuller and Donald Webb. Colby out of Savannah, Georgia. 459 the dial for Mr. Fuller, and Donald Webb for Team Trick Flow. 463 is the dial in for the Four Oaks, North Carolina resident. Donald's going to be leaving first. Well, Donald's going to have the opportunity to leave first by 0.04 of a second. $11 green for Webb. Colby Fuller is 001 and 461.1 on the 459 to advance. Colby got down there and stuck the nose out in front by 1,000th of a second. Donald Webb was 11 green, 464.2 on the 463, and missed it by that much. Colby Fuller will head into round number 2 as Jeff Duck and David Dean. Duck for Class 1 Transport. Mifflintown, Pennsylvania, 465 on the Dunn Benson Ford scoreboard. David Dean, Gastonia, North Carolina, for Dean Racing and Heritage Law Firm. thou red for Jeff Duck. Then, of course, you're 2 thou red and you run dead on. It's David Dean, 21 green, 458.1 on the 459 is good enough. It's Chris Bichon and Cole Williams. Cole out of North Carolina. That Ford power dragster, as we are side-by-side 474s here. Bichon out of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and a red light start for Chris by Babe Ruth, 3 thou. And then, of course, Chris is red and runs dead on. 474.5 on the 474 for Chris. Cole was 22 green on the win. And 472.8 on the 474. So the red and dead on curse is in full effect. Rob Lipsinger and Dan Fletcher. Rob out of New Hope, Pennsylvania for Rob's Auto and Collision. Dan Fletcher, currently from Churchville, North Carolina. See what I did there? Churchville, New York. But Mr. Fletcher will be moving to this part of the country here pretty soon. For strutmasters.com, Fletch is 003 and is going to get the win, 477 on the 475 now. Mr. Fletcher is going to be part of the Young Guns Has Been Shootout. He's going to be alongside the Peep Show at Bristol, Mr. Peeps Pennington. A lot of people have made their picks for Mr. Pennington, but you never, ever, 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 ever count out a guy that has won over 100 NHRA national events in any race whatsoever. Doesn't matter what it is. That Indy winner Troy Williams and Johnny Ringo is going to bow out to Troy Williams Jr. 003 for Troy. Team FTI is going to press on 470 with a 2 after being 003. John Ringuet out of Massachusetts was 11 on the tree and 485 on that 484. Troy Williams Jr. gets to move forward. You got to like it when my guy Nathan Hershey walks back up in the tower with gumbo, with food. And it smells really, really good. And looking at what you're doing to the bowl over there, it tastes really, really good. Nathan, don't eat the styrofoam bowl. Like, don't eat the bowl part. I mean, there is some serious strategery going on with Nathan Hershey in this bowl of gumbo. You got to get correct coverage on the rice. You got to make sure that, you know, your portions are all, you know, properly in the spoon. Properly spiced. So right in the middle. Actually, I got to think we got to be past the middle. Jaylene, are we past the middle? Jaylene says we're past the middle of round number 1 here in the Dragsters on Moser Engineering Thursday here at the Sparco Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. So we just had Troy Williams Jr. move forward. There's Johnny Ringo. It's Tom Dauber and Ricky Nelson. Dauber had A minor issue there in the staging lanes. Ricky Nelson patiently waited for the Dauber team out of New Jersey to get everything situated. Ricky Nelson was part of the American Race Cars Race Tag Dragster Shootout, picked up a round 1 win, hurt a lifter, tried to get it put back together before round number 2 came up and did the burnout and was leaking just a little bit. It's Tom Dauber with another perfect reaction time and a win, 4:64.9 for Tom. After being 3 zeros on the starting line, Ricky Nelson, 18 green, 1 above, to be 2 thou behind at the finish line. Tom Dauber did a good job on both ends. As our perfect reaction time scoreboard now sits at 5. Our 001 red scoreboard still in the lead by the score 7-5. Zach Norris and Marshall Grooms. I believe the 001 team needs to go to the bullpen to bring in the closer. Zach Norris is going to press forward. 28 green, dead on 5 there for Zach. Marshall Grooms was 25 green, dead 9. 34 total. Zach Norris, 33 total. 1 thou going to be the margin of victory. As Kyle Coltrera and Mark Kidd. Now, this is not the bounty car for Kyle. As Kyle was in his sister's dragster last night when he took it to victory. So this is not the bounty car for Mr. Coltrera, but he does get Mark Kidd in round number 1. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance. And Mark of Motorsports, Kyle, coming down out of Maine. For Mickey Thompson, VP Fuels, 443. The dial for Kyle. Mark Kidd will move on. Kyle, red by 9 thou. Mark Kidd, 455, 146. There for Mark. Coltrera, after being red by 9 thou, goes 442.7 at 156 miles an hour. Kyle will be back around in the other car. Well, he will have that Lindsay Racing Products bounty square on his head. Is Stephen Morrison II and Matt Recolaitis. Matty R out of Pennsylvania. Steve Morrison, Statesville, North Carolina. Morrison in that American Race Cars Race Tag Dragster Shootout took it down to the semifinals, which was a $500 payday, 1 round shy of either that Race Tech or American Race Cars Dragster that Chaz Silence and Gary Williams both took home for being in that final. So Morrison II, 439 the dial. Recolaitis, 468 on the board, and Matt is going to get the win here. 32 green for Matt, 466 on the 468. Morrison was red by Michael Jordan, 23. And then dead on 7, because when you're red, you are then dead on. It's like a scientific fact. There's Michael Pascal and Lee Dixon. MP out of Greensboro, North Carolina, 458, going to be leaving first. Lee Dixon, Chesterfield, Virginia, 454. The dial in there for Lee. Red light start for Lee Dixon by 6 thousandths of a second. Pascal going to move on. 4:57.8 on the 4:58 was 10 green on the starting line there for Michael. But Lee Dixon was 6 thou in front of the green light. And he'll have to head on up with the $170 to buy back into the show. Good to see Kevin Burkett on track. Kevin had a parts call yesterday for a TIG. Was able to get his dragster repaired. Burkett Industrial team car out of North Carolina. Gary Ingold for Mickey Thompson, FTI, Duralite Automotive. The race tag dragster there for GI. 445, the dial there for Mr. Ingold. Ingold, 005 on the reaction time and another double breakout. 444.7 on the 445 for Gary is under by 3 thou. Kevin Burkett, after being 17 green, is under by 7 thou. So Gary under by 3 thou. Kevin under by 7 thou. Going to be a 4 thou margin of victory there for Mr. Ingold. Jason Parker, Derek Simpson. Parker out of Hughesville, Maryland. 469 is the dial-in. Derek Simpson, 473, the number for the Gainesville, Virginia, worthy prepared machine. 400ths the difference in dials. Jason Parker will be leaving second. Parker stole a couple of hundredths on the starting line, but Derek Simpson is going to steal the win light by 8 thou. Simpson is 30 green and dead on 5. Jason Parker dialed 469, went 472 at 137 miles an hour, and I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Jason Parker made the wrong decision down there. Jason Simpson snuck out in front by 8 thou, and will get the win. Dwayne Allen and Bucky Albright. Dwayne out of Virginia for Stuart Matthews Engineering is going to get the win. 009 and 1 above to make it work. Bucky Albright was 19 green. He gave up a 100th on the starting line, but 506 on the car. 5059 breaks it out by 1 thou and was 7 thou in front at the finish line. Need to take 6 or less. But Dwayne Allen will be back in round number 2. Gator, that's a negative. Sean Langdon is not here this weekend. He's down at Gainesville for the makeup of that event. It's Michael Jackson and Kristen Bird. Michael Jackson at Newton Grove, North Carolina. 478 is the dial. 471 there for Kristen Bird. Benson, North Carolina. And Michael Jackson will have to go back to the trailer and look at the man in the mirror, as Michael is 22 red. Kristen Bird will advance 23 green, 471.5 on the 471. So Kristen Bird gets to go forward. Out of that pair, Kellen Farmer and Clayton Roberts. Kellen out of Graham, North Carolina, Race Tech Race Cars. 476 for Kellen. And Kellen's dragster. That for sale sign there on the bottom. It's a pretty good machine right there. It's Clayton Roberts with the Race Tag dragster. 446 is the dial. 008 on the starting line and on another double breakout. Sensing a pattern. I'm not saying Nathan Hershey. I'm just saying double breakout. Double breakout. Clayton Roberts ends up on the right side, under by 8 thou. Kellen Farmer under by 14 thou. Clayton Roberts moves in around number 2, Don Kasenka and Gary Gilman. Don out of Chapin, South Carolina, 466 is the dial. Gary Gilman out of Maine, 464 on that Napa Auto Parts scoreboard for the Dan Page Race Cars Prepared Dragster. Gary Gilman red by 1 bleeping thou. 463.3 for Gary. Don Kasenka is 12 green. 464.7 on the 466. So we'll add another tick mark to the 001 red side. That makes the score 8-5. As 001 red has a commanding lead over our perfect reaction times by the score of 8-5. It's Will Holloman and John Jellick. Will out of Portland, Tennessee for Team Abruzzi. 459 the dial for Mr. Will and John Jellick. Gambrels, Maryland, the Miller Dragster. There for J Squared. Light, red light, red light, red light for John Jellick. 6 thou. Out in front of green, Will Holloman's 008 and 3 above. To provide some electricity over on that Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack. As Michael Spencer and Kevin Brannon. Brannon out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina for FTI and Ivy Huddle Golf Cart Sales and Service. Rabbit, 431 on the Napa Auto Parts scoreboard and gets to leave first. It's Michael Spencer, 427 on the dial. Brannon took it all the way to the semis last night before he was defeated by Kyle Coltrera in a double breakout semifinal affair. Brannon, 13th thou in front, and is going to get the win. 21 green and 2 above for Kevin. 433.6 on the 431. Michael Spencer was 34th thou reacting to green, and 429.7 on the 427. Kevin Brannon on the right side of the win light. It's Cassie Lewis and Carrie Long. Carrie out of Hurdle Mills, North Carolina. Carrie Long, my wayward son, hurdling Mills. 466 the dial for Carrie. Cassie Lewis for Thomas Car Sales and Repair. Fairmont, North Carolina, 471. Going to be leaving first. Or I should say the opportunity to leave first. 009 for Carrie Long in the win. 467.4 on the 466. Was 009 on the starting line. Cassie Lewis was 16 green. 472 on the 471 and was 4th out behind at the stripe. And with a very lengthy round number 1 of the door cars, the announcers here are going to play tag, you're it. Nathan Hershey, tag, you're it. I'm going to go eat my gumbo since you've decimated your gumbo.
That I did. And thank you very much, Mike Eames. It is, yeah, got some lunch, got some things ready to go here, and we got Douglas MacArthur, who got lost when the rest of the door cars came up, and he's found his way back. So we are glad to see that Doug MacArthur is out here. 6:31 the dial for the Nova on the right side, and Garrett Griffith out of Kentucky with a 4:55 dial in. Going to be a pretty significant little start here for Douglas MacArthur as he leaves with the wheels up, and away we go. Baby. Win line goes to Garrett Griffith, 12 on the tree and 4:56 on a 4:55. He is one above the dial, getting the win line against Doug MacArthur. MacArthur was 26 on the tree, and then 6:32 on a 6:31, also one above. But left 14 thou on the table at this end of the racetrack by the difference of the reaction time, and by 17 thousandths of a second. Garrett Griffiths gets the win light as now Mark Cooper and Chad Axford, the relocated Western boy, gets the win light as Mark Cooper goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. Cooper out 13 red, goes 479 on the 480. Chad Axford is moving on as he did in round number 1 with the door cars. He was 41 green and then goes 443 on the 445. So Axford advancing. Mark Cooper going to have to find his way to the buyback window, which is located at the bottom of the tower. And again, buybacks today, $170 will get you back in for another shot at that $25,000 worth of Moser Engineering money here on a Thursday. As now we've got David Brodsky out of Sykesville, Maryland, rolling up on the left side, 439. The dial over there for David, and Jeff Serra rolling his orange ride to the starting line with a 454 dial. Again, making our way through round number 1 here this morning, and round number 1 being the Stainless Works round. Best losing package, getting a set of those stainless headers, courtesy of our friends at Stainless Works. We've already given away a bunch of prizes as 3,000 separating them at this end of the racetrack. Advantage on the tree went just briefly to Jeff Serra. He's going to lock it down for the win. Jeff Serra, 14 green, 456 on a 454, gets there second. David Brodsky got to the stripe first by 38 thousandths of a second and ends up breaking it out 15 thou with a 437 on the 439 dial. So Brodsky will be making a trip to the re-entry round, hoping to fight his way back in. As now Shannon Justice brings up his ride out of Lexington, North Carolina. 470 the dial for Shannon. Over on that side. And Chaz, is that Silence? It's Chaz out of Jacksonville, 447. Both drivers green, 13 thou separate them at this end of the racetrack. One of them was perfect, and it's going to be Shannon Justice. Justice, perfect, and take 8 thou at the stripe for the win. Not a bad lap at all, and that's going to bring us to 6 total perfect reaction times here today. 8 on the 001 red side, but 6 total perfect reaction times so far. As we are going to hold up here toward just a moment, but Chaz, 13 green, and then 448 on a 447 on the loss, which will get him a trip to the re-entry round. Again, with 25 grand up for grabs today, $170 is the buyback. And those are available down here at the base of the tower. Just come on down, either Deanna, Donna, Emily, somebody will get you all taken care of and get you ready to go when it is time for that. But we are continuing our way through the dragsters. Both orange and blue run stickers have been called. And round number 1 continues to roll through. Again, we've got that Dead On Dialer Award which basically anybody who runs dead on zero today, win or lose, if you dial and run dead on zero, your name will go into a drawing. Yesterday, I believe we said there were 17 of them that went into that drawing for the Ultalabs weather station. Today, I've got 4 so far on the list, and of course, we will go back and double-check all of the run sheets just to make sure that everybody is in there absolutely 100% for certain. Also looking at everybody trying to fight their way into that Brodix run for the heads. Robert Fortuna still leading the way over the door car side with a 1-pack total. Again, best package overall in the door cars will take on best package overall in the dragsters, and it looks like Bailey Ferraro has kind of taken over the top spot there with a 3-pack on the dragster side. And so we are looking to see if that'll hold up so that he can be the representative or not. But Robert Fortuna's 1-pack looking pretty strong. Looking pretty strong there as far as the opportunity to run for those heads. But we'll see how that all works out. And it sounds like whatever it was that we were kind of holding up for to get squared away has been resolved. And we're going to go ahead and fire up the next 2 cars, Ken MacArthur and Mark Siegel. Are going to be coming up now. So getting another one of those door cars that got lost on their way up here when all the other door cars showed up. Ken MacArthur in the Corvette out of Mount Olive, North Carolina, and Mark Siegel out of Flemington, New Jersey. The dragster here on the right side dialed 461. Head start went to MacArthur with that 542 dial. The dragster's closing in fast, and it's going to be Ken MacArthur getting it done. 006, take 4th thou at the finish line to be your winner. 544 on a 542. MacArthur's 2 above, was 006 at this end, gets the win light. Mark Siegel was 19 green and 14 thou off the dial. 562. There's now Eden Luckhart and Michael Robbins. Next 2 dragsters to give it a go. 459 the dial for the racer out of Virginia. That's Luckhart on the left. And then 494 for Michael Robbins out of Charles City, Virginia. And the yellow and black dragster on the right. Both drivers let go, and here we are. 10 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Advantage to Robbins with a 006 light. 6, take 6. To be 17 total. 495 on the 494 win for Michael Robbins. Eden Luckhart, 459 on a 459, was dead on 7, but was 16 at this end of the racetrack and 6 thou behind at that end of the racetrack. So Luckhart headed to the buyback window. Michael Robbins headed to round number 2, gets himself a little bit of recess. Gets a little recess.
Recess?
Yeah.
Better than going into the penalty box.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, if you have to go to the buyback round, you're right. That's kind of like going to the penalty box. And then if you get that break while everybody else is fighting and clawing and scratching their way through the reentry round, then you get recess. Tommy Plott getting the win over Mickey Nelson. Plott 19 green, Nelson 16 red, as Plott goes 467 on the 468. So winner, winner, winner. And Peter Biondo, you've got a microphone. You've got, where'd you get them fancy earbuds, man?
Don't worry about it.
No, I'm just saying. So now you got like a wireless connection to your.
I'm legit.
That looks like a Mark Dawson thing there.
You are correct.
Is it?
Yeah. Mark hooked me up. So we have some prizes to give away here. The 000 Awards, thanks to Rick and Mike Harbaugh, were already claimed, I believe, 500 cash. Matt Zapp in the door car, the last door car, and Jack the Quack Ostrowski won in the dragster.
Nice.
Also, Drag Race Solutions, our good friends at Drag Race Solutions, ponied up a $250 gift certificate. One of them is going to Brent Martin, and one of them will go to Scott Albrecht. So you guys, if you haven't claimed your prizes, come to the bottom of the tower, see the prize princess and see money.
Nice.
At the same time.
Nice. All right, so Bob Murphy and Rich Corey. Corey, that Moser sponsored ride, red by 0.03 of a second, handed the win over to Bob Murphy. Murphy 22 on the tree and 489 on a 490 dial. Finishes up the lap just 3 thou under the predicted ET. With the winner banner already on the top side of the Dunn-Benson scoreboard. Rich ends up 496 on a 497. He was under 6 thou, but was 3 thou red at this end of the racetrack, and that kind of does that. And it got me thinking that, you know, pretty much we're kind of at that time of the day where a lot of folks have started to find a little lunch, getting yourselves a little snack, and now it's time for a little dessert. The Sisters Ice Cream, the Sisters 2 Ice Cream trailer is wide open. Of course, Chad Duke's back there selling his good beverages. The snack bar is open here, and don't forget to get by the concession stand and pick up your Galot goodies. Winner this time, Jeremy York, 004 on the tree, and on a 442 dial, he runs dead on one, puts up a 5-pack to Glenn Dilday's 009 light. Dilday had nowhere to go. 009 and out of luck. He ends up running 435 on a 434, was 14 thou above the dial, and Jeremy York locks him out with a 5-pack. And again, as we were saying, with Tommy Cable and David Elliott rolling up here, remember to get by. The merchandise booth here at Galot Motorsports Park, which is located directly below the grandstands, to get your Fall Fling apparel. You want to make sure you get over there earlier rather than later, because those that usually wait usually find that they don't have the sizes that they need. So the earlier the better. Get over there and get it. Of course, they've got the new Galot sweatshirts. Oh, I got to get over there and check that out. Got to get over there and check that out. Woo! 20 thou between them in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and Tommy Cable. 001 take 2 thou at the stripe to be 17 thou off. 467 on a 447 on a 446 for Cable. Gets him the win light. David Elliott was 21 on the tree, runs 1 thou under, and was pretty much out there just watching Tommy's run. Like, man, that looks pretty good. That looks really good. That was great. 001 take 2 thou for Tommy Cable to get the win light. There's now Leon Tynes Sr. and Vince Schroeder, the Shank. Lining up here right side. 442 is the dial for Rich. 480 the dial for Leon. As Leon leaves first, here comes Rich. 22 thou. Between them in reaction time, advantage on the bulb was to Vince Schroeder. He was 004, but Leon Tynes, 26 on the tree, 11 thou above the dial, gets him there first by 29 10,000ths of a second. Leon Tynes gets the win light. Vince Schroeder, 445 on a 442, and the win light belongs to Tynes. What's happening, RTC? Glad to see you joining in the chat bleachers as well, as everybody is having a very nice day. Again, here at the Fall Fling, we are so happy to have an impact on the productivity around the country, where essentially the value of the gross national product goes way down because everybody's watching racing instead of doing their job. I mean, while they're doing their job. That's what I said. They're watching racing while they're doing their job, not instead of. Just saying. Jacob McNeil and Bruce Holland. Holland's on the right, 438 is the dial. McNeil's on the left out of Longview, Texas. 476 is the dial. 5 thou, separate them at this end, and the winner's going to be McNeil, 20 on the tree and 1 over to get their second and avoid breaking out. Bruce Holland was 15 green, got to the stripe first by 19 thousandths of a second, and breaks out 437 on a 451. He was moving. and just got there too fast. There's now Dale Taylor and Robert Hefty. Hefty with a 451 dial. Dale Taylor with a 478. Taylor's on the left side, representing North Carolina. And Hefty's on the right, representing North Carolina. So a little Elizabethton versus China Grove. Yeah, Sean. $28 thou between him and reaction time. Hefty gets the win light. 453 on a 451 dial. He was 10 on the tree. Dale Taylor, 38 on the tree. Gets there first by 0.03 of a second and breaks out 0.03 of a second. 477 on a 478. Get there 3 thou, break out 3 thou. Hefty gets the win light. Against Dale Taylor is now Tim Thomas and Joe Martin. Hey, racers, your attention, please. This is going to be your final call for round number 1. Final call, round number 1. You should be in the staging lanes, please. Final call, round number 1. And door cars, both orange and blue run stickers for the buyback round. So orange and blue run stickers for the buyback round. Come on down. Tim Thomas, red 2 thou. Joe Martin gets the win light, 16 green and 481 on a 479 for Joe. Thomas, 002 red and dead on 7. Ooh. So a 002 red, dead on run, no good for Tim Thomas. Martin advances as Kyle Goad and Marty Williams. And again, as we are calling our door cars back for the re-entry round, that would be both orange and blue run stickers. So orange and blue run stickers for the buyback will take you back in the lanes. It does mean that you've still got a chance to get into the buyback round. If you did not advance out of round number 1 and you have a door car and you're like, well, maybe should I not? Remember, there's $25,000 up for grabs today. And the buyback is $170. So you still have time to get up here under the tower, get yourself bought back in, and give it a second go. As Marty on the left dialed at 453, Kyle on the right dialed at 476. And I do like that there, Sean says thankful for multiple monitors so he can be at his desk working and watching. I'm glad you threw the and in there and not. Kyle Goad, 12 on the tree and 477 on a 476 for the win. Marty Williams followed him through, broke out 451 on a 453, but was 053 at this end of the racetrack, and that math is not going to add up for Marty. So Kyle taking a little break, and as Peter had said earlier, it's going to be Marty headed to the penalty box. He's going to have to fight, claw, battle, cage match it to try and get back in. Ken Williams and Big Vin Domino. Vinny on the right. That Numidia dragway on the side of his car. 460 is his dial. Ken dialing in 0.09 of a second slower than that with a 469. 9 thou. The difference between the two in reaction time, winner is going to be Ken Williams. 002 dead on 4. Puts up 6 total. To get there first by 0.04 of a second, Big Vin was 11 on the tree. Get there second to be 1 thou under. So Ken puts up a 6-pack here in round number 1. And again, talking about kind of those 2 best overall packages in door cars and dragsters to run it off for those Brodix heads. Again, 1-pack leading the way in the door cars with Rob Fortuna. 3-pack leading the way right now with Bailey Ferraro in the dragsters. And that is going to bring out Frank Falter the third. I believe that'll be one of the Siegel cars. I think it's John Siegel. Whoa. Siegel dodged a massive bullet. It was like mortar size. Frank Falter went red by 27 thousandths of a second. Good news in that situation. Falter does run dead on zero. That will get him into the drawing for the FST carburetor, but was red at this end of the racetrack by 20 thousandths of a second. So Frank Falter, 20 thou red at this end of the racetrack, goes dead on zero. Siegel on the other side had a 2:30 reaction time. Runs 482 down at that far end, but gets the win light thanks to the red light in the other lane is Jerry Langley and Keith Rogers. Rogers dialed 517. Langley dialed 470. Away goes Rogers on a 007 light and will not advance. Oh, Jerry Langley, 27 on the tree and 470 on a 470 gets him a win light. Keith Rogers was 007. Got to the stripe first by 38 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 12 thou. Just took a little bit too much stripe. And that one hurt. That one hurt. As now Cody Wiggins and Marco Paravalaris. Paravalaris coming all the way out of Petaluma, California. And I mean big time. Player out of Division 7. 442 the dial for Marco. 449 the dial for Cody Wiggins. Oh, goodness. Marco red by 5 thousandths of a second. He's got a buyback. Then goes 443 down at the far end of the racetrack. Cody Wiggins goes 459 on a 449. Was 26 on the tree, and that is a winner. So Marco lets it go 5 thou too quick and bows out in round number 1 as Nick Womack and Michael Boswell. Womack clearing the throat a little bit here on the starting line before he rolls up to light the pre-stage bulbs. Boswell is already there. Boswell's dialed 504. Womack's dialed 459. Both drivers 008s or 00 and differentiated by 7 thou. So both drivers 00. The difference was 7 thou. Michael Boswell was 008. Nick Womack was 001. And Boswell is 8 total. How about 008? Take 1 thou at the stripe and run dead on zero for Boswell. Right? Nick Womack. I think he just made the math really easy as Jay God points out. He goes, that's got to be a shoe-in. It's got to be. We'll see. But 001, dead 8, 9 total, and no good. Wah, wah, wah. Just saying, that's like nuts. Nuts, I tell you. As Debbie DeGenova and Lester Atkins. DeGenova down 430, Atkins down 460, and Atkins will win it. 461 on a 460. 15 on the tree. Get their first 4 thou for Lester. Debbie DeGenova was 18 on the tree and 16 thou above. To bow out. So I got to tell you, that 9-pack hurt. 9 total, and you're headed to the buyback window. Here's Chris Galitti and Wesley Roberts. Roberts with a 467 dial. Galitti with a 445 dial. Drivers are in and set. Tree drops, and away we go. Red light start, Wesley Roberts. Roberts, by 15 thousandths of a second, is done. Chris Galitti, 002. And then goes 443 on a 445 to get the win light. So Galitti advancing. Roberts ends up 468 on a 467 after that 15 thou red is now Gary Williams and Ricky Harbaugh. Again, big thanks to the Harbaugh Group for their sponsorship of the Reaction Time Awards this morning. That $500 bonus cash that went out to our first perfect reaction time in the dragsters and our first perfect reaction time in the door cars. Not shabby. Not shabby. Gary Williams red and out by 4 thousandths of a second here in round number 1. Round number 1 has not been nice to G-Dub. 478 on a 479. Ricky Harbaugh, 24 on the tree and dead on 6. 464. Right on the dial for Harbaugh for the win. And that'll bring out Corey Galitti and Lee Dixon. Lee here on the right side, dialed 463. Corey on the left, dialed 459. Lee Dixon is 003 on the tree and will not advance as Corey Galitti, 21 green and 459-0 on a 459. You know what? I love this. I love this. You know why? Here's why. Because I'm going to be able to kind of hang this over Mike Eames' head. When I left this morning, when I got off the mic, there was like 3 cars that were already on the dead on 0. When I came back, you had added only 1. Since I got back on the mic, I've added 3 more.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
3 more.
I know.
And Corey Galitti was one of them.
But on a side note.
And while you were on the mic, we were like down twice. Rookie?
I can't feel my lips.
Oh, you ate the gumbo.
Oh.
That's good.
Now I got to go get ice cream.
There you go. That gumbo's good. All right, Curtis Collins and Lauren Freer. Freer with a 461 dial and a red light by a lot. Unfortunately, Lauren's red light started with a 3 as she let go way early. I bet the finger slipped off the button. Had to be what it was. Had to be what it was. Curtis Collins was 42 green and 496 on a 497, getting the win light. As again, we are talking about round number 1, getting ready to come to an end here. Again, the Stainless Works round at number 1. We've got what? Looks like 2 pair and a single to get us through the last few cars in the round. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and Holden Dial. And since we are getting down to the end of round number 1, again, the request via text went out a while ago for our door cars that need to make their way through the reentry round to find their way into the staging lane. So again, if you are racing in the reentry round, if you are a door car, and if you have an orange or blue sticker on your car, we need you here, please. 13th thou between Mikey Bloomfield and Holden Dial. And Bloomfield will advance. 18 on the tree and 453 on a 453 for Bloomfield gets the win. Holden Dial was 005. Down at this end of the track. Got to the stripe, took 29 thou, and needed to shave that by about 10 thou as he goes 464 and a 465. Breakout loss for Holden Dial. Bloomfield advances as Kyle Cotrera and Marty Dabney. All right. Isn't this our bounty round? Bounty pair? Kyle Cotrera, last night's winner in the $15,000 race in that car. and Marty Dabney. Here on the right side, Dabney's dialed 464, Contreras dialed 457. If Marty Dabney lights up a scoreboard, he's going to get himself a brand new set of front wheels courtesy of Lindsay Racing Products. If Kyle Contreras lights up the scoreboard, then whoever gets Kyle next will get a chance at the bounty. Nope. Bounty survives. Marty Dabney red by 8 thousandths of a second and goes 463 on a 464. Kyle Contreras continues the round win streak. 007 on the tree and 458 on a 457. Contreras holds the bounty. So whoever lines up with Kyle Contreras' car in round number 2, that one, not the other one, but that one, will get a shot at those Lindsay Racing Products front tires, front wheels. Josh Ludke going to get the solo here. He was selected from a random draw of the tech cards this morning. And when the number came out 214, went and looked and said, hey, Josh is going to get the solo. Should we have an odd number of cars? And, well, turns out we have an odd number of cars. So on a 461 dial, Josh is 14 green and goes 461.9. That will conclude round number 1 here at the Sparco Fall.
Jags.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
These flings, same deal. The feeling that you get when you get in that car, when you pull in the gate and you see all these people and all these rigs, it's the feeling that you get of competition, I guess.
Pete and Kyle, just, the whole Fling staff does just such a great job. They run things here on point. Every decision is made for the racer. I mean, it's, to me, the best experience. It's just an awesome affair.
It's very unique. Throughout the year, we don't get to race for this kind of money.
No other feeling than winning a big race, a spring fling event. It's just nothing can compare to that. The K&N Spring Fling Million comes to Thunder Valley. Co-promoters Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel bring their marquee event to the track that started it all. 3 $30,000 to win events. Spring Fling Million main event will pay a guaranteed $250,000 to win and as much as $1 million to the winner if Friday tops 475 entries. Gate entries are welcome. More cars, more prize money. The progressive payout structure from the West Coast migrates east. Make plans to be in Bristol September 28th through October 3rd for what's projected to be the biggest K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries in history. Text the word FLING now to 50597 for updated event information. The Spring Fling Million. Bristol Dragway. Your chance at life-changing money. Race it. Experience it.
Messing around with us a little bit, but as soon as we get that out of the way, then we shouldn't have to worry about it no more. Right, Mike? You're in control of the radar. You should be able to stop this. Like now.
So we'll go back in the day.
Okay. Pre-radar?
So our, yeah, not that far back in the day. So at our old facility that is now a flat pile of nothing, had this massive storm come in. I'm talking like snow in June, then white caps on the drag strip, just insane. And middle of the race day was an NHRA Heritage Series event.
Okay. Is that why it's now a pile of nothing?
Yeah. Go walking over into the main office area, and Kurt and Danica Stewart, whom you know,
yep.
Kurt's like, hey, we learned something today. And I'm trying to figure out what possibly we could have learned. And Kurt's like, we learned what pink on the radar looks like. Yeah, pink on the radar is bad.
We learned that we don't want that?
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, here's what I've learned. I don't see any out there.
Neither do I.
Well, apparently I can see some folks starting to head down out of the grandstands, and from what I can hear, it is possibly picking up a little bit, yeah, and from what I can now start to see through the window, well, we got a little activity. And apparently this is not a true democracy because my vote was for no more of this today, but that didn't count. Yeah. All right, so we'll let this do what it needs to do, and as soon as it clears out, we'll get back to racing. But again, racers, just there is still some time. If round number 1, somebody else got handed your win ticket, and you still looking for one, you can make your way up here to the tower, down at the base of the tower, get yourself into the buyback round and get another shot at today's Wiseco Engineering money. Again, that Sisters 2 ice cream is open and available. Chad Duke's back there with all the good stuff. You got the snack bar. You got the merchandise booth. You got everything that you need back there for now. And as soon as we get things done, we will get right back at it with more racing activity.
Despite a delay from a global pandemic, the annual K&N Air Filter Spring Fling Galot, presented by Optima Batteries, was held at the state-of-the-art Galot Motorsports Park in North Carolina, June 9th through the 13th. Co-promoters Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel, along with the staff at Galot, worked through a litany of COVID-19 related obstacles to bring bracket racing's biggest brand back for a fourth consecutive year. The event opened to much fanfare on Tuesday, June 9th, with the ROMS Automotive and Collision Test and Tune session and the ever-popular American Race Cars Racetech Dragster Shootout. In the event, the winner lays claim to his or her choice of a brand new dragster from either company, while the runner-up also heads home with a new vehicle. 32 cars entered, and the survivors to the quarterfinal round included Mike Nahill, Fall Fling 500K winner Hunter Patton, Andy Lloyd, Bryson Scruggs, Tony Brewer, Gary Williams, Ken Batchelor, and Corey Galitti. In the first semi, it was Patton and Galitti.
Now separated advantage, Galitti, win light, Patton, 11, dead 1. Corey's 007, dead 9, no good.
Then it was Scruggs and Nahill.
Galitti and Hunter already knew they were taking one home. Absolutely crushed it. Snap in control. Win light Mike Nahill 007, 31 above as Bryson lets go 042.
For the final and the rights to their choice of a new ride, it was Patton and Nahill.
Magnolia, Texas native Honey Wayne dialed in 454. Talking about guys that have been on fire this year when Matt Dattis came up. This guy has been absolutely on fire. 50s, some 20s, some 10s. As Fincham would say, he's won more races this year than smallpox has killed people. Mike Nahill, left side, snap, down in 6:54. A 2-second head start his way in the snap 10. Out of Atco, New Jersey. Both of these guys going home with a dragster chassis of their choice. Winner gets choice if they've not already determined who wants what. Wayne flickers it on. Separate him, advantage. Hunter, win light. Hunter, 24, dead 9, take 9 thou. Nahill lays down 40 total, putting it dead on 6, no good. And Hunter Patton is your winner of the American Race Cars Race Tech Dragster Shootout right here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries.
The Race Tech American Dragster Shootout winner, it's Hunter Patton, in case you live under a rock. This guy has been one of the hottest drag racers, if not the hottest drag racer of 2020. Hunter, you have to tell, everybody wants to know, is it something you eat for breakfast? What changed this year that got you just where you are at? Because you are absolutely killing it.
Honestly, I can't even answer that because I'm doing the same thing I've done always. I've had a lot of luck rounds today. It takes that for sure to get to a win. Me and Corey had a really good lap, but other than that, I was 20.
Well, you were 20 and he was 30, so we'll just say you had him by 100th. And at that point, you already had won a dragster. Tell me about how did it happen? You weren't originally entered, and Mr. Galitti at the last minute says, I'm going to throw you in. How did that all happen? And I'm pretty sure his wife at first, I heard through the grapevine, that wasn't too happy about it, but I'm pretty sure she's watching at home and pretty happy now. How did that happen?
He told me this morning he got another entry, and he's like, I may put you in, I may not. Let me think about it. I was like, okay. And he come up to me, he's like, how you feel? And I was like, I feel good enough. I said, like, you feel good? I was like, yeah. He's like, all right, I'm gonna put you in. I was like, okay. And it would come out to this, and here we are. We got a dragster.
Yeah, when Hunter Patton in 2020 says he's feeling pretty good, I think that's good. That's he passes all the check marks there. So congratulations, he's been killing it. You beat Corey in the semis, you beat Snap in the final, won yourself a dragster. It's the beginning of the Spring Fling event week. You have a lot of momentum, and I'm pretty sure you're going to look forward to carrying this through. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wednesday's action was sponsored by Fuel Systems Technology, or FST for short, and featured a $15,000 big check from Sean Clark, Fling Prize Vault Consigliere. Drivers included in the quarterfinal round included some heavyweights in the form of Nia Tedesco, Tommy Cable, Kyle Cotrera, T.G. Pascal, and Jamie Holston. Holston held the bye while Tedesco and Cable squared off.
Shout out windows closed. Daniel Blackwell gets the last one. Little over 2 second head start going to Miss Mia Tedesco in the right lane. Nice lead for Miss Mia, but Tommy's going to be hard to handle right here. Tommy Cable 9 takes 16 to be 16 now above.
Next, it was Pascal and Cotrera.
You got Kyle Cotrera in the left lane. 462 is his dial. Right lane is T.G. Pascal. Pascal dial 455, giving up 700 head start to Cotrera. This is how it looks. Holston sitting on the bye. He won't be eligible in round next. Pascal has had a bye run. If he turns on the win light, it'll be automatic for Tommy Cable going to the final. If Kyle Cotrera turns on the win light, he's got to be 009 or better to get a bye run to the final. Still a little bit at stake here in FST Wednesday's 15 grander. They're staging them up. Cotrera leaves 700 in front. Pascal gets it done, 15 dead 7, taking 6 thou at the strike. 22 dead 6 for Cotrera, 28 total leaves him 6 thou short.
In the semis, Cable received a bye into the final while Holston and Pascal lined up. For the $15,000 payday, it was Cable and Holston.
Have found their way down onto the racetrack, and it happens to be Tommy Cable and Jamie Holston. Holston backing up for the burnout on the right side. Dialed in at 453. Tommy Cable dialed in at 461, and I think somebody called the shot earlier today. Might have been loose change as he was sitting up in the announcer booth. Said, hey, you know what? At any given spring fling event, you can count on Tommy Cable finding his way into the winner's circle at least one day. Well, Tommy Cable has come as close as anybody's going to get right now, as he's got one win light separating him from fulfilling that promise that was earned today. Jamie Holston wants to stop that right now. Holston got the racer out of Whiteville, Virginia. And Tommy Cable coming in out of Maryland. 3 begins the drop, and away we go. 3 thou separate him in reaction time. Jamie Holston with the 11 lights, gonna get the win light. 453 on a 453. Holston goes dead on 2, getting there second. Tommy Cable was 008, takes 7 thou at the stripe.
We're here with today's FST Wednesday $15,000 champion, the Footbreaker, as I've been calling him. How about that shirt right there? I love it. Jamie Holston, big $15,000 win today. Jamie, you won a lot of stuff. You don't get a chance to do this as often as you swap feet. I feel pretty good to come out here and do what you've done today.
Feels pretty good. First and foremost, glory to God. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Without him, I'd do nothing. Without this man right here, I'm not driving this thing right here, so I got to give him all credit. This is my dude.
You done the drive, huh?
You do the tune. We just tuned on it a little.
Both of y'all got good partners in this deal.
Yeah.
Now, this started out you just kind of driving this thing some a little bit, and now it's got your name on the sides. I mean, this is kind of your gig.
This is year 3.
This is year 3.
I've got
year
some
2,
seat
I
time.
thought he needed to have it on there.
Yeah. I got some seat time now. I've got a little better at letting go of the button. Today's been really good. You know how it is. You string them together and just get in the zone and just keep going.
You let it go really good today. Obviously, this thing is stupid nasty.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It looked like we could have welded
He's not
the dial
touching
in.
it. Right? No touching. It's leave it alone.
Y'all want me to dial it the rest of the weekend? I can. I think everybody here can dial it.
It should be pretty easy. Pretty easy. How about them Hoosier tires on this dragster?
That's right.
Nobody says will work.
They go 450 just as good as anything.
453 about every pass today. I do believe.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Very
Where's
good
the Hoosier guys at? I'm looking for a sponsorship.
Shout out to Farron, he's watching.
Yeah, shout out to Farron and them Hoosiers right there, brother.
Heck yeah. Shout out to Hoosier always.
That's right.
So
Big crowd, lots of talent out there. You come out here and get it done. 15,000. There's a 50 grander and a 100 grander left. You got to be ultra confident right now with what you had going on today.
This car is the best it's ever been. If I can just keep my act together and not let the car down, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We got a good shot at all of it.
Something tells me both sides will do their part well.
That's right.
The rest of the weekend. Congratulations, Tammy. Great way to start your weekend. Super proud of you. Hope to stand here with you again sometime the rest of the weekend. Jamie Holton,
Fling promoters Biondo and Seipel, after consulting various weather forecasts, made the difficult decision to combine Jegs Thursday and Wiseco Saturday into one $50,000 to win event. Bright and early on Jegs and Wiseco Thursday, 388 machines made the call for round one for the run for $50,000. The day was plagued on and off by rain as Mother Nature caused a ruckus that lasted for 5 hours at one point. Action made its way through the Biondo round 2 before a curfew forced the event to be finished the following day. On Friday morning, the ever-popular Fling Reaction Time Challenge provided some lucky racers with the shot to earn $100 cash from Biondo and Seipel. Drivers that walked away with a fresh Benjamin Franklin included Carl Drake, Clayton Roberts, Jason Hoff, Colby Fuller, Pete D'Agnolo, and Corey Galletti. Hunter Patton, Wes Weaver, Mark Siegel, and Jeff Taylor advanced to the quarterfinals with Josh Ludicky holding the bye. Patton and Taylor faced off.
Could end up with that bye to the final. Jeff Taylor dialed in at 477. Hunter Patton dialed in at 469. 3, now 4 bulbs lit on the top part of the tree. And a red light start for Honeywayne. Hunter Patton goes red by 12 thousandths of a second, and Jeff Taylor with that 005 reaction time is looking very strong.
Then it was Weaver and Siegel.
Wes Weaver and Mark Siegel. Wes has had a bye. Siegel, in order to get into the round, needs to beat Wes and be better than 005. He is better than 005. He's 004. And he goes 465 on the 464, getting the win bite by 6 thousandths of a second. Siegel.
For the semis, Weaver held the bye while Taylor and Ludicky faced off.
The final 3 standing are all dragsters here this afternoon. Looking for the opportunity to come back, take on Mark Siegel in the final round for that $50,000. Jeff Taylor dialed in at 477. Josh Luedke dialed in at 453. Head start going to go to the red car out of Arizona. No, the driver's out of Arizona. In a little bit of a borrowed ride. Jeff Taylor, who is a regular at the Fling, along with Lukey, looking for a chance to make it one more round. Once again, separated by just 1 thousandth of a second, and Josh Lukey gets the win like 10, take 9 thou to be dead on 9, 19 total.
In the final for the Jags and Wiseco $50,000, it was Weaver and Ludicky.
Winner's trophy, the winner's champion jacket, and 10 pounds of chocolate. 10 pounds of chocolate. So Thursday, Saturday combined. The main event will start a little bit later on for the 100 grand, but these two are in the spotlight right now. Josh Luedke and Mark Siegel. Luedke racing out of Indiana. Over on the left side of the racetrack, the Boonville based car for La Chevy Buick. The racecraft ride with a 682 cubic inch Chevy block dialed in at 453. Mark Siegel is going to get the head start here, courtesy of a 465 dial. And the racer out of New Jersey starts the staging procedure. Siegel wastes no time, rolls in, lights up both bulbs on his side of the tree. Josh Luedke's there, tree drops, and here we go. 7th thou between them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Josh Luedke, 006, dead on 5, get there 3 thou. And Josh Ludke does it just about as good as you can possibly do it. 006, take 3 to be dead on 5. Mark Siegel was 13 green and dead on 1. Put up a really nice lap, but could not get past Ludke's 006, take 3. Josh is going to be making his way back down here in front of the grandstands to meet up with Jed one more time and to claim the checks, plural. Gets one from Jegs for $25,000. Gets one from Wiseco Performance Products for $25,000. He gets the champion's jacket. He gets the trophy. And he gets his name added to the list of winners.
Here in the Jegs Wiseco $50,000 winner circle with today's champion, 2 days of racing, Josh. 50 grand on the line. You come out here, it's your biggest payday, biggest win, and a rough time in your life emotionally, but you got focused. Took it 2 days to get done, but you come out here and get this win on a very, very special day. How you feeling right now, bud?
Can't really put it into words. Most fortunate. Ball and Cat Fire and the guys back at home. Cuts off the cars and it all comes together.
Well, you drove this thing extremely well. Was there a round in there somewhere where you felt like you got by with one, or you looked like you were making your target run just about every round?
I was struggling on the tree yesterday and the beginning of the day, but we kept her around 10 and 11 and missed it 20 once and kept it back to 10. And I was pretty comfortable there, so it worked.
It worked really well. Mark laid down 13 dead one there in the final, which is, a really good lap and hard to beat, especially at this stage in the race with all the motion and everything in you. And you just go out there and get it done, wheel him through a few thou and get this $50,000 payday. About to turn around and race for 100 with all that's going on and everything that's happening in your camp, man. You have got to feel on top of the world right now.
Absolutely. I couldn't ask for a better day. Lost my dad about a month ago, and I know he was there with me today, so we'll take it from there.
There's no doubt you had extra help riding with you, and it worked out well. And I know your dad's looking down, super proud of you, man. We're all proud of you. You're a great champion. Congratulations on a monster day here at Galot Motorsports.
Thank you very much.
Josh Ludke, everybody, your $50,000 Jegs and Wiseco champion.
The crown jewel of the weekend.
The re-entry round is going to start things off with a battle of pickup trucks. Bert Lewis and the Gun Monkey and Sandy Montgomery. Take your pick. You like Chevys, you like Fords, you like Rangers, or do you like S10s? Because we got both of them represented here on the starting line as we get ready to go with the chance to fight your way back in. And with Bert dialed in at 644 on the left side, Montgomery dialed in at 629 on the right side, the sunshine has now found its way back out onto the racetrack, and that's the way we would prefer to keep it. Please. Again, if I could cast my vote again for, just stay sunny the rest of the day, I would like that. I think we all would like that. Tree drops and off we go. Advantage on the starting line to Bert Lewis as they're headed down the racetrack, and Lewis is going to take the Gun Monkey back into round number 2. He was 005 on the tree, 646 on a 644, so 2 above. Get their first 22 thou to get the win light. Sandy Montgomery on the opposite side of the racetrack had an 039 reaction time, was just 1 above, and with a little bit of a hole shot, Bert Lewis has successfully campaigned his re-entry. And we'll get an opportunity. A shot at round number 2 is Kevin Glenn and Jeff Verdi. Verdi, round number 1 was not nice to Verdi. Let's see if round number 2, or if the re-entry round is nicer, and yes, it is. Kevin Glenn led by 0.02 of a second. and then runs down to be dead on 7. Jeff Verdi gets the win light, 21 green, as compared to Kevin Glenn's red light. Verdi green goes 588 on a 587, and Jeff brings the Fire Chicken back into the game as now Adam Booya and Greg Haynes. Haynes out of Suffolk, Virginia. The 95-bodied Beretta on the left side. 408 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet. 568 is the dial for Greg. And for Adam Booya, the 72 Maverick with that 430 cubic inch Ford is dialed in at 590 here on the right side as Booya has already got the car in stage set up. Greg Haynes locked and loaded as well, and away we go. Just 2 thou between them at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Greg Haynes. 573 on the 568 dial gets it done. Adam Booya was also much farther above the dial than he wanted to be. 608 on the 590. He was 009, but that one was just kind of weird all the way around. I mean, after they left the line, everything went kind of kaput. But Greg Haynes will get the win light. He'll move back in as Jerry Schaefer and Michael Morton. Morton in that purple Nova out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Jerry Schaefer out of Pennsylvania. 610 was the dial for Schaefer on the left side. Winner's going to be Morton, dead on. 662 on a 662. He was 14 green. That was 10 thou better than Jerry Schaefer's 24 thou reaction time. But Morton at the stripe first by 26 thousandths of a second. Lights up that Napa Auto side of the scoreboard with the winner banner on top. Morton's back in. As it looks like our next two going to be Stephen McCrory and Sugar Shane Carr. Sugar here on the right side, dialed in at 546. McCrory dialed 741. So Shane in that gorgeous black Nova. Giving up a pretty significant head start. 25 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time. And Shane Carr is out. Stephen McCrory, 10 total. Trip, zip, perfect at this end of the racetrack. So we'll add another one to the tally there of perfect reaction times already today. As he goes trip, zip, 742.0 on a 741. Take 9 thou at the stripe. Shane Carr was 25 on the tree. Chased him through and just couldn't get there. McCrory takes out Sugar Shane here in the re-entry round as Ernie Humes and Austin Brown next to Austin, who had that unfortunate situation in round number 1 where it rolled out of the water box and then it just kind of quit. They ended up having to push him back out of the way. So with a no-go in round number 1, Austin Brown rolls up here, dialed in at 603 to Ernie Humes at 647. Austin carrying the front tires almost all the way out to that 60-foot cone. He almost like 60-footed with the rear tires. Gets the win light. 27 on the tree, and then 604 on a 603 for Austin Brown. Gets the win. Got there first by 5 thousandths of a second. Ernie Humes was 35 on the bulb, and then one above on the loss. 648 on a 647. Ernie bows out. Austin, after that broke round number 1, fights his way back in, and we'll go to round number 2 next as Michelle Martell and Nathan Lilly. Lilly out of Portsmouth, Virginia. 568 is the dial. Michelle has got a 595 number for the beautiful blue wheel stand and pickup truck on the left side. 7 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. Advantage went to Michelle. Win light goes to Michelle. 007 and dead on 3. 10 total again. Over on that left side of the racetrack. This time it was Michelle Martell who gets the benefit of that. Nathan Lilly was 14 on the tree and locked out at that point in time. Ended up breaking it out down at the top end of the racetrack, but Michelle, 7 dead 3, gets the win light, and looks like Josh Netherton is having a little bit of a, shall we say, positional conundrum. He was a little confused as he came out of the water box, went a little bit too far forward, and was rolling up looking for the stage bulbs. It was crazy. 552 is the dial for Josh Netherton. Jimmy Broadway's dialed in at 604 in the Camaro at Advance Pro. North Carolina trying to advance here. He will. 608 on the 604. He's 4 above. Josh Netherton was 5 above. Jimmy was 12 on the tree. Josh was 23. But Josh Netherton, after, let's just say he got a little out of shape on the starting line. Out of position. Rolled a little bit too far forward, and I think that may have just kind of set that thing off to the wrong start. Now it's Danny Waters and Rodney Pryor. Pryor in that, what was that, Battleship Gray? I like it. The Camaro out of Virginia, 486. The dial for Pryor in the Par Power Plant. Danny Waters. So we got Battleship Gray and not quite Army Green. Waters with a 615 dial on the left side. And yes, Andrew, the answer to your question there is it was. It was a brutal round number 1 for a lot of drivers. 22 thou was the difference between the two in reaction time. Danny had the advantage with an 11 thou reaction time. Goes 6:19 on a 6:15. Gets their first 5 thou and gets the win. Rodney Pryor had an 0:33 bull, was 2 above the dial on the loss. As Danny Waters gets back into the game, and William Wilson, Michael Smith, your next 2. Wilson and the Willies. I mean, it only makes sense. William Wilson has to drive a Willys. If he were driving anything else, it would just be anarchy. Michael Smith over the opposite side in the advance to round number 2. Goes 0:46 on the tree and 5:48 on a 5:46. Smith gets the win light. William Wilson had a reaction time that started with a 2. That cost him dearly. And his day will come to a close here in the re-entry round as David Anspach and Anthony D'Agostino. D'Agostino. And I'm going to have to get clarification on this because the way it's spelled, this is Lewis's. And I don't know if it's Lewis's hot dogs or Louis' hot dogs or it's just Lou's. But he's racing out of the Bronx with a 587 dial and David Anspach. Out of Suffolk, Virginia over on the other side. Dialed in at 541, and it looks like, unfortunately, for Anthony D'Agostino, it's a no-go. He came out of the water box. The car went quiet, was trying to get it refired. Didn't happen in time, and David Anspach gets the broke solo into round number 2. 541 on a 541 was 29 on the tree. And right on the money down the racetrack as Anthony D'Agostino gets pushed back off the starting line. A little bit of heartbreak there for Anthony as he found his way back up here into the re-entry round, was hoping and hoping and hoping, and then the car let him down a little bit. Car let him down. Not so good. So as we get Anthony's car out of the way, we are getting ready to roll in with our next 2. And I do like the fact that Andrew Klosky out there called out that it is certainly a star-studded re-entry round. And wait, if you didn't get to watch all of round number 1, just wait. There's some big names out there that are having to fight their way back into the game here on a $25,000 Moser Engineering Thursday. Race Kid out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Rolls up in his dad's Nova over on the left side. 598 is the dial for race. Robert Richardson on the right side. The North Carolina-based 69 Nova dialed in at 589. Advantage on the tree goes to Robert Richardson. Win light goes that way as well. 589 on a 589 Richardson. 12, take 5 thou at the stripe to end up 13 total as he's dead on 1. Race Kid was 23 on the tree and nowhere to go. Locked out by 10 thousandths of a second with that 023 reaction time. So Robert Richardson taking care of business. Puts his name back into the mix for the 25 grand is Kenny Underwood and Jerry Lone. Skinny Kenny over to the left side. 604 the dial. And Jerry Lone on the right side. 579 is the dial. Oh, hang on. How about 003 on the tree for Kenny Underwood leaving second? Jerry Lone, trip, zip, perfect reaction time to add to our total. So now we're like fairly evened up, 8 and 8. At least as far as what we're tracking down here. Jerry Lone, trip, zip, perfect, 581 on a 579. Trip, zip, take 2 thou to get around Kenny Underwood, who was 003 on the tree, and no good. Wow. Joel Hubbard now and Kerry Curling. Curling in the Curling Racing Duster, 559 dial here on the right side. Joel Hubbard leaving with the wheels up on that 601 dial, and then over on the left side, it's going to be Joel Hubbard. 006 the reaction time. Take 1 thou at the stripe. And ends up 17 total. 602 on a 601 for Joel Hubbard. Curling was 18 total. 17 beats 18 by 1 thou, and Kerry Curling checks out here in the re-entry round. So you were saying that, round number 1 must have been nasty. The re-entry round is just the same. It's going to be like that all weekend. .008 reaction time for John Brown, going to win it as John Hudson went red by 23 thousandths of a second. So 023 on the red side for Hodson. John Brown, the Georgia-based car, goes 555 on a 554. We got a parts call. Racer in need. We need a 3/4 inch 10 tap, I believe is what that is, for Cody Wiggins. I had to tell you, I'm honestly not that familiar with that, but apparently they need a tap. So if you can help out, we are looking for a 3/4 10 tap for Cody Wiggins. Chad, is that what that is? We'll see. Smokey Dial is in trouble. Kaylee Creech, 005 and 660 on a 658. Smokey was 048 on the tree and then 616 on a 615. But man. Kaylee Creech, 005 and take 33 thou at the stripe to win. Here comes Brett Nesbitt and Danny Bennett. Nesbitt in the S10, 628 the dial for the pickup truck with 434 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Danny Bennett on the opposite side in the Anglia. 551 the dial for Bennett's ride. Really? It's like a little bit of a dream come true for me. You got the angry Anglian right behind it is the hillbilly hauler. 3 thou between them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Danny Bennett. The Anglia's back in. 12 on the tree and 552 on a 551 gets him there first by 6 thousandths of a second. Brett Nesbitt, 15 green, goes 629 on a 628. Nesbitt is out. The Anglia's back in as Jesse Lockhart and Glenn Dilday. Dilday with a Nova. Out of Missouri, 548 is the dial. Jesse Lockhart in the hillbilly hauler. The Chevy HHR. Whoa, Glenn Dilday. Nice looking wheel stand out of that ride as he leaves the line. And Dilday will be back in. 11 on the tree and 551 on a 548. Gets him there first. 29 thousandths of a second to pick up the stripe and the win. Jesse Lockhart, 644 on a 643. After he was 058 on the tree. As we continue on through the reentry round, once again, all orange and blue sticker door cars. All orange and blue sticker door cars. You should be back in the staging lanes, please. Orange and blue sticker door cars. You should be back in the staging lanes. We'll also take orange stickered dragsters. Orange stickered dragsters. If we could get you headed back this way, that would be awesome. Orange stickered dragsters, come on down. Blaine Parrish and Terry Goff. Terry Goff walks away with a win light. Parrish was 585 on the dial, 26 on the tree. Gets there first a thou and breaks out 2 thou. Terry Goff, 637 on a 637, ends up 25 thou total to Blaine Parrish's 26 thou light. And Terry Goff waltzes his way into round number 2 as Franklin DeBartolomeo and TJ Phipps. DeBartolomeo had a heartbreaker of a first round. Just basically kind of made the wrong choice down there at the stripe. Is looking to pay a little penance here. Kind of trying to repent for what he did earlier. 641 the dial for Franklin. 539 the dial for TJ. Phipps and the Monza trying to get it done against DeBartolomeo. And it's going to be Phipps. 541 on a 539. TJ 025 on the tree. Gets their first 6 thousandths of a second. DeBartolomeo ends up 645 on a 641. Had the 11 light, but 4 off the mark. And behind 6 thou at the stripe, Phipps advances is now Randy Sessoms and Clayton Roberts. Roberts in the Thunderbird. Out of Benson, North Carolina. 515 is the dial for Clayton. For Randy, he's got a 632. Head start goes to Randy. Here comes Clayton. 16 thou between them in reaction time. And at the finish, it's going to be Randy Sessoms. 633 on the 633. 10 on the tree. Get there first by way a bunch. Lots and lots. But Clayton Roberts, 534 and a 515, couldn't run the number, was way behind. And Randy Sessoms gets the win light as Jeff Caudle and Mike Overholt. Overholt in the 72, the Mach 1 Mustang. 646 here on the right side. And for Jeff Caudle, he's got a 613 showing on his side of the scoreboard in the stripper. Wow. Somehow, some way, Jeff Caudle got that one done. Mike Overholt. 009 on the tree. Take 44 thou at the stripe to break out 2 thou on the loss. Caudle was 40 on the tree, 1 above. 614 on a 613 gets the win light. So Caudle will bring back his Nova as Bradley Hoffman and Ray Lone. The Razor 66 GTO. 619 the dial for Ray. Hoffman's going to get a pretty sizable head start, about a second. Which looks like it equated to about 52 feet. And the win light's going to go to Hoffman. 39 on the tree, take 3 thou at the stripe, gets the win. 719 on a 718. Ray Lone had a 24 thou reaction time, 3 above the dial, and bows out here in the re-entry round. Once again, we will take our orange stickered dragsters. Orange stickered dragsters. We'll take you back into the staging lanes, please. Orange sticker dragsters. Come on down if you are here for the re-entry. So orange sticker dragsters re-entry round. Come on down. We're going to get you back. Thomas Fletcher here on this side of the racetrack. 635 the dial for the Camaro out of New York to Jeffrey Goetz 601, and Fletcher is back. 12 on the tree. Gets their first 28 thousandths of a second. And survives the re-entry round. Jeff Grote, 602 on a 601, was 059 on the tree, and not so good. There's now Larry Chapman and Arnold Smith. The Natural High Nova on the right side. And the 75-bodied Nova out of Willow Springs, North Carolina, over on the left. 541 the dial for Larry. 629 the dial for Arnold. Again, we'll put out that final call for the re-entry round for the door cars. Away they go. Winner is going to be Larry Chapman. Chapman, 11 green, 543 on a 541. Winner. Arnold Smith at an 036 light. Goes 630 on the 629 on the loss. As Chapman's Nova will be back in the natural high. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to try and make a little noise. This is Steve Law and Barry Tichy. Tichy in the 64 Falcon. That's cool. That flat black on that Falcon just looks good. 438 on the Ford power side. 614 is the dial. Steve Law. That Law Chevrolet Buick 626 dial. Here we go. At the finish line, it's Barry Tichy. The Falcon prevails. 11th thou, the reaction time for Barry Tichy as he takes a 31 thou stripe and goes 617 on a 614. Steve Law was 023 on the tree and ends up 500 above the dial. 631 on a 626 in the loss. As Doug MacArthur and Zach Norris next two. MacArthur, the Mount Olive-based ride. 632 is the dial on this right side, and Zach Norris. I don't know if it's like because did they chop the top on that or did they lay back the windshield a little bit or something? Something just looks a little racier about that S10. Something looked pretty cool about that wheel stand to Doug MacArthur. That was way up in the air. He was 009 on reaction time and 637 on a 632. 5 above the dial, gets the win light. Zach Norris was 056 in reaction time and could not recover from it as the high-flying Nova will be back. As now Jeff Parrish and Tucker Creech. Creech the Nova here on the right side. The hoodless one. I like it. 574 for Manmer Barbershop. And Jeff Parrish, 617 the dial. Yeah. I can watch that race all day long between the Mustang and the Nova. Let them wheel stand all day. Just do it over and over. Just back them up, do it again. Back them up, do it again. Win light goes to Tucker Creech, 39 green and 575 on the 574. Jeff Parrish, we're going to add another one to the 001 red tally. And again, just because of what was going on yesterday, what was happening, kind of keeping track of where we're at with the perfect reaction times versus 001 reds. Right now we've had 8 perfect reaction times on the day and 9 001 reds on the day already. Mark Williams and Wesley Roberts. Roberts with a 578. Mark Williams with a 629. Williams is on the left side. Wesley Roberts is on the right. And we're also doing that Dead on Dialer award for that FST carburetor. What? 4th thou between them in reaction time, and the win lights goes to Mark Williams. 12 green. Take 2 thou at the stripe, 632 and a 629 for the win. Wes Roberts, 16 green. Also 2 above. And bows out as Jeff Longany and Marty Dabney. Dabney, who will most likely be back up a little bit later on in the dragster, as he had that shot to try and capture the bounty that's out there on Kyle Cotrera today by way of his win last night in the 15K. But a 555 for Jeff Longany, 499 the dial for Marty Dabney. 499 in the Vega. That's getting it. Oh, Longany's hurt. Left with a 155 reaction time, goes right on the dial, and Marty Dabney's moving on to the next round. Dabney's back in, was 023 on the tree. But Jeff Longany dialed 555, ran 555, but was also like 155 at this end of the racetrack. Cale Hoffman and Jeff Verdi. So Verdi's got one entry back in, trying to get the GTO to join up there in round number 2. Is that 525 cubic inch Pontiac dialed at 609. Cale Hoffman in the truck. Dialed in at 767, and Verdi's back in both cars as Cale Hoffman leaves early by 0.005 of a second. So he fouled away his shot at the fame and glory here today. Jeff Verdi, 610 on a 609. And that'll bring out Garrett Griffith and Howard Westbury. Westbury in the Kick Booty Motorsports. I like the little shoebox. 552. The dial for Howard. Garrett Griffith, 632. And we shall see. Should have all of our buyback door cars back there. 9 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Advantage goes to Westbury, and he gets the win light as well. Howard, 004, 554. He's 2 above, take 21 thou at the stripe, and gets the win light. Garrett Griffiths was 13 on the tree and ends up 33 thou off the mark. 635 on a 632. On the loss is now Chad Duke and Chris Webb. Webb, the 86 Buick Regal out of 4 Oaks in North Carolina, and Chad Duke, 540 for Chad, but a red light start for Chris Webb. Webb is out. Duke is advancing. He goes 5.403 on a 5.40 dial. Was 20 on the tree, and it's 23 total for the win. Chris Webb ends up running 621 on a 620, but the problem was the 16 thou red light at this end of the racetrack for Webb. So Duke moves on. Chuck Griffith now and Joel Hubbard. Hubbard's dialed 494. Chuck Griffith dialed in at 614. As we are getting down towards the end of our door car re-entry round. Getting ready to roll the dragsters out for the re-entry. And again, orange sticker dragsters for the re-entry round. You have been called. Wow! Chuck Griffith airing that pickup truck out. I mean, just absolutely skying it. 35 on the tree, 615 on a 614. Griffith is coming back. Joel Hubbard was 40 on the tree. And then goes 498 on a 494. It's now Joe Santangelo and Kevin Little. Kevin's got that 82 Camaro. Named the Black Panther. 572 the dial on the left side. Joe Santangelo. He's got the silver Camaro that Anthony Bertozzi owns. And just 1 thou between them in reaction time. Great race off the starting line. Great race down to the finish. And the winner is going to be Kevin Little. Kevin, 571 on a 572. He's under 0.008 of a second. Joe Santangelo ends up running 610 on a 613. He's under 22 thou, bowing out. Santangelo was 007. Kevin was 008. And Little will bring the Black Panther back in round number 2 as Will Walton and Gary Williams. Yep. Talking about kind of more and more and more of that star-studded. I mean, like star-studded re-entry round. 005 and 1 above. Gary Williams gets the win light. So he's 005, take 5 against Will Walton, who was 11 on the tree, and then goes 623 on a 623. So Walton dead on 9, Gary Williams 1 above, and Williams gets the win light by 0.005 of a second to get back in. So we should have all of our orange sticker dragsters, already back in the staging lanes, please. All of our orange sticker dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes if you are going to be in the re-entry round. So again, dragsters for the re-entry round, we should have you back if you got an orange sticker. And we will go ahead and take our blue sticker re-entry round dragsters back, please. Blue sticker re-entry round dragsters, go ahead and make your way back to the lanes, please. We'll take it. Tim Thomas and Jeff Serra. Sarah here on the right side, dialed in at 524. Tim Thomas on the left, dialed in at 562. The Scat Cat. Skibidi-dee-dee-dee-doo-pop. 29 thou separate them at this end of the racetrack. Jeff Serra's 001 to get their first 17 thou and get the win light. Jeff Serra 526 on a 524. Tim Thomas goes 30 on the tree, and then 563 on a 562. They are done as far as the door cars are concerned. The dragsters are now rolling out. And again, we have called both orange and blue sticker dragsters for the re-entry round. Both orange and blue sticker dragsters for the re-entry round. We will take you back, please. And as the dragsters begin to roll out to try and fight their way back in, Mike Eames has found his way back up here to the booth.
I'm so impressed with, I mean, we actually, and mostly you, we're pretty organized up here.
Oh, don't throw me in that boat. I'm so out of it.
No, I mean, but like, I mean, we got our dead zero list. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed. I think it's a pretty solid effort for this, point of the day.
I've actually figured I was done with taking notes, and now you've got me back into it.
That's right.
I feel like I'm back in school again.
So Skitty Kenny Underwood and Joe Julesrud are going to start us off in the dragster buyback. Kenny will get back in the show as Julesrud is read by 3 thou. Kenny Underwood is 10 green and 2 thou 2 quick, but it was all over right off the get-go as Julesrud was red, and then, of course, dead on 6. It was David Batchelor and Michael Cockrell. David at Lebanon, Pennsylvania for Scott's Transmission, the S&W chassis dragster. 445 on the dial there for David, trying to get back in. Michael Cockrell, Prince Frederick, Maryland, so proper. 460 there for Michael. Going to be last to stage. Man, flip the stage beam down there on the bottom a couple of times as both drivers are 002. And the win to Michael Cockrell. 461.4 on the 460, was out in front by 2 thou at the finish line. Batchelor 446.6 on the 445 and just spent $170 to be 2 thou behind. Ricky Harbaugh and Shane Carr. Harbaugh was part of our $500 first perfect reaction time in the door cars for the dragsters this morning. Ricky and Mike and that whole team sponsor that award this morning. The dragster out of Maryland. And number 26 out of Bradenton, Florida. 442 the dial. There for Sugar Shane, the Kick Booty Motorsports dragster. Harbaugh is 003. Shane Carr is 18 green, and Ricky Harbaugh knocks out Shane Carr for the day, as I believe he bought back in the door car and was bounced in the door car. So Shane Carr gets to spectate the rest of the day. Harbaugh 003, one above. Sugar Shane was 18 green and 443. And is done. Is Andy Lloyd and Jared Euchre. Andy out of Doswell, Virginia. 451 is the dial-in. Euchre out of Salisbury, North Carolina, has 523 on that Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. So a bulb plus a little bit going to be the head start for Jared. Euchre is away. Here comes Andy Lloyd, that drag shirt, the wing on the back, and Euchre will move on a breakout. Jared, a little bit more worser on the starting line. Jared was 26 on the green light start. Andy Lloyd was 006. Andy broke it out by 100th of a second. Taking 400 at the stripe. Jared Euchre on the right side of the numbers. To get back into round number 2 is Michael Spencer and Mike Larkin. Spencer out of Rayford, North Carolina. A good-looking orange with black accent race tag dragster. 427 is the dial and 441 on that Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. For Mike Larkin, the Spicer Brothers construction team car. 441 is the dial in there for Mike. One racer is 007 is dominated on the starting line as Mike Larkin. Perfect on the starting line. 443.0 on the 441 to advance. Spencer was 007 and 428 on the 427 as Mike Larkin. 3 zeros, taking 4th thou at the finish line, and that is pretty much textbook. Mike Hoff and Mike Dollins. I don't think we broke out the prediction machine today. The prediction machine is rarely wrong. Prediction machine says Mike is going to win this pair. So Michael Hoff out of Hanover, PA, 483 is the dial-in. Michael Dollins, LaGrange, North Carolina. 482 the number that Dollins has selected here for this buyback round. Hoff last to stage. Away. Hoff is 006, Dollins is 18 green, and Mike Dollins on a breakout is going to move on. Dollins 18 on the green light start, 4830 on the 482. Mike Hoff was 006. Had 483 on the car, 482.8 on the racetrack. Breaks out by 2 thou. Was 24 thou in front at the finish line. Prediction machine yet again is correct as Mike moves on. Of the Dollins variety, Ricky McNeil and Parker Dotson. Ricky out of Apache, Oklahoma, 513 is the dial. That done Benson Ford side of the racetrack, and Parker Dotson. Saluda, North Carolina, 460. The estimated performance for the Dotson dragster. Red light start for Ricky McNeil. 2 thou red. Parker Dotson, 007 4604 on the 460. It's 11 on the combined. Parker will come back around into the program. And round number 2 is Wade White and Jamie Holston. Really? This is what we're going to do? So Wade White and Jamie Holston both bounced in round number 1. And now they're lining up side by side in the buyback round. Either of these two gentlemen, it would be no shock to anybody if they ended up holding the big check at the end of the day, but one of these two won't even have the opportunity to come back into round number 2. .007 leaves second. Jamie Holston is 001 and on a double breakout. Jamie Holston gets to come back and play. 446.6 on the 447. Wade White, Jamie was 001. Wade White was 007. Breaks out by 4 thou. 6 thou going to be the margin of victory. And that was the difference in the reaction time. So Jamie gets to continue, and Wade White has to take his ball and go home. Well, not go home, but like he can't bring that car up into the lanes again today. Patrick McMath and Josh Wilkinson. So Patrick McMath, Chesapeake, Virginia, 456 there for Patrick. Josh Wilkinson, 481 for the Red Oak, Virginia-based undercover dragster. Josh, Napa Auto Parts side. McMath, the left lane. Dunn, Benson, Ford, side of the racetrack here. Trying to get back into the shoe. A thou is all that separates him on the starting line. Patrick McMath is going to get the win. 11 green, dead on 6 for Patrick McMath. Josh Wilkinson was 10 thou on the reaction time. 482.5 at 481. As Patrick McMath will move on. As Chelsea is over here next to us, banging feverishly on the window. Chelsea was our price princess for about 2 hours and then decided that she was going to pass off that worthy role. Were you harming insects in there? Okay. Heather Boyko and Troy Williams, the Virginia Troy Williams. Red light starred for Troy. As the Virginia Troy Williams just spent $170 to be 003 red. Heather Boyko will get back into the program. 23 green. Had 468 on the car. Goes 467.5 at 146 miles an hour. Heather Boyko gets to come back and play some more. Jack Ostrowski and Corey Funderburk. So Jack had a good news, bad news scenario in the first round. The good news, he was trip zip, and the first dragster to do it picked up $500, courtesy of our friends Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. The bad news is, Race Kid was in the other lane and sent him to the buyback window. Corey Funderburk, 493 the dial for the runner out of North Carolina, and back-to-back 003, ugly, nasty, stinky, grotesque, hideous red lights. Corey Funderburk, 3 thou red. And we'll get to focus on what to throw on the barbecue grill later. Jack Ostrowski, 21 green, 6 thou too quick. Had 437 on the car and goes 436.4 for Jack O. Chris Bichon and Lee Dixon. Chris out of Scranton, Pennsylvania, 475 the dial. Lee Dixon, Chesterfield, Virginia, 454. The 8th mile prediction for Lee. 26 green for Bichon, 17 green for Lee Dixon, and a win light for Lee Dixon. 455.3 on the 454 with 17 green. Bichon got to the finish line 7 thousandths of a second in front. Down 475. Goes 474.7 out by 3 thou. Needed to take 4 or less. Dale Taylor and Lynn Bowie. Dale out of Elizabethtown, North Carolina. And if you were listening earlier today, and a stunning development, Dale Taylor is dialed 444. It's really not a stunning development because I think since Tuesday he's had 444 on the side of that TNT racing car. Lynn, 451 is the dial-in. Ken Kier prepared pipe. Wow. A true start win for Lynn Bowie. Dale Taylor is 002 red, leaving second. Lynn Bowie is 001 red, leaving first. And true start is going to move the win over to Lynn Bowie. He was the lesser of the Red Lighters. We've seen a lot of true start wins, but it's the first one that I recall that was 002 on one side and 001 on the other side. That's just tough for Dale Taylor. Lynn Bowie's going to move on. Bob Engelman and Mark Siegel. Green lights on both sides. Mark Siegel will get back in the show. 476.2 for Mark on the 475 dial to provide some electricity in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Engelman was 12 green. Breaks it out by 8 thou. Was in front 20 thou at the finish line. Kevin Lister and Brian Hicks. Lister out of Taylor, South Carolina. That Dunn Benson side of the racetrack. 510 is the dial. Just over a full bulb head start. Alongside Brian Hicks, Pageland, South Carolina for Golden Nugget Seafood. Red light start for Lister. Is really excited to initiate the run of 5:10.8. 39 green for Kevin. Or 39 red for Kevin, excuse me. Brian Hicks is 25 green. 447.5 on the 450 for Hicks, who, when we call dragsters back up for round number 2, gets to come back and bring his machine up to the staging lanes. It's Nathan Lilly and Will Gilman. Lilly out of Camden, North Carolina. Just love the design on Lilly's dragster. Kind of P51 motif. 503 on the board. Will Gilman with the Mistress out of Maine. 471 the dial there for WG. $3,000 the difference of the starting line. Lilly a little bit better and going to get the win. 5041 on the 503 was 008. Will Gilman was 11 green. Dialed 471, goes 470 with an 8, breaks it out by 2 thou. Got to the finish line first by 10 thou. He didn't need a full-on womp down there. Just needed a whoop. And could have got on the right side of the number. Steve Morrison the second, and Frank Falter the fourth. Morrison out of Statesville, North Carolina. 440 is the dial. And Frank Falter, the fourth. Mount Airy, Maryland. The Candyman dragster. 447 is the dial, leaving first. Eight thousandths of a second separate them as they leave the starting line. Steve Morrison. Hey, Steve Morrison. He's dead on 0. We'll get Steve Morrison added to the list for that FST carburetor. All of our competitors that are dead on 0, whether you win or lose, will be entered into the drawing for that for the FST carburetor. So Morrison going to advance being dead on and 22 green. Frank Falter the fourth was 30 thou on the green light start, dead on 9 and no good. As Henry Dale and Josh McDaniel. Like, I'm relatively sure, I need to get this confirmed. I don't think this is New England Patriots offensive coordinator Josh McDaniel. Maybe. I mean, it could be. Yeah. The Tennessee-based dragster, 453 is the dial. Henry Dale, 464 on the board. Dunn Benson side of the racetrack. So the all-carbon look for McDaniel. Henry Dale. Josh McDaniel. Dale finally rolls in. Oh, maybe not. That was fun to watch. Dale, 11 green, and is going to get the win. 465-1 on the 464. As both drivers sat in the pre-stage for a little while. Henry Dale really kind of lit the stage bulb, and then it flickered out. McDaniel bumped in, Dale got back in, and we were off and away. Henry Dale, 5 thou margin of victory. With some interesting stuff there on the starting line is Kellen Farmer. And Bryce Wiedner. Kellen out of Graham, North Carolina, the Race Tech Race Cars team machine. Kellen's ride is for sale, 474 on the dial. Wiedner, Lake Worth, Florida, 470 the number. There for Bryce. Bryce Wiedner, 004 green, 4704 on the 470. That is 8 total. Kellen Farmer is 12 green and was just in the way. Kevin Burkett and Bill Dempsey. Burkett, Vanceboro, North Carolina. The Burkett Industrial machine is going to move on as Bill Dempsey's red by 19 thou. And then, of course, you're redder than dead on. Kevin Burkett, 005 green, 484-2, but it advances back into the show after Dempsey was red. Rob Leipziger and Don Buckowitz. In the first round, Don was uncharacteristically tardy on the starting line, like double nickel. 474 the dial-in for Don. Rob's 456 on the bulb. That's much better there for Buckowitz, being 19 green and dead on 7 to move on. Leipziger was froze out, being 50 on the green light start. Buckowitz is 26 total, and there was no way whatsoever that Rob was going to move the win light over into his lane. Don Buckowitz. We'll be back in round number 2. Marco Paravaleris and Sean Serra. Marco out of Petaluma in the state of California for Pinella Racing Engines, Hoosier Tires, Kasner Racing Enterprises. 443 on the board. Sean Serra out of Virginia, the Race Tech Dragster. 445 there for Sean. Going to be last of stage, flickering that bottom stage bulb, being as shallow as you can be. 2 thou going to separate him on the starting line. Marco with the wing dragster. Marco breaks out by 1 thou. Was 9 thou in front at the finish line. Sean Serra, 11 green, dead on 6, is good enough to move on. Marco breaks out by 1 thou. Was 9 thou ahead at the finish line. Jeff Duck, Johnny Tolosano. JD out of Mifflintown, PA, Class 1 Transport. Good looking M&M dragster. There for Jeff. 466 on the dial. Johnny Tolosano doing double duty with the OG Roadster. Here in the pipe rack, 463 is the dial. Jupiter, Florida, the J&J Racing Engines team car. Red light start for Jeff Duck by 1,000th of a second. Tolosano's going to move on. 009 green, 462.3. On the 463. So far, on Moser Engineering Thursday, 11 001 red lights. 9 perfect reaction times. Tell you what, here at the Sparco Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries, got to have those big boy pants on. It's tough. Eden Lucard, Jennifer Nabel. Jennifer celebrated a birthday a couple days ago and bounced in round number 1. Jennifer trying to get back into round number 2, 5:24 the dial in. And a red light start for Jennifer. That just leaves more time for cake. Eden Lucard is 10 green, dead on 4. 14 combined, but doesn't matter. Jennifer's red by 16, 5:27. The elapsed time for Jennifer for Coast Collision. So Eden, when we get into Biondo Racing Products round 2, will be part of that affair. As Mark Cooper and John Jellick. Cooper out of Lexington, South Carolina, 478 is the dial-in. Jellick out of Gambrills, Maryland. The Miller Dragster, 462 is the dial-in. Jason Hoff, 430 the dial. Nick Womack, 459. All right, attention on property. Over by where fuel is located, there's a really, really big dumpster. 2 big dumpsters. We have several cars that are parked around the dumpsters. Well, needless to say, we need to get into those. So if you have parked your personal vehicle over by the dumpster, got to have you go move it. So Nick Womack, North Carolina. Jason Hoff, Pennsylvania. Nick Womack, 10 green, 459.6 on the 459. Jason Hoff, 14 green, 431.2 on the 430 and is done for the day. Nick Womack gets back into the show once again. Wow, look at the matchup that's down here on the starting line. We'll get to that here in a second. Over by the fuel area, there's 2 big dumpsters. There's like 5, 6 cars that are parked around. We need to get those moved. Otherwise, we will move them for you, and we're real creative on where we can put stuff. So pretty pleased to get those cars moved. Vinny Domino, Shane Maddox. It's like a buyback round, really. Big Vin out of Staten Island, New York, 460 the dial. Shane Maddox. Piedmont, South Carolina for Maddox Race Cars. 443 the dial. It's a real good one right here in the buyback round. Red light start by 3 thou. Shane Maddox. Big Vin was 002 green. He was up on the wheel. Domino going to get back in. Maddox. And the Maddox Race Cars team machine going to be done for the day. Cassie Lewis. Jerry Brewer. Cassie out of Fairmont, North Carolina for Thomas Car Sales and Repair. 472 is the dial, and Jerry Brewer. Lumberton, North Carolina for Brewer Body Shop. That blown 632 there for Jerry. 450 is the dial for Mr. Brewer. Pre-stage, patiently waiting for Cassie to roll in. Cassie lights them both. Lewis, bump, bump, bump in. $5,000 the difference down there. Win light for Cassie Lewis on that end. 472.5 on the 472 for Cassie, 29 on the reaction time. Jerry Brewer was 34,000 off the starting line. Dialed 450, goes 451.4. So Cassie Lewis will rejoin round number 2. Frank Falter III. And Rusty Maddox. Frank out of Mount Airy, Maryland. 467 is the dial. Rusty Maddox, Piedmont, South Carolina. 443 for that blue dragster, Napa Auto Parts side of the racetrack. You turn a win light here. You rejoin round number 2. You don't turn on a win light. Well, you just spent $170 to go 660 feet real fast. Rusty, 008 on the green light. 445.2 to capitalize in the buyback round. Frank Falter III, 33 green, dead on 8, and no good. Jason Parker. Bruce Hensley. Parker out of Hughesville, Maryland. 469 is the dial-in. Hey, we're 469 heads up. Bruce Hensley, Unionville, Virginia. Napa Auto Parts side. Parker, last in. Tree, green. 004 is late. Hensley's 001, Parker's 004. 001 for Bruce Hensley. 4700 on the 469 is good. Jason Parker, 004. 470 with a 5 on the 469 is no bueno. Debbie DeGenova and Sean Smithdeal. Debbie out of Deary, New Hampshire. What was Dan Page prepared race cars? 431 the dial. For Debbie, Sean Smithdeal, 476. Smithdeal, a Paxton Contractors dragster, is off and away. And a red light start for Sean, 2,000 premature. 477-1 for Sean, Debbie DeGenova. $11,000 on the green light start for Debbie. Put 431 on the race car and 431-1 on the racetrack. As Debbie moves on. Eric Whitehurst and Brandon Lane. Whitehurst, 468 on the dial. The reason there was just a slight delay, Whitehurst dial-in board says 6 flat. So something is not jiving. A is not talking to B. B is not talking to C. And Brandon Lane, Pikeville, North Carolina, 477 on the dial. Big starting line advantage for Brandon. And Brandon Lane goes forward. 15 green, 481 on the 477. Whitehurst dialed 468, went 469.3, but was 64th thou. Reacting to green, and Whitehurst and that dragster will be done for the day. And I'll just say it right now for J-God. And I actually posted this on social media about like 6 weeks ago. There should be a constitutional amendment that outlaws blue LED dial-in boards. Trent Jones, John Budakowski. Trent out of 96, South Carolina, 443 is the dial-in. Budakowski coming out of the great state of New York is 006 and dead on 8, 14 total. Trent Jones is 18 green and was just a big colossal waste of space. Dialed 443, went 444.4, but had no chance to move the wind light over in his lane. Lauren Freer, Brett Nesbitt. Lauren for LMF Motorsports, Mooresville, North Carolina, 462. There for Lauren. 443 the dial for Brett Nesbitt. The Nesbitt Performance Engines FTI Race Tag Dragster. As the live chat over on Motor Mania is starting to get relatively interesting. Red light start for Lauren Freer by 8 thousandths of a second. Nesbitt is your winner here in that round of the buybacks. 441.5 for Brett. Lauren Freer, after being red by 8 thou, goes 461.5 on that 462, but it was all over as we were 8 red. Kyle Coltrera and Chaz Silence. So Chaz on Tuesday picked up a brand new dragster in the American Race Cars Race Tag Dragster Shootout. Kyle Coltrera in the other dragster was our winner yesterday. So both of these competitors have already had a lot of success here at the Fall Fling. The Sparko Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Coltrera, 444 on the dial. Silence, 448. The predicted performance. Coltrera dominated Chaz on the starting line as 006, but Chaz Silence drives around the whole shot of Coltrera. 449.2 on the 448 was 34 green and was 2 thou in front at the finish line. Coltrera was 006 on the green light start, dropped it down there to get 2 thou behind at the finish line as Coltrera was 4 above. Kyle made the wrong decision down there at the finish line. Chaz Silence. Gets to come back in the show. Michael Spencer and Ricky Nelson. Spencer out of North Carolina, 429 is the dial, and Ricky Nelson, Great Mills, Maryland, the Racecraft Machine, 413 the dial, 429 there for Spencer. Yeah, so live chat, like, where do peanut M&Ms fall in this discussion? Ricky Nelson is way late. Michael Spencer is 30 green and going to get an easy one. 432 on the 429. Ricky Nelson's reaction time was 2:55, and, well, I don't want to say that never works out, but like 99.4% of the time, 2:55 green never works out. David Brodsky and Ryan Barnes. Brodsky out of Maryland. Chromeworks dragster, 437 on the board. The dyslexic 437 dial in for Ryan Barnes as he's 473. Brunswick, Georgia-based American dragster. Ivy Huddle's golf cart. Sales and service on the side of Ryan's machine. Barnes Automotive. Is RB going to leave first? A green light start for David Brodsky. 009 on the green light start. Ryan Barnes 22 green, and the win going to go to Ryan Barnes. 474.3 on the 473. Got it down there, toit like a tiger. Toit. 1 thou in front at the finish line. So Ryan Barnes gets back in. David Brodsky, 1 thou short at the finish line. And David's dragster will have to wait till tomorrow to see the racetrack again. It's Holden Dial and John Brown. Holden out of Maxton, North Carolina. With the big old long burnout there for Holden. 463, the estimated performance for Holden. John Brown, 451 on the dial. Titusville, Florida. American race cars there for John. So JB right side, HD left side. As we are pre-staged. And now both cars are rocking forward. John Brown is in. John Brown, a little starting line advantage, looking over to left to Holden Dial, and John Brown, 13 total. 10 green, dead on 3 to move on. Holden Dial was 24 green and 1 above, and that does not work. All right, door cars. Orange sticker door cars, round number 2. Orange sticker door cars, round number 2. Let's get you in the lanes if you would, please. Orange sticker door cars. Let's get you in the lanes, please. Orange sticker door cars. Let's get you in the lanes, please. Jeremy York and Christina DeBartolomeo. Now, in round number 1, Christina was getting ready to pull out for her round 1 matchup and ended up not making it to the starting line. So Christina bought back into the program, and what is her reward for buying back into the program? Oh, Jeremy York in the other lane. Jeremy out of Indiana. McGonigal Engine Performance there for JY. Christina gave up a couple of hundredths on the starting line, but is going to get around Jeremy York on a double breakout. Christina, 37 green, 455.7 on the 458. Jeremy York, dialed 482, was 17 green and 478.8 to go down on a double breakout. Jeremy York was 32 hun too quick. DeBartolomeo was 32 thou too quick. Christina, 23 thousandths too quick, and ends up on the right side of the win light by 9 thousandths of a second is Timothy Thomas and John Ringwet. Johnny Ringo Out of Massachusetts, 486 the dial for John. Timothy Thomas is like, I'll be a Huckleberry. Ringwet, perfect on the starting line. Can make it pay off? Yes. John Ringwet, 7 on the combined. Perfect on the starting line. 486.7. Timothy Thomas's 24 green. And was completely froze out. So that's perfect reaction time number 10 for the day. As our perfect lights are making a comeback alongside the 001 Reds. Is Gary Williams and Glenn Dilday. G-Dub for Team FTI. Bradenton, Florida, 481 is the dial-in. Glenn Dilday out of Missouri, 435 on the board. Gary Williams was our runner-up in that American Race Cars Race Tag Dragster Shootout. Chaz Silence ended up on the right side of that final. 1 thou the difference on the starting line. Here comes that screaming dragster of Glenn Day, but Gary Williams going to hold him off. 10 green for Gary, 009 green for Glenn Dilday. Gary was 482.9 on the 481. Dilday was 3 above, 438. Gary Williams. We'll get back into round number 2 as Mike Bloomfield Jr. in the shorty for Bloomfield Interiors. Keith Rogers, Hope Mills, North Carolina, 515 is the dial. Keith will be leaving first. Bloomfield has selected 481 in the buyback round. Rogers is perfect on the starting line, but is not going to get the win as Mike Bloomfield Jr., 11 on the tree, 481.1 on the 481 to be 6 thou in front at the finish line. Keith Rogers, after being perfect, goes 516.8. And on the 11th perfect reaction time of the day, the win light does not follow for Keith Rogers, Mike Bloomfield Jr. And the shorty dragster will come back around in round number 2 is Vince Schroeder. The Shank. 443 the dial-in there for Vince. Rich Corey, Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania, for Moses Electrical Service. Moses Construction, 496 is the dial. 3 thou separate the two dragsters, wing and non-wing, and give it to the wing dragster, Schroeder. The Shank is 19 thou on the green light start, 443.6 on the 443. Rich Corey got to the finish line first by 10 thou. Breaks out by 1 thou. Rich might need a hug. But the Shank is going to get back in the show. It's Gary Gilman and Mickey Nelson. G squared out of Maine. 464 the dial-in for Gary, that Dunbenson Ford side of the racetrack, and Mickey Nelson, Leonardtown, Maryland. 486 the dial-in. Napa Auto Parts side. Gary Gilman is 12 red. And like as a racer, if you're 12 red, one of the worst things that you can possibly see when you pick up your time slip is the guy in the other lane is 113 green and dials 486 and goes 537. We're watching down the big end of the racetrack. Make sure Mickey Nelson will exit stage left. And doing so right now. So David Elliott and Donald Webb. David out of Hurdle Mills, North Carolina, and Donald Webb, 4 Oaks, North Carolina. 465 is the dial-in for the Trick Flow Dragster. 7th out of the difference on the starting line. Donald Webb is 10 green, and dead on 3 is 13 total. David Elliott, 17th out on the green light start, and dead on 0. So David is not going to get back in round number 2, but being dead on 0, win or lose, is going to get in that FST carb drawing. So we'll add David Elliott to the list. As so far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers today have been dead on 0, either win or lose. Bruce Holland and Wesley Roberts. Bruce out of South Carolina, 437 the dial in. Over in the left lane, Wesley Roberts behind right off the bat, and Bruce Holland. 006 on the starting line is going to get the win. Holland out 437, goes 439.3. Wesley Roberts was dead on 1, but he was 43 thou. Richard Petty on the starting line, and, well, that's very problematic when the guy in the other lane is 006. Richard Alford Jr. and Lee Dixon. Alford out of Raleigh, North Carolina, 461 on the dial. Lee Dixon, 464 for the Chesterfield, Virginia resident. So, Nathan Hershey. So, right now we're 11 to 11. 001 red. Perfect reaction times. Richard Alford Jr. cut Lee Dixon's reaction time in half and is going to get the win. Alford is 15 green. Lee Dixon is 30. Alford out in front going 463 to move on. Lee Dixon 465.9 on the 464. But we've added to our dead on 0. There's now 9 in that FST carburetor dead on 0 drawing here on Moser Engineering Thursday. We keep adding to the list. There's Mark Siegel and Michael Jackson. Mark out of Flemington, New Jersey, 462 on the dial. Michael Jackson, 478 on the dial. Newton Grove, North Carolina. Siegel is already up and pre-staged. As I believe, hey, wait a minute. I believe this is the last pair. 1 thou the difference on the starting line. Siegel left side, Jackson right side, and Michael Jackson will remember the time that he beat Mark Siegel. 11 green, dead on 1. 138 miles an hour there for Michael Jackson. Mark Siegel is 12 green and 1 above and no good. And our competition single in the buyback round, a free data acquisition pass, is going to be Marty Williams. The CM Williams Maddox prepared dragster there for Marty. Has 452 on that Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. All right, Marty, so here on the solo, I mean, you're already going to advance. You might as well go 452.0, and let's get you entered into the drawing. So Marty's 002 on the starting line. Let's see dead 0 here. 453.7 there for Marty Williams. And that's going to close out technically all of round number 1. So we've had round number 1. We had all of our first round runner-ups that attempted to buy back in, both on the door car side and on the dragster side. We now ran all those. So starting now and moving forward, if you do not light up a wind lamp, right, there's no more buybacks, Pete? No.
for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
That's the worst.
If I eat more ice cream, I'm going to be looking for the double Bubba.
We're going to need the triple Bubba.
I'm going to need something. But yeah, they are doing a little track prep. Round number 2 is coming up. And again, $25,000 on the line here today. Mike Eames getting things wrapped up here with the dragsters in the re-entry round. But it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I think, you know what, if it is round number 2, and if Pete's going to be on the mic for a little while, which, oh, sorry, did I spill the beans? For those of you that are listening in, we get to listen to the amazing announcing of Peter Biondo, which it is really good. I love that stuff. But we are going to do that, and I might go for a stroll with you over to Sisters. I think we'll have to go for a walk. And then we can find that little spot right over there between the 2 orange cones and look up here at the tower and make faces at Peter while we eat our ice cream. That may be the way to go. That may be the way to go. I don't know. We do have to find out what the secret is to making that North Carolina ice cream taste so good. But again, just standing up here watching this crew at Galot, man, they take good care of this racetrack. This place is just, every time I walk in the door here, it is amazing. Everything up here in the tower, everything down there in the racetrack. The way that they do this is just so well run. I mean, it is a well-oiled machine, and they continue to amaze every time we roll out here. So thank you again, guys and gals. What a nice job. I know the racers appreciate it a whole lot more than we do, because they're the ones that are down there taking advantage of this awesome track.
I mean, you've been here several times. This is my first time.
Yep.
I just want to know, like, every time you look down track and you see the scoreboards, I mean, do you just, like, beam with pride, like,
They're
how
awesome.
Great the scoreboards are?
They're awesome.
Like, I mean, I don't want to, like, talk smack on LVMS, but those scoreboards are way better than the LVMS scoreboards.
I'm not gonna argue with you on that at all. I mean, those are definitely the greatest scoreboards in the country. But, yeah, I think I remember the first year we were here. And we had a little time when we weren't racing on the track. We actually, I think the national event, NHRA national event, was going on down in Atlanta at the time that we were here. And we actually fired up the scoreboards and watched the national event while we weren't, while we didn't have the opportunity to race here. So it's very cool. Peter's got a good idea here. We could do that. We certainly could do that. Except the thing that I do want to make sure is, as long as, if Mother Nature doesn't cooperate, as long as there's no electrical activity like there was last year, or like there was in June, yeah, we don't want that. Mike, I know you weren't here in June, and a lot of folks that weren't here in June. Luckily enough, I mean, it worked out. The timing worked out just about right. So we had a fairly severe lightning strike that, I mean, from where we're standing in the tower, you look out across the staging lanes, you see that building there with the brown roof.
Yes.
It hit just on the other side of that.
Wow.
And that was followed by the most annoying noise you've ever heard come out of the PA system.
loud boom was. And I was like, what?
It was awful. It took out the PA. So we were down for weather, things like that for a while. And while we were down, luckily enough, the guys that handle the PA system here were able to make it out here, get it fixed.
Piece it together.
And they got it put back together about 3 minutes before we started racing again.
Hey, there we go.
So, yeah, as long as there's not that type of activity, then sure, we can
We're
maybe.
fine.
But
We're fine.
if there is that type of activity, I know exactly where the shutoff is now for this. Because if I see that happening again, I'm not even going to say goodnight. I'm just hitting that switch.
You ready, PB? So Nathan and I are going to exit stage this way. I mean, it kind of, yeah, it's almost like, well, if you're standing one way, you're going to exit stage right. I'm going to exit stage left. But the 7-time national champion between stock and super stock. It's only 7 times. Definitely a has-been. Peter Biondo for Biondo Racing Products round number 2. I mean, he's even got his readers out. Like, he's fully ready. He's ready to rock and roll. Okay, so Peter, no pressure. Okay, there's no pressure here.
I'm ready.
Okay, however, I mean, no pressure.
My partner Kyle Seipel puts me under the gun all the time. So
but
whatever you're gonna dish out, I'm ready.
You need to make sure that you keep track of the dead zero competitors
for the FST
carb. And every time there's a perfect light, and every time there's a 001, like we expect accuracy.
You want like some sugar on top of all of that? Or
No,
what?
we just like, because we were just real proud about how organized we were, which is normally not the case. Normally, me and Nathan are a complete yard sale, but we feel pretty good where we are. All right, Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Peter Biondo, it's all you.
This countertop's starting to look like a yard sale. All right, here we go. Biondo Racing Products round 2. Best losing package this round wins a Biondo/Sparco SFI 5 fire suit. Good matchup right out of the box. Stephen McCrory and Tanner Miller. McCrory's out there. Here comes the wagon. Little Vega wagon. Leaves the line 006. But the Trans Am turns on the win light by 6 thou. 012 dead on 7 for McCrory. That's a win light. Tanner Miller was 006. Dropped it hard to go 1 above. So we called orange run sticker door cars. We also called blue run sticker door cars for round number 2. 2 go down, 1 come back. Jeff Martin and David Bratton. Hey Ben, have you ever announced a pair?
Yes.
Hey, you want to hear a? Jeff Martin is 001. And goes 2 thou under for the win as David Bratton is 018 on the red side. So Martin, 3 thou from perfect, end to end. I don't. What, you know? Do you know my name has an I in it? Yeah, you keep calling me Bondo.
Well, that's because of the joke Bondo. So.
Oh, Bondo. All right. And I have to ask you where Bennett comes from because I've never heard.
It's not. You know, like Tony Bennett from New York.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well that's.
Well, yours is spelled different.
Yeah, it's got an E on it. I don't know why. That's my.
All right, stop distracting me. Eames has me writing down 001s and all kinds of stuff up here. There it is.
That was from Time Run.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, here we go.
So you get too fast. You got that New York in you. You're too fast.
Wait till you come to New York, buddy. That's all I got to say. Matt Daddis and Philip Truitt. Daddis, the killer in the Sunfire. He's going to go up against Anthony Bertozzi next week in the Young Guns vs. Has-Beens. Philip Truitt, let's just say he's not scared. The Malibu's out in front. The Sunfire pulls up alongside of him and turns on the win light. Truitt actually had the reaction time advantage, 008 to Daddis 016. but the little Sunfire squeaks around him down there, goes one above the dial to pick up the win. I do not have grits in New York. If you order grits at a diner in New York, they're gonna look at you funny. They might even ask you to break out Google or biscuits and gravy. Yeah, we could do biscuits and gravy. No, we don't have it, but they'll know what it means. They'll just say we won't have it. Jeff Birdie and Jason Rich. The $1 Million Man turns on round 2 win light as Jason Rich in the 39 Chevy drops at 16th hour red. The $1 Million Man. Mr. Verdi, 014, 589 on a 588 dial. What's up, live feed? See a little bit more action today on the Jegs Hoosier Motor Mania TV live feed. I like it. How about Chip Johnson coming out to the fling? Staging up the right-hand lane, 82 Camaro dials it at 616. Mark Williams in the 1980 Monza. This one's anybody's race. Chip Johnson, how about a 14-pack? Johnson's 005 dead on with a 9 to turn on the win light. Mark Williams was 20 on the start. 14th hour under, getting their 8th hour, so he was shut out right from the hit. Derek Willard and A.J. Ash. That is one clean-looking Nova left side. I'm liking that. Little Cabernet Red. You know what Cabernet Red is? Well, I guess so, but I had a Mustang when I graduated high school. It was called Cabernet Red. It was Cabernet Red, and that's what that is over there. And A.J. Ash, the hitter from Long Beach, Mississippi. Both drivers do their job. Numbers are strong. Slight advantage going to A.J. And how about a 12-pack for A.J. Ash taking a thou? Doing work at both ends. Derek Willard, 10 dead 3. Thanks for playing. A.J. Ash, 007, takes a thou to go dead on with a 5. Here's Robert Fortuna and Michelle Pilo. Recent winner here, Michelle? All right, she's going to try to work off that momentum. She's got the new media runner. Both drivers away green. I'm telling you right now, if you haven't brought your A game to the staging lanes, go back to the pits because these drivers are killing it. This time 008 to 011. Fortuna gets there first by 33, breaks out by 13 thou to give the win to Michelle. Harold Bell Jr. and Michael Morton. It's got a great vantage point from the tower. You can see the hands fly when the top yellow lights. This time Harold Bell has the advantage, but makes the wrong decision down at the finish line as Michael Morton was 024. Harold Bell was 005. But Michael Morton ran 1 over the dial. Harold Bell went 3 over the dial, and by 4 thou, the nod goes to Morton. That is called a whole shot win. When you look at the scoreboards and left lane's 5 above the dial and right lane is dead 3 and left lane's win light shining, that's a whole shot. 001 for the win as Kevin Pollard might have had some trouble there. I'm not sure what happened, but he was dead late. Unlike him. Jamie Crandall and Jimmy Broadway. Name just rolls right off your tongue. Peritine reaction times, Jimmy's 13, Jamie's 18. Jimmy shuts him out with a 15-pack, 13 dead on 2. And this could be trouble as J God's taking a bathroom break and Bennett's taking over the computer. The pressure's on, Ben. The pressure's on. Chad Axford and David Aspec. The big Plymouth Barracuda and the
Chevy S10 pickup truck. Both drivers are away within 2 thou of each other. And how about the win light to David Aspach, taking out the hitter. 0-14 on a tree. Got there 14 to go one above 6. Axford in a pickup truck. The S10's 0-16, 2 over the dial. No good. Danny Bennett and James Rawlings. One of my favorite cars on the property, a 48 Ford Anglia. Used to have a blower on it, says Ben. No, yours his is spelled right. Yours is spelled weird. So Rawlings and Bennett give the win to the Anglia. That time in 0-23, 3 over the dial, so a 53 thou package turns on the win light as Rawlings was 0-21, but 4 above his dial. You could have just changed the spelling of it. I mean, my father's, put it this way, my father's name's Severio. He calls himself Sam. My brother's name is Severio. He calls himself Sal. So I was going to call myself Joe. Scott Albrecht and Blaine Parrish. Parrish turns on the red light. Albrecht in the Kamikaze Kid Vega. 0-23, 1 under the dial. And that's a win light. Check out the little Opal, left side, David Wright. And by the way, we're looking for the door car that needs a hood scoop the most. That's what we're going to judge right now. A door car that needs the hood scoop the most. Double red light start right there. The win going over to Joe Martz. He was 3 thou red. Wright was 18 thou red. So the Hanover, PA. Sometimes I think you're from New York. You, the way you talk. You talk like 1,000,000 miles a minute over there. Mike Zapp? Matt Zapp. Sorry about that. Matt Zapp picked up the 5. How about that? The last door car down the track, first round, picks up the $500 bonus from Harbaugh Racing, Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. That was we couldn't have staged it any better than that. It was alphabetical. Kenneth MacArthur and Marty Dabney.
So MacArthur left side dialed into the 544 in that 63 vet. He was tearing them up all weekend last weekend, Peter. And not today. It's going to be Dabney on the double breakout, 4th thou, separate him at the stripe.
So what do we got here, Mr. Zapp? Dynamite Trailers.
So if anybody's out there this weekend, Peter, that needs a spare tire, a hub, I know most of us travel sometimes, maybe on these long haul awards like we gave away today. We have anything they need, 16-inch, 15-inch, 8-lug, 6-lug, 5-lug. As TJ Phipps is 009, but 5 thou behind. Wassler in the left lane could not get it done. 540 dead 4, total 13 thou. Going to be Phipps moving on. Yeah, so if anybody needs a spare tire, any trailer parts, we got a green, bright lime green trailer loaded up over by the winner's circle. Can't miss it. If you are, you're not looking. Uh-oh, it is milkshake time? Uh-oh.
All right, the wheelie wagon, John Siegel. And there it is. Sets him down right at the 60-foot clocks. Trying to chase down Hoffman. Does chase down Hoffman. Gets there first by 300. Safe 2 above.
for John Siegel, the ex-New York. He was a New York transplant down to Florida. I say that right, Nate? If a guy moves from New York to Florida, is he a New York transplant to Florida, or is he a Florida transplant? Or does transplant even come into play there?
No, transplant certainly comes into play.
Okay.
And it's as long as you're from it, too.
Okay.
Transplant.
All right. I did it right. I don't know that. We're good. Nate's my, he keeps me in line. Sean Carpenter and Scotty Baddock. A 10 to a 13 this time. Give the win to Baddock. The Moser Engineering. Truck goes 10, dead on 2. That's a 12th out packet. And a strong run for Scotty Baddock. So we're looking for a door car that needs the hood scoop the most. We're also looking for a dragster that needs a hood scoop the most. So that could mean either they don't have a hood scoop or they have a very outdated hood scoop. Our good friends at... This price sheet is 9 pages long, so you have to bear with me. As Joel Hubbard leads the line, 007 turns on the win light. Nice run for Joel Hubbard. 007 takes 11th out down there. Doug Milner left him a little bit too much room. All right, so we have a Regil's hood scoop for the dragster that could use a hood scoop update. And we have a K&N hood scoop for a door car that could use a hood scoop update. And that car in the left lane needs more than a hood scoop. He needs a little bit of paint. He needs a hood. What else does he need? Chad Duke. Johnny Telesano and Chad Duke. I think Duke has a little blower on that thing working for him. How about 13 dead on 6, 540? That's a quick door car. Telesano was 019, couldn't get that, dropped him, went 2 above. That Mustang's got a lot of colors on it there, Ben. It does. Almost a little patriotic. It's got a little Chelsea C-Money would like that. It's got the Victory Lane checkers on top. Jerry Bullia and Greg Thompson. How about a nice wheels up start for Thompson? Today we're watching a lot of Novas hiking the front end up here at the Fling. And Greg Thompson picks up the win by 6th out, 24 in the tree, 3 above the dial was good enough. Dallas Cherry. He's a crowd favorite, Dallas Cherry. He's a tower favorite. 582 is his dial. Herb Bailey, 557, but at this point the dials do not matter as Bailey drops a 10th out red Cherry. Dodges a bullet right there. 37 on the tree, 5 above wide open. 10 above wide open. Robert Richardson and my favorite Vega on the property. There it is. Not saying he's getting best appearing because we haven't made that call yet. Which we will make. Yeah, there's a lot of good-looking cars here, but that is one of my that's one of my favorite cars and definitely my favorite Vega on the property. Jason Hoff and Robert Richardson. And there's a door car with a name on the side and a hood scoop. I like it. Bringing it back. Richardson's 006. Hoff is 011. Hoff gets their 4th thou and breaks out by a thou. Worked it pretty good down there. Just didn't work out for him. Richardson's 006, dead on 8 for the win light. I have like a smorgasbord in front of me. I have an ice cream. I have some water. I have a coffee. Some M&Ms. Beef jerky. Man, this is... Oh, you missing out Peter Lucas, right? Well, if I had Peter Lucas, everything else would just move to the side. We go right for the Lucas. Jeff Longany and Colby Fuller. J God says, Peter who? Uh-oh. Wow, Colby Fuller. Car launched forward just a little bit, held in their beams. made a good race out of it. Jeff Long and both drivers missed a tree. Might have had something to do with Colby Fuller, whose car lunged forward, was able to keep it in the beams and make a race of it. But not good enough as Longany. Numbers were just a little bit better. Here's Brent Alford and Shane Maddox. Yeah. Gotta love those Novas. 31 to a 28. Pretty much anyone's race. Give it to Brent Alford by 1 thou. Gets there by about 2.5 inches. 31 on a tree. Dead on 3 was good enough. Maddox was 28 on a tree. Goes dead on 7 at 124. 530, 124. He probably had a chance to get there, but got behind by 1 thou. So we're looking for a door car that could use a hood scoop update. Door car that needs a hood scoop the most. Steve Foley, Kaylee Creech. Hands fly when the top bulb lights, and Kaylee got a little bit too much of it. She was 5 thou red. Foley, the local in the beautiful 75 Vega wagon, will come back 013 on a tree, 602 on a track on his checkout pass after Creech's red light start. Terry Goff and Randy Sessoms. Tell you what, you get to the second day of the fling here, the numbers start tightening up. 010 to 007. Sessoms was a little bit behind, but gets there by 1 thou to go 1 above and pick up the win. How about Joey Santangelo in the NHRA Legal Superstocker? He threw a box in that bad boy, put a 630 on the side. He's doing some 8th mile big buck bracket racing against Douglas MacArthur. Joey drops hard to go 4 above. MacArthur, 013 at the start. Gets there by 32, and Joey fed him every bit of it to go 2 over his dial. MacArthur will come back. Greg Haynes and E.J. Womack. How about a 4-pack for Greg Haynes? Good luck getting in on that. E.J. Womack was 14, took 7 thou, but had no chance. Greg Haynes, 001, dead on 3. Get some. Bert Lewis and Jerry Birchfield. The Gun Monkeys is what Bert Lewis calls his 86 Ranger. He could use a hood scoop on that. I don't think that would look right with a hood scoop. It would kind of overtake the whole car. That's a small little truck. Bert Lewis in the Little Ranger picks up the win. He was 026, 1 over with a 3. That's a 39 pack. That was good enough. Birchfield had some room. He was 31. Took 18 thou, needed to take 8 thou or less. Rob Leipziger, Tuesday sponsor, and Michael Smith. That's an easy name, Ben. Michael Smith. Doesn't get much easier than that. So Rob turns on the win light. Had the reaction time advantage. Turns it into a whole shot win. 009, 3 above. Beats Michael Smith's 051, 1 above. Yep. Yeah, I have the live feed. So JD Reed, what do I call our son Severio? We do call him Severio. I gave Emily I let her make the call on that one. She said we're going to keep it just like it is. Wow, that pickup truck. Woo, that 99 S10 of Chuck Griffin. Rocked it back. On a back bumper, but left it 12 thou red. Tommy Plott was 12 on the green side, 1 above, and a hitter. Tommy Plott will come back. What's up, Kirk? Captain Kirk, my man. That's a case. Captain Kirk was diagnosed with cancer about 5 years ago, and he just kicked its ass. Am I allowed to say that? When you talk about that, you could say that. Eric Thomas and Jerry Lone, that's the big chief. This looks like a little 1990s matchup. A pair of door cars with hood scoops and names. I hope they both win. The big chief comes back. Jerry Lone is 001, works a stripe down there to go 2 over. Thomas missed a tree at 064, and he was locked out. You said I can make the rules, right? Yeah, well, those 2 door cars, they both had names, they both had hood scoops. I want them both back. They both won. Jaylene, can you rig that? Just kidding, guys. Ken Hanley and Tracy Wiggins. How about this? NHRA legal Superstocker left side, right side, the little El Camino. Tracy Wiggins went a bunch of rounds. I think he got to the semis last night. The El Camino's out in front and stays that way by 6 thou. Both drivers go exactly 1 above 7. Reaction time advantage by 6 thou, 21 to a 27, Tracy Wiggins. And even Ben can figure it out. That was the margin of victory. So your name's Bennett Fawcett, right? How do you, Bennett Fawcett. I mean, let's just see. Bennett Fawcett, Mike Smith. Bennett Fawcett, Mike Smith. What's easier? If you ask everybody in the pits to spell your first and last name, and no disrespect against anyone in the pits, but I think only 10%. I think only 10% of them will get it right, because that's how crazy your spelling your name is. All right, hold on. Michelle Martel, Bobby Bladen. Bobby Bladen is just about perfect. 002 turns it into a Winlight 19 pack. Michelle was 015 dead on, and that's a good lap, but that's not a Winlight. Your first name's William? I'm going to call you Willie now. That's much easier. Greg Walker and Tommy Jones. So you're officially the track manager here, pretty much. What are you? Willie. We got hood scoops a pair. I like it. Tommy Jones, Greg Walker, anybody's race. They are neck and neck. Both drivers go 2 over the dial. Tommy Jones was 1 thou better up here and 5 thou better down there. So Tommy Jones from Clayton, North Carolina moves on. How far is Clayton from here? Everything's down the road a piece, right? Brian Martell and Glenn Ferguson. That car in the right lane. Now, I don't know him personally, but I know he has kicked a lot of butt in the IHRA wars over the years. Brian Martell, the Fall Fling MVP, the Todd's Extreme Fall Fling MVP last year, lights up the lamp, 012, and saves the family name. In round number 2, goes 1 above. Glenn Ferguson was 14, dropped, Went 606 on a 603, got behind at 106. Martel did a pretty good job. His opponent dropped at least 5-6 mile an hour, and he took 16 thou, so he was taking nothing. Or as the new generation says, he was taking air. Yep. Barry Ticci and Christine. How about a 11 pack for Christine? He's 001, 592.0 on a 591. Barry Ticci, how about he's 18 dead 4, no good. So we're still looking for a door car that needs a hood scoop the most. Well, listen, if someone gave me a hood scoop, they could say whatever they want. It looks like Nate got all perked up into the tower after his ice cream called it out. Danny Waters, Jimmy Hodges give the win to Danny Waters, Team Moser, on Moser Thursday. Turns on the win light. 016 gets there first by 3 thou. And sometimes I get a little, it gets a little monotonous when these guys in the pits, you come back, I'm a racer, they say, well, I took 3 thou, I took 4 thou, I did this, I gave it up 1 thou. I look at that mile an hour, Nate, and I say, maybe the car, if you were flat out, the car took 3 thou. Don't give yourself so much credit. But if, or maybe the other guy gave it up 3 thou. But right there, Danny Waters took 3 thou.
Is that what you say when you lose?
When I lose, I don't talk about it.
No, I'm just going to wait.
I just don't talk about it when I lose.
And,
I change the subject. Andy, Dolan, and Trey Brunner. Dolan is in control in the Malibu. Should have the win light. Does. How about a whole shot win? He's 007. Bunner was 035. And Dolan earns his way into round number 3. Austin Brown is 000 and goes 2 above for the win as Brian Oakes drops it 8 thou red. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Dragsters, orange run sticker for round 2. We'll take in out Dragsters, orange run sticker for round 2. To the staging lanes as Austin Brown makes that perfect light number. I'm telling you, it's like a smorgasbord up here. I got to rifle through a bunch of papers rifle through a bunch of food just to get to my papers. Thomas Pletcher was 002. Howard Westbury was 011, but a double breakout win going to Westbury. Lesser of two evils, 2 thou under. Fletcher was 7 thou under. Okay. 12,000 today right there. See if we can top yesterday. What was it? 18 yesterday? Stay Schroeder and John Brown. How about the New Media Raceway runner there? Stace Schroeder, 007, dead on with a 9, throws up a 16 pack. John was 036 on a tree, and when your opponent throws up a 16 pack and your reaction time is 036, you have no chance. Here's Noah Carpenter. Now this guy, Noah Carpenter, got a new award yesterday since you were a late arrival, but for good reason. All right? Poor Nate. He had to connect 6 times, and we worked all night the night before, and He still shows up. So listen, this guy, Noah Carpenter, drive it like you stole it. He used up 690 of the 660 feet and never lifted. And I was holding on to my head. I was like, had my finger on the radio that calls the EMTs just in case, and he saved it. So he got an award for that. Cody Strickland and Noah Carpenter. Well, Carpenter's going to have to drive it like he stole it. He was way behind down here, and Cody Strickland made him pay 0.12.5 over the dial was good enough. Carpenter was dead on, but his reaction time was 0.60. So we have some possibilities of we have some contenders for the door car that needs it the most, the hood scoop. He's going to get a Regale's hood scoop. Yeah, that Dattis' truck could definitely use a hood scoop upgrade. I mean, that's an old school mailbox right there. 652, and James Bunner is a 582. Don't mess with Dattis, though. He's a bad dude. Dattis is 0.10. It's pretty much his reaction time average. Like I said, he's a bad dude. Goes one above, picks up the win. Bunner was 0.14. Two above, left Dattis 19th out, too much room. Is Wayne DeSantis and Leon Tyne Sr. This is my boy that comes into every fling with a parakeet on his shoulder. And we're still not sure if he's a parakeet or a mini parrot. But his name is Bandit. And I like him. He's 14 years old. He got stolen for 2 weeks. And luckily he was recovered. Wayne DeSantis comes down all the way from Maine. But left Leon Tynes too much room. Wayne DeSantis was 22, 3 over his dial in the 500s package. Gave Leon Tynes a lot to work with. Leon Tynes was 0.28. Goes one above and gets there first by 14 thou. Here comes the stripper, Jeff Cordell. A little 66 Chevy 2. Talked about this out in Sonoma, California, trying to figure out the difference between Chevy 2s and Novas, and it went around in circles for 3 days. Google couldn't even figure it out for us. I'll tell you, man. And Gary Williams, G-Dub had a tough first round, but earned his way in second round and turns on the win light. How about G-Dub? 006, take nothing, 0002. I classify that as nothing. The new generation calls it air. I call it a win light. G-Dub doing what he does. Cordell was dead on donut, no good, but he gets in the drawing for the FST carburetor. All right, so we called Dragster's orange run sticker for round 2. Nick Womack, Larry Murray. Michigan versus North Carolina right here. Give the win to Womack. Womack was 2 above his dial. Larry Mayer was 3 above his dialing. Womack had a slightly better reaction time advantage and turns it into a win light. Appreciate that, Glenn. Tom Worthington. Come on, man. True Star's not that hard to figure out. Kendall Little and Glenn Dilday. Lesser of 2 red lights wins. You just have to wait for both cars to leave to see the results. So Bill Day showing some American flag on the top of his ride. Didn't work out for him. He was 008, carries the front wheels out to about 100 feet, but gets behind the stripe 4th out. Little was 28 on a tree, one above. And I'm pretty sure Bill Day made a mistake at the other end. Here comes Kevin Pollard, one of the baddest foot breakers in the country. For anybody that doesn't understand bracket racing, basically everyone's here with a gun. Pollard's got a knife, and it's a sharp one at that. Wow. Are you kidding me? Chuck O'Neal is 002. Pollard off the foot is 001. Gets there first by 19th out to turn on the wind light in the Chevy Love truck. Does its thing and moves on to round number 3. This is a really nice car right here, Cole Williams. And I am digging that car, that 57 Chevy on the left side as well. I'm digging that. Steve Hatfield from Deerfield Beach, Florida. And Cole Williams. That's a fast 57 Chevy. He's got work to do. Goes dead on donut. 490 with a 0 on a 490, but no good as Williams was 022. Dead on with a 4. Had a 300th reaction time advantage and turned it into a whole shot win. But Hatfield will go into the drawing for the FST carburetor. Everybody that goes dead on donut today, win or lose, gets put in the FST carburetor drawing. Tim Phipps picks up the win right there. Both drivers with 20s on a tree. Phipps ran a little close to his number 1 above. Alford was 2 above. And Phipps will come back for round number 3. And here comes Benny Ulmer, Kick Booty Motorsports, and Rocky the Italian Stallion, Pinta Valley. How about the Italian Stallion taking out Ulmer? Rocky goes through 2 gears and goes 010, 1 above to pick up the win. Benny Ulmer was 023, got there by 2 thou, broke out by 2 thou, so needed to make it a dead heat and hope the little numbers worked out for him. Bill Groten and Tanner Miller. Groten, that big 66 GTO, 662 is his dial. Tanner Miller, 561. Here a little rip down there and give the win light to Bill Groten. Pretty sure Tanner Miller was ripping, but he was behind at the tree, tried to make it a difference up top. Gave the stripe back by 1 thou, broke out by 1 thou doing it. Bill Groten was 012, 1 over with a 9, and that was good. Yeah, Tom, I get it, bud. But here's the deal. With True Start, I had somebody ask me this question. Well, if you leave first, how do you know if it's a race or not? Well, if you leave first without True Start, how do you know if it's a race or not? Because you're still looking up at the scoreboards after the other guy leaves to see which win light's on. So regardless of if it's True Start or not, you have to wait for both cars to leave to see if somebody red lighted. Now, granted, if without True Start, you could see if yourself red lighted, but then you lose the True Start advantage right there. I think it evens the playing field. I like it. I think it was long overdue. And haven't heard too many good arguments against it yet. But to each his own. David Collins and Jeff Serra. David Collins is out there, but here comes the pickup truck. How about a whole shot win? Sarah doing work at both ends. He's 0-14 down here. He takes 0-0-3 down there. And on a whole shot, Sarah takes out Collins. We saw Jeff Verdi win in his familiar Pontiac Firebird. This time, he's in a big GTO. So the $1 million man versus Michael Jackson. That's all right, Worthington. You don't have to agree with me, buddy. I get it. All I know is all those years when I was leaving first against Anthony Bertozzi and Dan Fletcher, I had just a little bit more pressure on me leaving first. Because I know he's going for my eyeballs. And I know if I go for his eyeballs and I drop a red, it's game over. Not with True Start. It's a psychological advantage. Or it's a psychological way of evening the playing field. Let's put it that way. How about the $1 million man brings 2 entries to round number 3. He was 0-26, dead on 3. Michael Jackson was 23 at the start, went 1 above 9, and the $1 million man checks his way into round 2. Round 3, that is. Howard Westbury and Tucker Creech. Now, this guy could use a hood scoop. He could use a hood. He could use a dial board. A front grill. He could use a hood scoop. But he needs a hood first. Yeah, that's not going to work. So Westbury and Creech, this time, hand the win over to Howard Westbury. Creech was 0-15, got that first 28,000. So pretty much Creech had a chance, got that first by a fender, needed to take it half a fender. Broke out 7,000. Last door card versus first dragster, and here's Chris Coletti and EJ Womack. Chris Galletti puts up a trip zip 2,000 under. And the trip zips keep on coming.
And a 001 red. You got one of each.
Trip zip for Galletti, 001 red for Womack. You want to talk about going for each other's eyeballs. As we shift into the long cars, Hunter Patton and Michael Cockrell. Hunter dials it in 443. That's Captain Young Gun right there. Hunter's behind at the hit. Let's see if Michael can hold on. No, he cannot. Hunter drives around him down there. Hunter was 029. Cockrell was 006. But Hunter had his car figured out, and Cockrell did not. Cockrell was 13 over the dial. So Tom Worthington, I get it, buddy. But I want you to answer me this. If I'm dialed 480 and I'm racing against Anthony Bertozzi, who's dialed 470, and we're both going for each other's eyeballs, how do you think that plays out psychologically without True Start? Bailey Ferrara and Scotty Watts. So Bailey picks up the win, does his job down here, 004. Wins it on a whole shot. Scotty Watts was 043 dead on. Bailey 2 above his dial. Henry Dial and Jamie Holston. Give the win to Holston. That's what good drivers do. And Jamie Holston is just that. He was 16 thou behind at the tree, but took 4 thou at the other end to go dead on 5. Henry Dial was 010, 2 above. Corey Galletti, that's one of the young guns over there. Corey is going to run up against Edmund Richardson next week. Actually, a week from today. Planning on doing it on Thursday in Bristol. 8 young guns versus 8 has-beens. That's young gun Corey. He's going to go against, it's going to be a monster matchup, Edmund Richardson. Here he takes on Jeff Warren. Jeff Warren, 004, dead on 1. How about a 5-pack for the veteran? Warren from Clinton, North Carolina, turned on the win light, taking out the hitter Galletti. Galletti was 033, dead on with an 8 on a drop. But when your opponent has a 5-pack and you're 33 at the start, it's lights out. Troy Williams, that's T-Dub, left side. Scott Gibson from Sanford, Florida. So 2 Floridians. Fun fact, Emily moved up from Florida up to New York City to be with me. You know that, Nate? You knew that, right? So she's a Florida to New York transplant. 003 red for T-Dub. Scott Gibson's going to earn the win light there. How about a 15-pack? 011 dead on 4 for Gibson. And that's a feather in his cap. Anytime you take out a Williams brothers, you earn the win light. T-Dub doing what he usually does. He goes for the throat. Usually works out for him. That time it dropped just a little bit on the red side. Kevin Brennan, the Rabbit, and Brian Hicks, the Rabbit, got down to semis last night. Shannon Justice, you have a package in the bottom of the tower. How about the Rabbit? 453 on his 452 dialing. 453 at 138. Picking up the win. Brian Hicks was 016, got that first by 27, and I can guarantee you the Rabbit fed him every bit of that. So the Rabbit driving the top end, and that brings up Jack Ostrowski. See, if I say stuff like the top end, the young guns are like, what the heck is he talking about? Top end, the big end. The stripe. They just call it the stripe. They're too cool to call it the top end. Or maybe I'm not too cool enough to call it the stripe. Or maybe I'm too old. Jack Ostrowski, Frank LaCase. Jack the Quack picked up the Harbor $500 cash 000 bonus this morning. And he goes dead on with the 1 to pick up the win against Frank Lakatis. Both drivers low 20s on a tree. Ostrowski goes dead 1. Lakatis goes 1/7. So Ostrowski, good day so far for Jack. He was struggling a little bit the last few days. Came out this morning, put up a trip zip. First round, picked up the $500 cash from Mike and Ricky Harbaugh. Moves on to round 3. Here's Ricky Harbaugh, speaking of, and Parker Dotson. So once again, Shannon, Justice, you have a package at the bottom of the tower. Harbaugh drops it one stinking thou red to go dead 7. Parker Dotson puts up a pretty good lap right there. 15 dead on 4. That was our 13th. So we have 13th perfect lights today and 13th 001 reds. Who's going to break the tie? Tommy Plott looking strong, has a reaction time advantage, turns it into an easy hole shot win. You cannot let go 066 against Tommy Plott. Tommy Plott's 014, coasted down to go 5 above. All right, so we're looking for the dragster that needs a hood scoop the most. Now, we did see one in round number 1 in the buyback round. That is a contender. But we're not going to say any names because we're still keeping our eyes open. Jerry Yorker and Kenny Underwood. Yorker drops it 5 thou red. Underwood drops it 3 thou red. Give the win to Skinny Kenny. Lesser of two evils. Kenny runs it out 476 on his 477 dial. That would bring up a good matchup here. Wow. Vinny Domino and Marco Peravalaris. This is Biondo round 2. There's 2 go down, 1 come back. These guys are pretty good friends, but at this point, they're not worried about friendship. They're worried about a win light. Both young drivers, both very aggressive. Just a matter of who's going to bring it right here, right now. Well, Marco has 6 thou to work with. But Vinny drops him down there to go dead on 1. Marco was 014, took 10 thou against the drop. Did a good job, but broke out 3 thou. Big Vin coming back. And I'll tell you what, if there's a hard luck award so far as losing close runs, Marco Peravalaris will have it. Every time I've watched him not win a round this weekend in either car, it's been thousands. I know a lot of people can say that, but it's been low thousands. Donovan Williams and Casey Long. Carrie Long. Thank you, Nate. Motor Mania says the red will break the tie. We have a tie. 13 triple zeros and 13 001 reds today. This time Donovan Williams is 022. He dialed it in 479 and he ran a 479. Casey Long was 028. Got that 3 thou, broke out by 3 thou. Heather Boyko and Race Kid. Guaranteed first time these two ever matched up. Ever. Guaranteed. I don't guarantee many things in life, but that's a guarantee. Race Kid's from Idaho. Heather Boyko's from PA. Race Kid travels the big buck circuit here and there. The Racing Kid family. No pun intended, but Papa Kid there is a heck of a driver himself. But this young gun is going to face off next week in the young gun versus has-beens matchup. But Heather Boyko comes from New Media Dragway. First time at a big buck event. First time at a fling. Big buck event other than New Media, that is. I've watched her do very, very well, and wow, how about Heather Boyko breaks the tie and goes 000 to break the 13-13 tie. That's her second 000 today, according to my buddy Nate here. Race kid was 007. Something wasn't right. He must have not felt something right in the car and just shut it down. 512 on a 463. But Boyko, 000. Tell you watch these. It's what I love about drag racing. It's great to support your local track. That's first and foremost. We need everyone support their local tracks because we need the local tracks to stay open. Because if local tracks didn't stay open, we have no big dollar racing either. So, Heather Boyko does very well at New Media. Probably never just had the time to go big buck bracket racing. Gets on a big stage and drops 2 000s down in a row. I love it. Wade White and Alan Elliott. Wade White didn't like what he felt. Slowed down, just pulled over. Alan Elliott will pick up the win, and kudos to Wade White, who pulls to the side, does the sportsmanship friendly thing to do. And we'll have the Galot track officials check on Wade down there. So while it's quiet, we check on Wade White. Do a little reset up here. It is, like I said, there is, to get to my prize list, which is 9 pages long, I have to go through a smorgasbord because somebody bought a beef jerky. Is that you, Nate? Yes. Nate's the beef jerky. I don't care who's the M&Ms because who brought them up because I'm calling them mine. I just love peanut M&Ms. There is ice cream. There's gum. I went through about a couple of recallers earlier. There's 7 drinks up here, non-alcoholic, of course. And as soon as I mentioned ice creams, Mike Eames came into the room.
No pressure, but our list better be accurate when we come back.
Our list is 100% dead accurate, buddy. Mike Eames is all about the stats. He takes it serious. That's why, wait till we get to Bristol, buddy. Just wait. We're going to have so many 000s and 001. Tommy Cable and Mike Larkin, how about a trip zip? T Cable puts up a 7-pack. Mike Larkin's 004 dead on 7, and can you tell I'm getting excited? When I see these Fall Fling drivers put up runs like this, I'm loving it. 7-pack taking out a 14-pack. 11-pack, that is. Tommy Cable doing work, puts up the 15th trip zipper today. So we got 15 000s, 13 minus 001s, and right now Tommy Cable's crew is saying, I don't care about that. We got the win light. Talk about that some more. Became a very good driver. Driving for Anthony Bertozzi. Mark Siegel, who's had a lot of luck here at Galot Motorsports Park. Last few years, believe 2 or 3 finals. This time, not so much. Shannon Justice, 007. Siegel drops in 5 red. And Justice drops it to a 1 over 141 on the red light. He'll come back. Siegel, dead one. We talked about that, Nate. year after year. You drop it red, it's like your car's telling you something. Man, I'm doing my job. What about you? Dead on. Red and dead on. You could almost, I won't guarantee it, but it happens more often than not. Jason Rich gets out of that, forget what year that was, the Chevy car he was driving. It was different. I remember that. It was definitely eye-catching. But right now he is hole in the mail, 444. That's getting it in the 8th mile. Severn Johnson, 466. And we have not seen a 666 dial. I can't believe I just said that. We have not seen that dial, right? Today? Let's keep it that way. Severn, 2,000 red, goes dead on. What did we just say? Jason Rich is 008 on a tree, holding 5 big numbers. When I say big numbers, it's hundredths. When I say little numbers, it's thousands. When I say bigger numbers, it's tenths. Hopefully, we don't have to get into that. Jacob McNeil and Gary Ingold. We're also looking for the Best Appearing Car Award. Todd Barton, Best Appearing Car. I just have a funny feeling it's going to a door car this year. Gary Ingold's going to pick up the win. McNeil was 004 red. Ingold was ready, 15 pack. The Raleigh, North Carolina driver moves on. It's Cody McDaniel and Dave Edwards. Win light, Dave Edwards, 012, dead on with a 7. McDaniel was 030, tried to make up the difference, broke out, doing it. This guy could use his hood scoop upgrade, Nate. That's like 1994 right there. I mean, I'm not hating, I'm just saying. That's the old Harwood. Right now, all the young guns are saying, what's that? Never saw that hood scoop before. That's bringing it back. Joel Maddox and Chris Beauchamp. Chris Beauchamp drops it 3,000 red, and Maddox was there for the taking. Maddox was 038, 457 on his 455 dial, but it doesn't matter. His win light on. His win light was on as Chris Beauchamp calls it a day. And Brianna Lucard and Bobby McCluskey, good friend of mine from Jackson, New Jersey. He's a police officer. Grew up with Bobby at Englishtown Raceway Park. Looks like Brianna's having a little bit of trouble getting reversed. There we go. That's what we like to see. We don't want to see anyone go down because of mechanical failure. Give her a shot. So Brianna turns on the win light. She was 0-12. McCluskey was 0-11 at the start. Brianna ran 7th out closer to a dial-in. She's dead on 8. McCluskey's 1 above 5. Factor in all the numbers and 6 little thousands going in Brianna's way. Josh Lukey and John Douglas Jr. Lukey, the hitter from Boneville, Indiana. Law Chevrolet sponsored. Yeah, good point, Nate. Lukey took home the $50,000 combined double up in June. He's a bad dude. Red light start for Douglas Lukey. 0-17 at the start, 445 on a 446 dial-in. I forget how cool it is here with these scoreboards. It says winner. No little win light, no strobe light, nothing like that. It just says winner. Spells it out for you. Gotta admit, that was a pretty good idea about tomorrow. If we get some weather tomorrow, maybe we'll put a drive-in movie right on the scoreboards. We'll get popcorn. There's kettle corns here. We're already there. Yeah, we're ready. We got it all covered. Hard like a wheel. You want to go back with Shirley Muldowney? Yes. Snake and a Goose? Is that who it is? Well, we'll have to take a vote. Let's hope we don't have to, but that's our backup plan. Kobe Fuller and Don Bukowitz. Win light. How about Don Bukowitz? Puts up a 9-pack. Driving both ends of the racetrack, 004 up here, takes 7th out down there to go dead 5. Ford versus Ferrari, that was good. So Jaylene wants Heart Like a Wheel. I want Sunshine. But I need a backup plan. Yeah. I'm not going to sing. If Jared was here, he would have just ripped that off. He would have just started ripping Sunshine on a Cloudy Day. And I know he can do that. Jared will be at Bristol next week. And by the way, Nate, you sang at Jeff Foster's wedding.
No, I did.
Yes, you did. Haha. Buddy Dial and Ken Batchelor. Both drivers. Middle teen on a tree. 1 thou advantage going to Batchelor, but the win light to Buddy Dial. 015, 481 on his 480 dial. Buddy Ken Batchelor had a chance. He was 014, got there first by 26 thou and broke out by 10 thou. So that's a case where he took about 4 feet down there. Maybe 4 or 5 feet. Maybe even 6 feet. I'll call it 5 feet. 5.5 feet he took. He needed to trim it down to about 2.5. to turn on the win light. Name of the game, get there by as little as you can. If you're not getting there, send them. Lynn Bowie and Jay Ralston. Red light start for Ralston. Bowie is 013 dead 6. Puts down a nice lap. Earns his way to round number 3. Once again, round 2, best losing package will win a Biondo Sparko fire suit. That will happen every day, round 2. If you look up and down the flyer, you can check out the round prizes. There's a bunch of them. We have the prize princess downstairs. We have C Money in the other room. A lot going on up here. A lot of good stuff. Bobby Bladen and Patrick McMath. Hoff, you bringing that car to Bristol, buddy? So Bladen turns loose 003 and puts up a 10-pack. Nicely done for Bobby Bladen. Patrick McMath was 0-19 at the start, and he was mathematically shut out from the word go. Stephen McCrory and Joe Martin. Megan Bunch, that's Trouble. Isn't that Trouble? I'm getting a little old, Megan, but I remember when you were about 12 years old, running around the pits of Moroso. I nicknamed you Trouble. You must have did something. So McCrory picks up the win. Joe Martin was 008 red. McCrory's 004 shuts it down at the 330, not showing his hand. Bob Murphy and Bruce Hensley. Bruce? Is that like a singer or something, Bruce Hensley? Why does that sound familiar? So 373 cars / dragsters made the round one call today, folks. Don Henley, that's who I was thinking of. There were, got to go to my Queen Jaylene Google Doc. Get you the exact specifics on the door car dragster count. Bruce Hensley, Bob Murphy. Anybody's race, give the win to Hensley. How about a margin of victory of 0.0004? Now, I'm not one to always talk about the 10,000s, but when the first three numbers are 0, you're forced to. Hensley's 008, one above, taking Trip Zip 4. All right, so the car count today was 159 door cars and 214 dragsters, 373 total round one. Queen Jaylene makes it very easy for us. Shares the Google Doc, types it in, as long as Seipel doesn't get a hold of it, because once he gets a hold of it, it gets all jumbled up. Tim Thomas is in control. Thomas is 006. Tommy Norton was, well, let's just say he missed it. He was dead on 5 and 50 behind the stripe. And Thomas was 3 above. So with all of these races, Fall Fling, Spring Fling, and working coast to coast with my best friend and business partner, Kyle Seipel, and of course my wife, Emily, we have, I'm going to just call it 30 Google Docs going. One's for sponsors, one's for prizes, one's for schedule, one's for staff. I mean, it's just Google Doc after Google Doc. Nathan Lilly and Johnny Telesano. Give the win light by 3 thou to Nathan Lilly. 014, 3 above the dial. Telesano was 029. Looked like he made the wrong decision at the stripe. 464 on a 462. At 143, and I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe the driver could not find reverse. Chris Dean, he just did a burnout, stopped for a second, and then just kept going. That was weird. Rusty Maddox says, well, I'll take that single. Oh, I knew I could count on DJ Richie D. That was my mistake. He knows me like a book. DJ Richie D. He said he knows where my head's at. I was combining Bruce Hornsby and Don Henley. He's right. And the 5 o'clock whistle just blew out there. And he's probably still at Biondo Racing Products packing orders. He is him, my brother, and the Shrine, they make it happen. So Maddox, 010, 2,000 under on his checkout pass. Says Chris Dean, still not sure what happened. Apparently couldn't find reverse or didn't like what he felt, just kept going after the burnout. That was weird. All right, so we're looking for the dragster that needs a hood scoop the most. I have one in mind, but I'm going to keep that open-ended as the slew of dragsters and stage lanes make their way here. Tom Dover, the Red Rocket, and John Budakowski. Ouch, the Red Rocket got that first by 9 thou to break out by 1 thou. Budakowski was 0-10 on a tree, goes 452 on his 451 dial-in. And the Nyack, New York driver picks up the win there. Brent Martin and John Edwards. So Brent Martin was 000 first round. He picked up a Drag Race Solutions $250 gift cert. My buddy Scott Lemon and the Lemon family, Drag Race Solution, collector tethers. Also, a little fun fact. He's like a semi-professional golfer. Thank you, Brittany. So the semi-professional golfer picks up the win right there. Brent Martin, 015, takes 2 thou, goes, see what I mean about taking 2 thou? 134 mile per hour at 473. He took 2 thou. So we called all dragsters for round 2, both orange and blue run sticker. And a Regale hood scoop going to a door car that needs it the most, and a K&N hood scoop for a dragster that needs it the most. Right now it's Lester Atkins and David Dean. David Dean moves a little bit closer to the center line to size up his opponent, and it worked out for him. He was 0-21, drops to 459.7 at 143, 3 thou under. Lester Atkins took the stripe by 6 thou, broke out by 19 thou. Jeremy York and Lee Dixon. Anybody's race? How about a 12 to a 14? How about both drivers go dead on donut? 454.0 on a 454. Winlight Dixon after his 012 start. Jeremy York was 442.0 on his 442 dial. The difference in reaction time was a 12 to a 14. The difference at the stripe was 002, pointing Lee Dixon's direction. So 2 more drivers add their name to the FST carburetor drawing list. We are on Moser Engineering Thursday. I'd like to welcome the Moser family, Moser Engineering, for being part of the first fling. Ryan Barnes and Taylor Holland. See a lot of hood scoop shaking on the left side. Taylor Holland was rocking the hood scoop, rocking the wing. Took 12th out after a 008 start. Goes 448 at 147. That's taken 4th out. It's 12th out. One above. Ryan Barnes was 017, 2 above. Couldn't get there. Dropped. Got a little further behind, but it did not work out for him. Michael Spencer and John Brown. John Brown driving David Wright's car, 2014 American Dragster. How about 000? Michael Spencer, but the win light, John Brown 006, 2 above. Spencer was 000, got that first by 400s to break out by 17 thou. We are at 15, 16 000s today. What did we finish yesterday? 18? 19. I think we're going to beat that. I know we're going to beat that. And 13 001 red. So we were tied, actually. 000 and 001 reds were tied at 13, and the Trip Zips are just piling on right now. Mike Elig and Cole Williams. A pair of red light starts right there this time. Mike Ealing was the lesser of 2 infractions. 002 red. Williams was 005 red. So Ealing, 467 on a 466 dialing. So all dragsters have been called for round 2. Matt Zapp, the potential buy. We need you to the stage lanes if you're not already there. As we get towards the end of Biondo Racing round number 2. We still got quite a few dragsters to go, but I'm going to say, what do you say, Jaylene? We're about 75% through round 2? Tommy Strickland and Sean Serra. Strickland drops at 6th out red. Serra is 026. Runs it out 444.9 on his 445 dialing. Kyle Philhauer and Bryce Widener. Pair of 460 rear engine dragsters. 2010 American right side. Kyle in the left lane, a 2005 Mullis. Checking out the Jags Hoosier live feed on Motor Mania. Guys, who do you think is going to win, Young Guns or Has-Beens? Tell me like it is. Don't tell me what I want to hear. Tell me like it is. Pair of red light starts. Lesser of 2 infractions is Kyle Philhauer, 005 red. Bryce Widener was 009 red, and that time the 005 red was the lesser of 2 evils, and 466 on a 465 dialing for Kyle. Glenn Ferguson and Mickey Nelson. Brad Todd said the Young Guns are going to win. Much respect, buddy. Much respect. I get it. It's all good. The majority of the votes are on the Young Guns. I will tell you that. We got about 700 votes in. Mickey Nelson and Glenn Ferguson, 17 to a 24 win light. Give it to Glenn Ferguson. Did a nice job down there. Was a little bit behind at the start. Takes a thou. 455 at 147. Yes, he took a thou to go one above. So, let's see here. Brad Todd says the Young Guns, for sure. He's pretty confident. George Hoff has all caps has-beens. Jared Pennington and JJ call the has-beens. Love you guys. Lisa King has-beens. Aaron Markin has-beens. Oh my God, we're running away with it. George Hoff has-beens. Gator says true that. Mikey Bloomfield missed it. Scott Albrecht is in control. Hard drop right there. How about Bloomfield? Is 061. Knew he couldn't get there. He just threw the anchor out. 488 at 119 to go 10 big numbers above. One big number above. Scott Albrecht was 002. He's in control from end to end. Goes 4 over his dial. Soggy Dunn says the has-beens. Buddy Goolsby says the old people. I don't know. I see a lot of has-beens, but when the votes came in, the majority of votes were on the Young Guns. That's true. Yeah. The has-been guys have slower internet access. They're still dial-up. Val DiGenova and John Siegel. Siegel missed it a little bit. DiGenova has the reaction time advantage, but does not turn it into a win light. John Siegel's 043, dead 7. Margin of victory 0-0-0-1. So to give you guys just a little taste of how the voting went, we'll start with the team captains. I'm the proud team captain of the has-beens, Nate. Hunter's a proud team captain of the Young Guns. The voting was pretty close in this matchup, but a small favorite going to Hunter Patton. I think he had about something like 53% of the votes, and I had about 47%. No, I'm serious. We got the numbers, bud. Will Walton and Rick Hustwaite. Wow, how about 001 to a 002 Will Walton? Turns on the lamp. 002 dead on 5. That's a nice lap, and that's a win light. Rick Hustwaite was 001 at the start, took 18 thou, broke out 12 thou. And another 001 reaction time and a win light for Jeff Grote. How about 001 taking 2 thou? You think that will turn on a lot of win lights? That's like a 93.7% right there. Kyle Hustwaite was 021, dead on 5. That'll bring up Christina DiBartolomeo and Tanya Pruitt. That's Kick Booty Motorsports, left side. DRC Race Products / the Design Joint, right side. 008 for Tanya. 014 for Christina. Two young ladies going at it right here. Give the win light to Tanya Pruitt. 008, 2 over the dial. Christina was 014. Got there first by 26 and broke out by 9 thou. All right, so with about, I'm going to say we're about 80% through round number 2. Mr. Las Vegas himself. Great announcer. Also, more importantly, became a great friend of ours ever since we've been working together, and Mr. Nate Hershey.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's always awesome to sit here and listen to you do your thing on the microphone and share your experience and all of the knowledge that you got. Is Chaz Silence and Brad Taylor side by side. It was a 70 thou split between the two on the starting line. Brad Taylor was in a bad spot from the hit. Chaz was trip zip perfect and then just kind of paces him through down at the finish line. 4:52 on a 4:48. Chaz will get the win light, and we'll add another tick into the perfect reaction time column to take us up to a total of 17. We had 19 total yesterday. We're 2 away from that and not even done with round number 1. Brad Taylor was 70 on the tree, 477 on a 476. And Ken, you got that right. But he will be back in a car when we get up to Bristol in that Has-Been versus Young Guns race. It's going to be fun to watch. Brandon Lane and Donald Webb. Webb's got the trick flow across the side of his car here on the right side of the racetrack. 464 is the number for Donald. Brandon dialed in at 477. How you doing, George? Again, round number 2, probably about 20 pair or so from wrapping up the Biondo Racing Products round. Win light's going to belong to Brandon Lane. 478 on a 477. Lane was 14 as he left the starting line. Donald Webb was 28 on the tree. Webb ends up dead on the dial, but 9 thou behind at the stripe, and the win light's going to belong to Brandon. Over on that left side is now Hunter Patton. Speaking of captain of the Young Guns, rolls back out here. I'm glad you caught that, George. John Jellick out of Maryland. 462 the dial here on the right side. To Hunter Patton's 459. And I am certainly looking forward to see how the Young Guns versus the Has-Beens plays out in Bristol. That's going to be fun to watch firsthand. Kind of like last year when we were doing that King of the Flings. Talk about a brutal drag race. That King of the Flings was ridiculous. The numbers that folks were putting up. John Jellick drops it red 0.02 of a second. Hunter Patton 17 green and 457 on the 459. Legs it out after he saw that big white winner show up on the top side of the Dunn-Benson scoreboard. Jellick just missed it by 2 thou, and that is going to bring up Kevin Burkett and Chad Axford. Axford now calling home Kentucky. And Kevin Burkett racing at Vanceboro here in North Carolina. 483 to that pretty quick little 444 number out of Axford. Chad's a guy that's been around drag strips a long, long time. Started racing like Volkswagens with his dad as a kid out there in the Sacramento area. Moved to Vegas for a while, moved out to Kentucky, and unfortunately is moving out of competition here as Kevin Burkett's going to get the win light. Burkett 003 on the tree and 483 on a 483. 12 total to get the win over Axford, who was 18 on the tree and had nowhere to go with the run. So Burkett on to round number 3 is Bobby Inslee and Richard Alford Jr. back up from the burnout. And I did get the opportunity. I got to say this. I did get the opportunity to go on over there to the Sisters 2 ice cream trailer, picked up a chocolate banana milkshake, a little touch of peanut butter, just a little touch. It was a perfect mix. Perfect mix. And again, big thanks to Mr. Brandon, who met us over there, and it was good to see him again as well. So with Inslee on the 465 dial, Richard Alford dialing in 0.04 of a second quicker than that here on the right side with the 461. And yes, Candy, your answer is right. Pete did just pick up the win at Numidia not too long ago. So, yeah, if anybody thinking that he's not keeping his skills sharp, wrong. Wrong. Bobby Inslee, 008. 008 and 465 on a 465. Richard Alford went red by 67 thou and then runs down to be 465 on the 461. So Inslee. All right, George. We'll take that. We'll take that. Lauren Freer and Michael Jackson. Freer over on the left side with a 458 down. Mr. Jackson dialed in at 478. As the call has gone out, final call, final opportunity, Dragsters, round number 2. Final opportunity, Dragsters, round number 2. We do need you back into the staging lanes, please. As we're getting pretty close to wrapping it up. Oh. Identical reaction times at this end of the racetrack. Both drivers leaving just 0.02 of a second after the green light illuminated. 002 on both sides. Jackson ends up running 476 on a 478, breaks it out, taking 14 thou at the stripe on the loss, and Lauren Freer puts up 5 thou total. 002 at this end of the racetrack, dead on 3 down at the stripe, and Miss Lauren with a 5-pack will advance. And again, as we're talking about kind of the best overall packages, right now still unofficially Bailey Ferraro with a 3-pack leading the way on the dragster side of things. Robert Fortuna with a 1-pack on the door car side of things. And again, that's going to be for later on in the weekend when we do that Brodix run for the heads. Troy Williams, T-Dub left side, Nick Momack right side. And Troy Williams is in control of this one, leaving with a 006 reaction time, but it will not convert to a win light. Nick Womack, 31 on the tree, 1 above the dial, gets their first 1,000th of a second to pick up the win line. Looks like T-Dub gave it back, speed way down at just 138 miles an hour. 473 on a 469, and that's why it was kind of maybe a little bit of a wrong decision. At the finish line, Nick Womack gets the win light as Dwayne Allen and John Ringhetti. Ringhetti 486. Nearest to the tower here at Galot Motorsports Park, and Dwayne Allen. He's got that 459 dial. Dwayne's got a red light. And John Ringhetti's got the win light. 007, James Bond Green, 485 on a 486 for John. Dwayne Allen was 12 red and then runs down to be 458 on the 459. All right, as Steve Morrison and Matt Reclitus line up. Hey, Matt Zapp. Our provisional bye here in round number 1. We need you into the lanes, please. Or, excuse me, provisional bye in round number 2. I'm backing up in time. I don't want to go back in time. Provisional bye in round number 2. Matt Zapp, we do need you to the staging lanes now, please. Matt Zapp. We do not have that many pair left here in round number 1. You've got that potential bye, and we do need you into the lanes, please. Morrison on a 439 down. Quick versus Matt Reclitus is 466. Then it's going to be Morrison. 18 green, taking 4th thou at the stripe. And ends up 440 on a 439 for the win. Matt Reclitus was 25 green. Also one above, 467 on the 466. But Reclitus not going to advance. Instead, Steve Morrison going on to round number 3 is Jerry Langley and Dan Fletcher. Dan with that Strut Masters. Now on the side of the dragster, and Fletcher, who I understand is very soon going to be living in this part of the country. I think he bought himself a nice little piece of property not too far away from the racetrack, and everybody else out here is going, oh, this is going to be Dan's new home racetrack. Great. Great. That's awesome. Just awesome. Unfortunately, this time Fletcher's 002 red, Jerry Langley 22 green and dead 9 gets the win light. Left side. Scoreboard lighting up here, the Dunn Benson Ford side of the racetrack. Fletcher just 2 thou too quick, but that takes him out of contention here in round number 2 is now Michael Pascal and Kristen Bird. Bird here on the right side. Dialed in at 470. Michael Pascal on the left. Got the quicker of the 2 dial-ins with that 458. As the sun starts to set here at Galot Motorsports Park, the lights are beginning to turn on. And it's going to look a little different out here. Well, Kristen Bird does exactly the same thing that Dan Fletcher did. Went 2 thou red on this right lane of the racetrack. Michael Pascal, 16 green, gets the win light. 457 on the 458. He will advance, and with that, we're going to go ahead and call door cars. Door cars, both orange and blue run stickers. Door cars, both orange and blue run stickers for round number 3. We're going to take you to the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 3, orange and blue run stickers. Let's get you to the staging lanes, please. .008, dead on 1 to be 9 total. On the left side of the racetrack for the win, Clayton Roberts, 005, dead on 4 to be 9 total on the left side of the racetrack. And it comes down to 8 ten-thousandths of a second win light. I'm just going to double check that. I believe from what we saw there, I think that was Brandon Lane, if we had that correct. But 9-pack to a 9-pack came down to 8 ten-thousandths of a second. This time it's Robert Hefty. 454 on the 452. Michael Boswell, 503 on a 503. We may just do that. Will Cawthon and Greg Duffield. Duffield here on the right side. Cawthon on the left, 455 the dial for Will, 482 the dial for Greg. 20 thou between them in reaction time. And the win light's going to go to Greg Duffield, 483 on the 482. He was 13 green. To Will's 033, Will was dead on 9. But 11th thou of that 20th thou difference in reaction time is what it came down to at the stripe, and the win light's going to go to Duffield as Michael Robbins and Ricky Harbaugh. Next up. And again, we are going to start filling up the staging lanes with door cars for round number 3. And as requested, boom, now serving door cars in lanes number, I don't know what lanes they're in. What lanes are those? They're over there. Boom, now serving door cars in the staging lanes, please. Ooh, 2 thou between Rick Harbaugh and Michael Robbins. Robbins, 008, 496 and a 494, gets him there first by 9 thousandths of a second. Ricky Harbaugh was 2 thou better on the let-go with a 006 and then goes 467 on the 464. So Robbins gets out of the round unscathed. Ricky Harbaugh, unfortunately, falls by the wayside as Ken Williams and Brett Nesbitt. I love that radial tire. Obviously, the guys online and gals, big fans of the door cars. And when we called door cars to the lanes for round number 3, RTC comes in with, and the peasants rejoiced. I love it. That's awesome. Williams is in and set. Brett Nesbitt turns on his stage bulb. They let go, and here we are. Oh, Nesbitt has problems right at the hit. Pulls off to the side here. Ken Williams, 001, and gets out of it to be 481 on a 469. But Nesbitt, mechanical problems. I mean, pretty much at the hit. He let go, and by the time he went 60 feet, he was out of the throttle, and the car creeps to a stop right there, about 200 feet down a racetrack. So Nesbitt's going to need a little assistance getting off the track. Ken Williams will advance into round number 3 as Marty Williams, Bruce Holland are going to wait their turn patiently. Looks like we're getting kind of our final few dragsters out from behind the grandstands. Our bicar has made his way back, and again, we have called our door cars for round number 3, both orange and blue run stickers.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com. Something's wrong, you slow it down, pull it off to the side. That way, you know, get out, check it out, make sure that there's nothing wrong before you just continue your way down the racetrack. It's just kind of that courteous thing, and everybody here so far, I don't think I've seen anybody do anything other than that. I mean, every racer here is very, very considerate of their other, you know, participants, and it is just great.
definitely a lot of true professionalism that happens at a Fling event, so we appreciate that. So while they work to get the rollers under the car, again, door cars orange and blue. We have called both of you into the staging lanes for round number 3 on the door car side. And we're getting close to wrapping up again our Biondo round number 2. Best losing package here gets that complete Pro Light Sparko suit. Getting ready to roll into our Hoosier Tire round number 3. Where we're giving away a brand new set of rear slicks to the best losing package there. Again, we've got over $50,000 in prizes and product that are going to be going out to the door, all thanks to the fantastic sponsorship and the partnerships that have been formed between the folks here at the Spring and Fall Fling brand, as well as, you know, all of the great professional companies that we work with. I mean, we're talking FST Carburetors yesterday in that $15,000 race. Today, Moser Engineering joining the Fling family, showing up out here as a day sponsor for the first time. We're certainly glad to have Moser on board. It's just one of those things. You see Moser all over the place. Those guys are really all about the grassroots sportsman racing effort, and it's certainly a pleasure to have them with us here. Of course, we've got Todd's MVP award that's going to be given away again. Certainly watching that goes, or how that goes. The Todd Barton best appearing car, we're looking for that right now. Still kind of judging the door car and the dragster that need it the most for those awesome Regil scoops. I mean, those are partnerships that from the time I started getting on the mic here at one of the Fling races, those brands and those names have just been part of it from the beginning. So certainly appreciate you guys doing that. And that is one of those things that we can now talk about. And I'm just going to say it this way, because I'm not one of those guys that jumps on the retail bandwagon and, you know, as soon as like July hits, then it's time to start thinking about Christmas shopping. But it is getting to be like October. And with that being, you know, 3 months out from Christmas, as you are shopping for the racer in your family or in your life or whoever is your friend, obviously people love getting race-related stuff at Christmas time. And right now would be the perfect time to start thinking about that Christmas shopping or the holiday shopping, whatever holiday you celebrate, whether it be Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, Festivus, Make-up One, whatever it is that you do around that time of the year. If it involves giving gifts, then the thing that I'm getting at here is that flyer that you've got has the names of all of the sponsors that make these races possible. So the very first place you should be looking to shop for the racer in your life is one of the names that's on this list, because they're the ones that keep giving back to you so that we can be out here racing. So we need to turn around and show them our support and appreciation for the fact that they're always part of this. Make sense?
It makes sense to me. Well said.
Perfect sense.
I'm very relieved, because you said that you were going to talk about like something you probably shouldn't talk about, and I thought you were going to talk about Fight Club.
No, rule number 1. Yeah.
And I was like,
we don't violate rule number 1. No, we don't violate rule number 1. But no, I'm just saying, I mean, as you're looking around, take the flyer, pin it up on the wall next to your computer, wherever it is, and you start looking at it. It's like, hey, I need to go order some parts online. Obviously, there's a great big yellow and black banner and big yellow and black inflatable and all of that kind of stuff. So if you need to shop parts online, you go to Jegs.
That's a very good place to start.
Very good place to start.
If you need a battery,
Optima.
If you need a fire suit,
Sparko. See, even I can play that match game.
Shopping is easy.
Shopping is easy.
We just took care of like 3 things right there.
Transmission cooler, Jones.
There you go.
Carburetor, FST. See, so those are the types of things that that you just need to remember. Scoop, Regils.
And or K&N.
And or K&N. Water pump.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm going to go like West Coast and go with the Moser guys.
Exactly. So that's pretty much where you got to go. And, of course, converters, you got your choice, BTE, FTI. Tires, all three of the big players are here.
Yep.
You know, Hoosier, Mickey Thompson, and Goodyear. They're all out here each and every time. So that's just one of those things. We appreciate those guys being part of it. And Radial Tire, to answer your question, Umbrella Man, from what I've been told, will be here tomorrow just in time to bring his umbrella.
Yes. he was in the live feed earlier, so that he'd be here tomorrow.
Tom, not specific at all there with your request. Says in case anyone is shopping, he'd like a pair of split monoleafs from Calvert, which I can see why. Those guys have got a really, really good product. So I can certainly see why you'd want to go with Calvert on that.
I thought you were going to say if anybody was asking, you're a sizes 80 by 200 shop.
Yeah, pretty much. No, actually, I mean, you know, over the last few weeks, luckily enough, we did purchase a new home. And as part of purchasing the new home, my wife had several stipulations of, hey, I'd like this, and I'd like this, and I'd like this. And then, you know, she looks at me and she says, what do you want in a new house? And I said, bigger garage. And I got that.
There you go.
So I've actually already got the shop bench built, got the toolbox rolled under it, got the drill press put on top of it. The man over there at Las Vegas Motor Speedway happens to have a table saw that he's looking for a place to store, so I've happily volunteered my garage for him to store that there.
Yes, we heard that conversation when we were down there at the junior finals.
Yes, yes. There's already space reserved for the table saw.
I mean, nobody has asked, but like, I'm size Peeps Pennington Roadster just to sit in it and make race car noises with my mouth, and I would be totally just sit in Peeps' car and just vroom, vroom, vroom.
Oh, that's awesome. And I do like this. I mean, we started talking about what people wanted to shop for, and everybody starts putting up there on their Christmas list. I like this.
Here's the Jegs part number, Tom. Hey, if we're going to do it, let's be specific.
Loose Change says he needed a, what's the word I'm looking for? Tuition to a driving school. I like that. That's funny. Oh. I agree, Candy. Got to be Moser. But again, I mean, just look at that flyer. That right there makes it easy to know who your suppliers will be for your shopping. So do it. Marty Williams and Bruce Holland. Holland's got the 437 dial. Marty Williams has got the 452. We're back at it to wrap things up here in the Biondo, round number 2. At the Fall Fling at Galot. Second time we get to come back here this year. That's awesome. That's awesome. Marty Williams, after all that waiting around, unfortunately jumps off the line 0.010 of a second quicker than he should have. Bruce Holland gets the win, 17 green and dead on 5 to pick up the win light. After Marty left 10,000 too quick, ends up 453 on a 452 on the loss, and that will bring up the next 2. Who are backing up for the burnout, Vince Schroeder and Don Kasanka. Kasanka's 465 dial, shining bright on the dial-in board over on the left side. And for the shank, Mr. Schroeder here on the right side, 442. We'll see how this pair match up. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Kasanka's first one into the beam. Schroeder joins him. And 7 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Kasanka was 12 on the tree, take 23 thou at the stripe to get the win light, puts him 465 on a 465. He's dead on 6. Vince Schroeder was 19 green and 2 above the dial, 444 on the 442. So the shank gets taken out. Don Kasanka will move to round number 3 as now Curtis Collins and Mark Kidd. That Kid Performance and Dyno team hauling all the way over here out of Twin Falls, Idaho. A 453 dial for Mark. He's been watching race. And I really do want to know how Race was able to claw that little orange Nova away from his dad, because the very first race that his dad had when he bought that little orange Nova, He came down to Vegas for the Thanksgiving race. We put on a big bracket race over the Thanksgiving weekend. He had bought the car like a couple of weeks earlier, went, picked it up, rolled up there, and like won. Just ended up like destroying everybody in that car. Mark Kidd was 009 on the tree, but it's not enough to get around Curtis Collins. Collins, 22 green, takes 7th thou at the stripe and goes dead on. 497 on a 497. Mark Kidd was 2 above on the loss. As Collins, the Rutledge, Tennessee-based car, will advance, is now Chris Gallitti and Kyle Goad. Kyle, who is from the appropriately named Mechanicsville, Maryland. Is that one of those things where like a prerequisite to live there is certain, you know, occupations? Right? They hold somebody calls up the real estate agent, goes, I'd like to buy a house here in Mechanicsville. They hold up a wrench and go, do you know what this is? Be like, nope, this is not the right place for you. You should not be here. Chris Gallitti's got a 444 dial in. Kyle Goad's got a 476 dial. Gallitti's already in. Goad joins him, and here we go. Identical on the let-go. Both drivers were 26 thou behind the green light, and Gallitti's going to get the win. 26, get their first 5 thou, ends up 4 above. 448 on a 444. Kyle Goad, 26 on the tree, ends up 4 above. But 5 thou behind at the stripe, and the win light's going to belong to Gallitti. Right? That one was basically a race to the brakes. Be like, I'm going to breach you the brake pedal. There's Cassie Lewis and Derek Simpson. Simpson, 473. Cassie, 472. 100 between them as far as the dials are concerned. Cassie, left side. Derek Simpson, right side. As the Gainesville-based car lines up here. So I got the pre-stage bulb lit as Cassie rolls in, and the sunlight continues to fade here. 29 thou between them in reaction time. Derek Simpson saw the light really well. 001 and 475 on the 473 for Derek Simpson. As Cassie Lewis ended up with a 30 thou reaction time, ends up 13 thou above the dial, and ends up calling round 2 the final round of the night. So Derek earns his way into round number 3, which, you know, as we do get into round number 3, that's where it's going to, I mean, it's fun now, but I'm just saying it gets to be a whole lot more fun in round number 3 when you start lighting up scoreboards and kind of start going, all right, that's a check. That's a bigger check. That's a bigger check, all the way down until we're racing for that 25 grand. It's Leon Tynes Sr. and Jeff Serra. Serra here on the right side. One of those double duty, a lot of double duty racers out here. Everybody's running a couple of cars. Serra running the white truck as well as this orange dragster, and Leon Tynes over on the left side. 480. And a red light for Leon. Jeff Serra, 001. And then I'm not quite sure if the car gave up or if he just let off after he saw the win light up there. But Serra was way down, 479 on the 454. And it, I mean, it very well could have been that he saw the red light out of Leon, and or it could be that he got down there just before the stripe and the car went. But we'll see. We'll see. Here's Corey Gallitti and Gary Ingold. Oh, Gallitti 459 the dial. Gary Ingold 444. And Gary Ingold just keeps getting the tough draw. But Gary Ingold gets the win line against Corey Gallitti. Ingold was 008 to Gallitti's 22. As Gary goes dead on 3, puts up 11 total, and essentially locks out Corey Gallitti from getting any opportunity of advancement. Gallitti did run down to be dead on 5, but 22 on the tree to Ingold's 11 total. Not going to add up as Eden Luckhart and Joe Martin. Martin's got a 481 dial. And Eden Luckhart has got a 459. So a little Leonardtown, Maryland, represented here on the right side with Joe. A little Richmond, Virginia, represented on the left side with Eden. And unfortunately, Eden is headed to the trailer. 001 red for Eden. Oh. 001 red and then goes dead on 2. Joe Martin, 008 green and dead on 1. Ouch. So those 001 red lights are kind of trying to sneak back up. Again, right now it's 17 perfect reaction times. Now up to 14 001 reds. So Debbie DeGenova and Kevin Brannon. Rabbit here on the right side. DeGenova on the left. Identical dial-ins, 431. 431. And both drivers leave red. Debbie DeGenova gets the win. DeGenova was 19 red. Kevin Brannon was 30 red. And DeGenova, 429.9, legging it out, gets the move on to round number 3. Kevin Brannon got off the throttle and just kind of coasted his way on through. But DeGenova, by the lesser offensive of the 2 red lights, gets the win. They are. Red lights are offensive. So offensive. Hers was just lesser offensive. It was PG-13, not quite R. So is that what it is? If you're dealing with the battle of the red lights, one of them certainly red, it's an R. The other one's just PG-13. Cody Wiggins, 452, and Zach Norris. Norris, 471 the dial on the left side. And I would agree with that, George. And another red light. Zach Norris by 12 thousandths of a second fouls out. And then, Peter was talking about it earlier. He goes 471 on a 471. We talked about it in Vegas a few years back. And actually, it was kind of like the origin of the swear jar and all of that kind of stuff. But red and dead on is one of those things, as Peter was saying earlier. It's kind of like your car telling you, I did my job. That one's on you. And then you think about that for the rest of the night. As Shannon Justice and Lester Atkins. Atkins is on the right side. Justice is on the left. 1/10 of a second the difference between the dials. 461 is the dial for Lester. 471 is the dial for Shannon. Those lousy 001 red lights are making a comeback. Lester, 001 red, dead on 9 and over. Shannon Justice, 003, 468. On the 471, Justice will continue as Tommy Cable and Vinny Domino. This one is going to be fun. Did you just say luscious? All right. It's luscious. So 460 dial for Vinny, 445 dial for Tommy. I wonder how many times this race has gone down up there in the Northeast. Like Numidia and Atco and all of that. I'll bet this race has gone down a lot. Oh, Big Vin getting the jump on Tommy Cable and Vinny Domino. How about 004 dead on 0? Or excuse me, 2 above. I read that wrong. My fault. I got excited there, but nope, 004 2 above for Vinny Domino. I read the scoreboard wrong down there. I'm going to have to go to the eye doctor. I'm getting old. I am. I'm going to have to borrow Peter's reading glasses. 004 gets the job done. 2 above for Vin Domino. Tommy Cable was 17 green and 448 on the 445. But yeah, it is one of those things where I heard Peter talking about, when he first started doing this, and then I began to realize that it was like 8 or 9 years ago. A long time ago. But I've loved every minute of it. Loved every minute of it. Got to get the top end of the racetrack cleared off. So the answer to Shannon's question there online about is Kyle Contreras still in, the answer is yes. And as a matter of fact, he's going to be up here in just a moment. He's got a bounty on his head today because he won $15,000 last night. Just trying to continue his undefeated streak from yesterday. Got through round number 1, rolling up here in round number 2, but Jacob McNeil and Gary Williams are going to be the first couple once we get restarted again. What are we down to? About 3 pair of dragsters and a dragster versus a door car? 4 pair left here in round number 2. Can you really? Mike Eames is powerful. Oh. Yeah. My brother's in that same boat. He's talking about, as long as you got 4 fingers and a thumb, you can count to 5. He can count to 4 3/4. But that's about it. Well, it looks like they're getting them hooked up, and we'll be clear of the top end of the racetrack. That is one thing I have kind of given up on. Understanding the radio traffic here. Just saying. Oh, it's great. It is fantastic. So if Gary Williams dialed 481, Jacob McNeil dialed 476. Here we go. Gary Williams grabs himself 33 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. He was 003 to Jacob McNeil's 036 as Gary Williams goes 482 on the 481, takes 1 thou at the stripe, and gets the win light as Kyle Contreras and Garrett Griffith. So the Bounty Lindsay Racing Products brand new set of front wheels is on the line. Kyle Cotrera, last night's winner in the FST Carburetors warm-up Wednesday, picked up the check for $15,000. Rolls back in today and said, all right, we're going to put a little target on your back, and whatever racer can take you out today will get a bonus prize. Garrett Griffith now has that opportunity to see if he can collect the bounty. Griffith dialed in at 455. Cotrera dialed in at 457. Ninth out between them in reaction time, and Kyle Cotrera is not going down without a fight. He is swinging away and throwing haymakers. 004, take 13th thou at the stripe, gets the win light. 458 on the 457 for Cotrera. Garrett Griffiths was 13 green, and 457 on the 455 ends up 2 above. As now Josh Ludke and Bob Murphy. Talking about it a little earlier when we saw Josh. When we were here in June, he ended up winning that $50,000 double-up race, which turned into a nice little payout for Ludke. He's dialed 463. Murphy dialed in at 490. Again, 4 thousandths of a second separate the two, and it's going to be Bob Murphy. Identical reaction times to the last pair. Left lane, 009. Right lane, 013. That's exactly what happened last time. This time, Bob Murphy ends up running dead on the dial. He goes 490 on the 490, gets the win light. Josh Ludke got there first by 14 thousandths of a second and breaks it out by 3 thou on the loss. That's going to bring up the final pair here in the Biondo round. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., the blue dragster here on the right side, and Matt Zapp. Matt Zapp sitting going in there great. This is so awesome. I earned myself a buy run, or a provisional buy, in that last go-round. Roll up here as the final car and go, that's Mikey Bloomfield. Spectacular. 30 thou separate them in reaction time, and at the finish line, it's going to be Bloomfield. 447 on a 445. Mikey was 10 on the tree. Matt Zapp was 40 on the bulb, and then goes 692 on the 689. And that is going to wrap things up for round number 2. Round number 3, we're moving on into the Hoosier Racing Tire.
Jags.
We got equipment, and we're going for it.
And we have racers.
Yes, we do. So they're just putting the finishing touches up here on the racetrack to get it ready to go for round number 3. Again, just a reminder to everybody that the merchandise booth, they've got, and especially with the sun starting to go down, I know it's going to get a little chillier outside. So one of those brand new Galot sweatshirts will go really nice over top of your new Fling t-shirt to help keep you warm here tonight. But they've got long sleeve shirts. Of course, you got Chad Duke and everybody out there serving up the deliciously flavored beverages. I know their lemonade over there is just really good. Ron Mortimer, who was hanging out back in the staging lanes. Apparently, Ron Mortimer hangs out just far enough back in the staging lanes that he's like within a couple of feet, and he's like keeping Chad Duke in business.
I mean, it's a good strategy.
Loose Change is calling out who wins tonight, door car or dragster.
Well, Change, I mean, can we, like, wait until we get to the ladder and we can see, like, who's left and how it's shaking out? Or do we have to, like, make the prediction now?
Well, it's kind of the whole point is you know, jump in there right now and say who's going to win it tonight, door car or dragster. Last night, I mean, we came down into the semifinals, even split. Two door cars, 2 dragsters. Dragster ended up winning it last night.
It was dragster door car final last night.
It was absolutely dragster door car final last night. I'm thinking a door car is going to win it tonight. I am thinking a door car is going to win it tonight. There's something in my gut that says that the door cars have got this.
Okay, so Corvette Roadster or the Field. Oh, wait a minute. That's a whole nother class. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother class.
Stop that. I'm going with a door car. I think the door cars have got what it takes to get it done here tonight.
I'll go Oppo.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
You know, I loves me the drag cars. Or I love me the door cars, excuse me. See? We got all confused. Love the door cars. All my door cars, both sticker colors. We're starting round number 3 right now. And if you are not in the lanes, well...
You should be. And Mark Heck, I really wish there's not a lot of topless door cars here. I think we have one.
No, there's a couple.
Do we have a couple of them?
Because there's the one Mustang.
There's the white Mustang.
And then there's also a Camaro.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
One.
That's right. Yeah. The blue one. So we got 2 of them here. All right. So we got 2 topless door cars. We'll take that. Fair enough.
All right, Nathan Hershey, A+ as always. I'm going to start off with Howard Westbury and Dallas Cherry. And green on white, 68 Camaro out of New Bern, North Carolina, 582. The dial in there for Dallas Cherry, Howard Westbury, Harleyville, South Carolina. For Kick Booty Motorsports, Westbury Steel Machine. 551 the dial. We are in round number 3 here in door car. You turn on a win light, you're guaranteed to get a little cheddar. 5 thou separate both as they leave the starting line. Howard looking over to the right of Dallas Cherry, and the win for Howard Westbury. 560 on the 551. Dallas dialed 582 and was a couple of tenths over the number as he dialed that 582 and go 604. As Jeff Martin and 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. The Top Gun Firebird out of Glen Allen, Virginia. 588 the dial for Jeff. And Jeff Martin, 519 the dial for the 81 Camaro. 3 thou is the difference on the starting line. Verdi looking over to the left, and Verdi not going to be looking at a win light. Jeff Martin, 520 with a 0 on the 519. Martin gave up 3 thou on the starting line. was 23 green, was 2 thou in front at the stripe and Verdi. Dialed 588 goes 589.5 and is done here in round number 3. There's Joel Hubbard and TJ Phipps. Phipps in the 79 Monza. Kenansville, North Carolina, 539 going to be doing the chase. And Joel Hubbard, Lancaster, South Carolina. The Hubbard Heating and Cooling Nova, 601 on the board. Wow. Double red light. Hubbard, 003 red. TJ Phipps, 002 red. TJ will advance as Joel Hubbard is 3 thou red. After Phipps was 2 thou in front of green, goes dead on 9. And that Monza goes on. Burt Lewis and Austin Brown. Lewis out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. That Gun Monkeys 86 Ranger, 645 on the board, is Austin Brown. That white 72 Nova. Tar Heel Home Builders, Jacksonville, North Carolina. Austin earlier in the weekend was just blasting that thing skyward. Kind of tamed it down a little bit. His 8,000s are going to separate him on the starting line. And Burt Lewis and the Ranger will move on. 646 on the 645. Austin Brown was 6057 on the 604. Burt a little bit better on the starting line. 19 green to Austin's 27. Those combination of numbers will advance Burt Lewis as Randy Sessions and Chip Johnson. Randy out of Roseboro, North Carolina. 631 on the scoreboard as Chip Johnson in the 82 Camaro is 001 on the green light start and 618 on the racetrack to advance. Randy Sessions, 18 thousandths of a second on the reaction time and 633 on the 631 for Randy Sessions to bow out in round number 3. Chip Johnson goes forward. Stephen McCory and AJ Ash. Stephen out of Cartersville, Georgia, the Trans Am. 742 for McCory. AJ Ash, the 89 Grand Am out of Mississippi, 572 on the board. Winnow Slick's back in the pit area, listening to the radio. On 100.1 on the FM dial, listening for Dad's win light to come on. McCory is away. AJ Ash, 3 thou in front at the starting line. And AJ Ash's 9 total. 005, 572.4 on the 572 for AJ Ash. And Slick's going to be a happy puppy dog when Dad gets back to the trailer. Well, you know what? Slick's a happy puppy dog, like win or lose, but maybe a little bit more of a tail wag with the win light there for AJ Ash's. Kevin Pollard. Like, bad dude over there. 538 for KP. Michelle Pello. Kevin Pollard's perfect on the starting line, of course. And 539.0 to move on. Kevin Pollard, if you're in the other lane, that's like where your winning dreams go to die. Michelle 659.1, 15 on the tree, pretty respectable. Kevin Pollard, perfect and 1 over. They're off the bottom. Chad Axford and Michael Morton. And Michael Morton. Anspac will bow out here, 663.2, as Michael Morton was 15 green to be 6 thou in front at the finish line. David Anspac in the Barracuda was 20 green and 1 above and 6 thou behind at the finish line. Michael Morton is guaranteed getting a little payday today on Moser Engineering Thursdays. Danny Bennett and Matt Dattis. Danny Bennett in that radical 48 Ford Anglia. Like, the only thing that would make Danny Bennett's car cooler is if it did about an 18-inch high wheel stand out to about 150 feet. He's got a bad dude over alongside is Matt Dattis out of Ohio in the Starfire. For Mickey Thompson Tires, R&R Auto Body, Magna Fuel. $635 the dial in for Matty D. Danny Bennett trying to pull up alongside Dattis in the Oldsmobile. Matt Dattis, $637 on the 635, was 2 thou in front. There on the starting line as Dattis was 13 green. Bennett was 15 thou on the start. Dialed 551, throws 3 5s on the elapsed time, 5:55 as Matt Dattis. He'll be part of the Young Guns has-been shootout next week. Matt Dattis gets Anthony Bertozzi in that shootout. That'll be fun. Greg Haynes and Jimmy Broadway. Broadway off and away first, 006, and is late as Greg Haynes in the Beretta is 002, but Jimmy Broadway is going to make 006 work. Dead on 7 for Jimmy B. Broadway, 006, 6087 on the 608. Was in front at the finish line by 6 thou. Greg Haynes is 002 and 1 over to be tis a wee bit shy. Craig Thompson and Jerry Lone. Thompson, Port Tobacco, Maryland. Wheel stand in 69 Nova and Jerry Lone. Big Chief Racing, Firebird, Rockville, Virginia, 581 for JL. Tree, green, and a couple of dyslexic reaction times. Greg Thompson is 24, Jerry Lone 42 green. Dead on 3. Those combination of numbers are good enough to light up the win light. 6 thou, the margin of victory for Jerry Lone. Greg Thompson was better on the starting line. He was 24 thou on the green light start. Put 644 on the car. 646.7 on the track. Jerry Lone will move on. Cody Strickland, Joe Martz. Cody, Rayford, North Carolina, the 68 Camaro. Dunn Benson Ford side, 641 is the dial. Joe Martz chasing. Gave up a couple of hundredths on the starting line. And Cody Strickland has the winner on top of that Dunn Benson Ford scoreboard. 005, 644.2 on the 641. Joe Martz had a little bit of room down there. Dialed 567. He was 33 on the starting line. Goes 566.4, breaks out by 6 thou, was 10 thou in front at the finish line. This is Danny Waters and Cole Williams. Danny in that real clean 68 Camaro. 616 on the number. For Danny, Cole Williams. For 5 County, Welland Septic, the 04 Mustang, all Ford. Down there, Blue Oval Power for Cole. Williams, 5 thou better on the starting line, trying to run down the Camaro. Danny Waters able to do so. 549.4 on the 549. Was 22 thou on the start. That's 26 total. And it doesn't matter that Danny Waters was dead on 7. Cole Williams was 26 on the combined, and Danny Waters' reaction time was 27. And no shot. It's Bill Groten and John Siegel. Bill out of Seaford, Delaware, that all-white GTO. Siegel out of Florida. The transplant from the great state of New York, the old Overhill Motorsports Big Malibu wagon. And a red light for John Siegel by 4 itty-bitty thou. Bill Groten, that GTO, will move on. 10 green and 1 above, 664.5. There for Groten. John Siegel, after being red, was 12 thou too quick. Scotty Bayek and Scott Albrecht. Albrecht and Dan Northrup's Vega. Scotty out of Jackson, New Jersey. 577 on that Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. Scotty Batyuk for Mark Horton Motorsports and Moser Engineering here on Moser Engineering Thursday. Gives up 6th on the starting line, but is going to make his combination of numbers turn on a win light. 11 green for Scotty B. 516.3 on the 516 for that S10. Scott Albrecht was 005. That was 577, goes 578.9. And is a hun behind to the finish line is Larry Chapman and Douglas MacArthur. 75 model Nova for Chapman, Willow Springs, North Carolina. Douglas MacArthur, the 70 model Nova. 638 on the dial. Big wheel stand there for MacArthur. Douglas looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Larry Chapman, and MacArthur breaks it out by 3 hun. 541.9 on the 541 for Larry Chapman. Chapman was 38 green. MacArthur was 24 green. MacArthur put 638 on the car and was 300ths under. So Chapman, that 75 Nova, is guaranteed to get a little scratch today. There's Jeff Longany and Marty Dabney. Jeff out of Wade, North Carolina for Victory Lane Golf Carts, the 70 Nova. 626 is the dial. Marty Dabney, Troy, Virginia. The black stealthy 72 Vega. Full tree head start to Longany. Dabney is 004, trying to pull up alongside the Nova of Jeff Longany. He's going to get the win. Dabney 497 on the 496. 004 on the starting line. To move on, Jeff was 27 green. Gave up a couple of hundredths. That led to his downfall here in round number 3 is Andy Dolan and Bobby Bladen. Andy out of Martinsburg, West Virginia in the Boo. That Tribal Flamed Machine, 596 for Andy. That was Bobby Bladen. Gambrels, Maryland, 70 Nova, 548. The projected performance for Bobby, a full bulb, is going to separate him on the starting line. Andy Dolan is in. Bobby, very, very careful, shallow as possible. 008 leaves second. Andy Dolan is 006. She brake lights on Bobby Bladen's side and still going to be 2 thou short at the finish line. 598.2 for Andy Dolan will advance. He was 006 on the starting line. Bobby dialed 548, went 550 with the 2. And by 2 thou, will not be back around. It was Rob Lipsiger and Brent Alford. Alford was dead on 0 earlier. He's already in. That FST carburetor's dead on 0 drawing, and Brent 001 red. Ouch. Lipsinger was 002 green, 533.4 at 129 miles an hour. That 80 Chevrolet Corvette. Lipsiger will cash a check. As Nick Womack and Tommy Plott. Womack out of North Carolina. The Beretta, 576 on the dial. 542 for the Mustang of Tommy Plott. Winston-Salem, NC. There for Mr. Plott. Beal Racing Engines and a red light start for Nick Womack. Red car, red light. Tommy Plott is 11 green and a free look at 542. When he grabs his time slip, he's going to look at 543.3. There for Tommy Plott. It's Chad Duke, Steve Foley. I know Peter talked about it before, but the car that is in most need of a hood scoop, well, looking down at Chad Duke. Chad Duke don't have one. Steve Foley in that Vega wagon. 003 green for Foley. And the win for Steve. 7 total for Steve Foley. I mean, Chad Duke's like a super nice guy. He's 18 green and is just a big waste of space. Steve Foley, 003, 6014 on the 601. Chad Duke, I mean, was very respectable. 18 green, dead on 3, and just got absolutely obliterated. Steve Foley. We'll go into round number 4. Chris Dean and Tommy Jones. Dean, this red Camaro, loves to go up in the air. Red light start for Tommy Jones by 4th out. Chris Dean picked a good time to be 48 green. Tommy Jones, after being red, dead on 6, of course. Chris Dean, 5909 on the 591, but it was all over on the starting line. Stacy Schroeder and Robert Richardson. Richardson, the A&N Hauling, 69 Nova. He was part of our American Race Cars Race Tech Dragster shootout on Tuesday. Went into the second round before being knocked out of that race. 589 is the dial. 5 flat for Schroeder in the Lumina. Nine thou separate him on the starting line. Robert Richardson, 11 green, 5901 on the 589 to be 100th in front at the finish line. Schroeder was 20 green, 5016 on the 5 flat, and not good enough. As Brian Martell and Rocky Pintavalli. This is a good one right here. 585 for Brian, 579 for Rocky. Rocky in the 70 Plymouth Duster. Brian Martell, 585 will be off first. Martell carrying that front end out there at about 80 feet. It's 5,000 the difference on the starting line. Brian Martell, 15 green, 585.7, and is 5,000ths of a second in front at the finish line. Rocky Pintavalli was 10 green, just a little bit better. Then on there at the 8th mile finish line, 5.807 on the 579, and was 5,000 short. As Leon Tynes Sr. and Tim Phipps. Phipps Family Racing, 98 Monte Carlo, 506, leaving first by 100th of a second, or the opportunity to leave first by 100th. Leon Tynes Sr., that Tynes Automotive Vega. Tim Phipps will move on. Identical 506.9s on the scoreboard. Tynes dialed 505. Phipps dialed 506, was 20 green. Leon Tynes was 15 on the tree. And Tim Phipps, margin of victory there, 5,000ths of a second, is Kendall Little. And Gary Williams, our runner-up from last night in the 94 GMC Sonoma, made it all the way to the final alongside Kyle Coltrera and literally got dropped on his head in that final round. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida. He's one of the best in the country. That 594 dial in there in the pickup truck at Kendall Little, Harker Heights, Texas. The 82 Camaro, that Black Panther machine. Little. Better get in. That was all of like 6 seconds. 2,000 was the difference. See Gary Williams already kind of tapping down there. Gary Williams, 594.3 on the 594. 17 green for Gary. 1,000 in front at the finish line. That dude's a monster. Kendall Little, 573.6 on the 573, was 15 green. I mean, what do? You're 21 total. Gary Williams is 20 total. Just tip your cap. Gary Williams, good job, bud. Like, what do? You don't have to like it. It's Howard Westbury and Jeff Serra. Serra in his truck, 524 is the dial. Howard Westbury with the rear wheel 60-foot clock stopper 70 Nova. 562 is the dial. Oh, and Howard had it tamed down a little. 009 is going to leave second. Sarah's 005, but Howard Westbury is going to get the win. 009, 563 on the 562. Jeff Serra decided to go down there and cut Westbury loose. As Sarah was 005, down 524, went 530, but only 118 miles an hour. Sarah did not make the right decision down there at the big end of the racetrack as Howard Westbury in that Nova. Goes in around number 4. Tracy Wiggins in the Mino Camino, 79 model year out of Kentucky. 619 is the dial. Jeff Verdi in the GTO 610 for Verdi. Jeff Verdi is 008 and is absolutely annihilated on the starting line, but is going to get the win. 611-1 on the 610 for Verdi. 008. Tracy Wiggins was 000 on the starting line. Perfect reaction time for Tracy Wiggins. And that El Camino had 619 on the car, 622 on the racetrack, and Verdi gets around Tracy Wiggins' perfect light to press forward. It's Chris Galitti and Matt Daddis. Galitti, Tumble, Texas. Rad Torque Systems, the dragster, 481 on the board. Matt Daddis in the deadly 84 Ranger, 652 for Matty D. Daddis has already taken the Starfire into round number next. Daddis is 009. Galitti is 13. Here comes the dragster, Matt Daddis, with a, you want to talk about how good that kid is. 40 miles an hour is the difference in speed at the finish line, and Matt Daddis took a 2 thou stripe. 009 on the tree, dead on 4, taking 2 thou. That's just a clinic. Chris Galitti is 13 green, dead on 2. Have a nice night. We appreciate your support, but exit stage left. You must leave the island. Hunter Patton, Parker Dodson. Hunter out of Crockett, Texas, as we're moving into the dragster round number 3. Hunter, 443. Alongside Parker Dodson, 460 the dial out of North Carolina. That Race Tech prepared machine. Parker going to leave first. Parker is going to leave too early. Parker is 10 red, Hunter's 19 green, and 442.9 on the 443. As Parker Dodson, after being red, is 5 thou too quick. Bailey Ferraro, who's the leader in the clubhouse for the Brodick Cylinder Head's best package runoff, who was 3 total. So a decision has been made. Joel Maddox is going to get that Regil's hood scoop for the dragster that needs it the most. But in addition to that, Joel Maddox is going to take out Bailey Ferraro. 14 green for Joel. 456.4 on the 456. So Joel is guaranteed to cash a check. And is going to get that really cool Regil's scoop. We're going to upgrade him from 1998 to 2020. There for Joel Maddox. So congratulations twice to Joel. Good job on the racetrack. We're going to hook you up with that Regil's scoop. Really appreciate Regil's being part of this event. Well, they've been part of the Fling events for a long time. It's Jack Ostrowski and Lee Dixon. Ostrowski, 435 on the dial, and Dixon, 453. You heard the whomp down there as Ostrowski tried to get in front of that 435 number. Breaks it out by 5 thou. Lee Dixon, 009, dead on 1. Is 10 total. Ostrowski was 24 green. And no matter what was going to happen, that win light was not going to light on in that Dunn Benson Ford scoreboard. It's Brianna Lucard and Scott Gibson. Brianna, Richmond, Virginia. Lucard's custom paint. 474 the dial in for Brianna and Scott Gibson. Scotty G, Sanford, Florida. The M&M race car. 445 is the dial in. You make it through this round. Your scoreboard says winner on the top. Guaranteed to make a little money today. 009 for Scott Gibson, but the win going to go to Brianna Lucard. 19 green, 475.3 on the 474. Gibson got down there, a little aggressive on the brake pedal, and ended up being 2 thou behind. Scott Gibson, 447.5 on the 445. This is Brianna. Back around for number 4, Nathan Lilly and Gary Ingold. Nathan out of Camden, North Carolina, that P51 themed dragster. Just love the look on Nathan's worthy chassis dragster. Gary Ingold, Raleigh, North Carolina for Mickey Thompson, FTI, Durley Auto. Ingold, 474 is the dial. Ingold, 001 on the start. Lilly's 15 green and Gary Ingold, 475.0 on the 474 and 001. Those combination of numbers will display winner on top of the Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. This is Nathan Lilly. It's 15 green and a hunt too quick. Ingold will press forward. Shannon Justice and John Budakowski. Nathan Hershey, I don't know if you can see where John's name is on that race car? See what's right next to it? That would be the best logo in professional sports. John out of New York. M&M chassis dragster, 450 is the dial. Shannon Justice, Lexington, North Carolina for Dean's Performance. It's 4 thou. The difference on the starting line. 4808 on the 480 for Shannon Justice. To pick up the win, Budakowski was 14 green, 451.1 on the 450. And was 7 thou behind as they went through that 8th mile finish line to Shannon Justice. Punches a ticketed around number 4 is Will Holloman and Alan Elliott. Holloman out of Portland, Tennessee. Part of Team Abruzzi. 459 is the dial. 443. The predicted performance for Alan Elliott. Coming down out of Maine. Red light start by Will Holloman by 1 beeping thou. 006 green for Alan Elliott. And then he throws quad 4s up there. 444.4. But Will Holloman red by 1 thou. And then 459.0. Will Holloman missed a perfect run by 1/1000th of a second. Nathan Hershey, we got to get Will Holloman on our dead on zero list. Wherever our dead on zero list went. So Will Holloman missed a perfect run by 1 thou as he's 1 red, dead 0. This is Dave Edwards and Buddy Dial. What are we up to on our FST Carb dead 0 list? 2, 3, 4. We're up to 14 as Dave Edwards is perfect on the starting line. And 480 with a 2 on the racetrack to move on. Edwards, the cured cream dragster out of Ohio. goes into round number quattro. Buddy dial was 36 green, 4802, as we're identical 4802s on the racetrack. But Dave Edwards will move on. What did we set the over-under at with perfect lights? We're at 20. Did you ever determine what you were going to take? You said 24 was pretty good. Mike Ealing and Sean Sierra. Ealing out of Gladwin, Michigan. 466 is the dial. Sean Sierra. Doswell, Virginia. 445 is the dial. Red light start for Ealing. Sean Sierra with a free data acquisition run. Grab the time slip and look at 444.8 at 151 miles an hour. It was 27 green for Sean. Ealing, of course, was red. And 466.1 on the 466. So they're in the live chat. Actually, Andy, the starter, does throw a switch. We'll talk about that a little later. With auto start, the starter does throw a switch, generates when both top bulbs are on, boom, switch is thrown. Then after that, the computer takes over with the random timers that are in the system. Skinny Kenny Underwood, 476 on the dial for FTI and Jegs. Rusty Maddox, 3 4s for the Maddox Race Cars Dragster. Rusty Maddox, 31 green, dead on 5. Takes out Skinny Kenny Underwood. Underwood was 28 green and 478.0 on the 476. As Rusty Maddox puts Skinny Kenny Underwood on the trailer here on Moser Engineering Thursday. It's Kevin Brannon and Vinny Domino. Really? Brannon, Boiling Springs, South Carolina. For Ivy Hutto Golf Carts, Sales and Service. Rabbit is now the 452. Big Vin is 461. The runner from Staten Island, New York for Numidia Dragway, Biondo Racing Products. 461 is the dial there for Vinny. Double red light, and Vinny Domino, via True Start, is 004 red and will move on. Kevin Brannon, 007. The more worsher of the red lights for Kevin Brannon and Vinny Domino via True Start. Going 459.9. Has the winner over on his side. Is Heather Boyko and David Dean. Heather out of Northampton, PA. Actually won the entry for this race up at Numidia at the ET Finals. And Heather, as we talk about like our perfect reaction times, we've had 20. Heather has tallied 2 of those today. 10% of our perfect reaction times belong to Heather Boyko. David Dean out of Gastonia, North Carolina. The Dean Racing Heritage Law Firm dragster. Heather is not perfect. She's behind on the starting line and is going to bow out in round number 3. David Dean, 006, 461 on the 460. 5 thou, the margin of victory there for David Dean. Glenn Ferguson and Bruce Hensley. Ferguson out of Greensboro, North Carolina. The Mullis chassis dragster for Glenn, who backs up after the burnout. His procedure is to back up and then park it in the pre-stage beam. Bruce Hensley, Unionville, Virginia. 469 is the dial, and a red light start for Ferguson. Hensley's 39 green and dead on 2. But it was all over like 1 inch into the run as Ferguson was red. Had 454 on the car and 452.3. They're on the 8th mile racing surface as Kyle Philhauer and Scott Albrecht. Phil Hauer, Clayton, North Carolina, for Easy Life Motorsports. I mean, really, if you're going to have a life, let's have an easy one. I think that's much better than Turmoil Life Motorsports. Stressful Life Motorsports. 465 the dial. Scott Albrecht, 454 on the dial, and he's 001 green. 456.9 for Scott Albrecht. The runner out of New Jersey. Goes into round number 4. Phil Hauer. 465.3 on the 465, but was 32 green, which led to his round 3 defeat. Is Jeff Grote and Don Buckowitz. Don out of New Jersey, 473 is the dial on the race tag dragster. Grote, Hollywood, Maryland. That black flame dragster. Over on Dunn Benson side, 470 is the dial. These guys are going to be looking at each other the whole entire way down this 8th mile racing surface. Buckowitz, 83 green. And Jeff Grote, who was 29 green, parlayed that starting line advantage into a victory. 474.0 for Jeff on the 470. Buckowitz was dead on 8. But when your run starts with an 83 reaction time, it's pretty problematic. Stephen McCory, Derek Simpson. McCory, Cartersville, Georgia, 476 the number. Derek Simpson, Gainesville, Virginia, 473. So another run where just 3 thou going to separate the drivers via the dial-in. Derek's going to be looking over at Stephen. Stephen's going to be looking over at Derek. Now Stevens really going to be looking at Derek because he had a big starting line advantage, and Derek Simpson, 474.7. After being 19 green, McCory a little bit late, 41 thou, starting his run of 476.3 on the 476 as Derek Simpson was 8 thou in front at the finish line as Simpson gets to come back and play again as Taylor Holland and Michael Robbins. Holland at Lexington, South Carolina. Dunn Benson Ford side, 447 for the Holland Automotive. Worthy Chassis Dragster and Michael Robbins for Robbins Plumbing. And black and yellow dragster here on the Napa Auto Parts side. Robbins, a couple of hundredths advantage on the starting line, but breaks out by a thou. Was 24 thou in front at the finish line was Michael Robbins. Taylor Holland, 41 green, dead on 1. To get out of round number 3, Michael Robbins breaks out by 1 thou. Was 24 thou in front at the finish line. I mean, he didn't need like a full-on whomp. That was just maybe a whoop, and would have been good. Jason Rich and John Brown. So Jason Rich is going to bow out to John Brown. John Brown is 13th thou on the green light start, 451.8 on the 451. And even my remedial math skills can add 13 to 8 makes 21. And when, remember like when you're in elementary school and you had like the alligator jaws, you know, bigger, less than? Well, 21 ends up on the right side of the alligator jaw. Do they still do that in school, the alligator jaw? Carter have to do like the greater land, less land thing? Brent Martin and Greg Duffield. Duffield out of Texas. The Mullis Chassis Dragster, 583 there for Greg. Brent Martin, La Plata, Maryland, for Martin's Service Station. The race tag dragster there for Brent, 471 the dial. Be doing the chasing. Greg will get to start his run first. Two thou difference here on the starting line. And a breakout by Greg Duffield. Another breakout by a thou. Greg was in front by 22 thou at the finish line. Greg Duffield was 12 green. Brent Martin was 10 thou on the start. 473.3 at just 128 miles an hour, as Brent Martin might have been going backwards at the finish line. Are we ready to tag you it? Working our way through round number 3. Tag. Nathan Hershey's it.
Tag back.
No tag backs.
You didn't say that before. All right. Josh Ludke and John Ringetti. John here on the right side, 485, and Ludke with that 444. Josh, who was trying to add another check to his collection, like the one that he gathered up here in June when we were here for the Spring Fling. And he might be in a little bit of trouble here this time as he gives up 12 thou advantage to John Ringetti, and sure enough, John Ludke bows out here. Ludke was 32 on the tree to John Ringette's 20 bull. Ringette goes dead on the money, 485 on the 485, and Ringette gets to advance into round number 4. So again, talking about now that we are in round number 3, we start lighting up those boards. And as we are lighting up those boards, that also means that everybody who lights up a board this go around is going to get a check. Let me see that one more time. We need a parts call. We need a parts call. We got to get some CO2 bottles filled for Glenn Dilday. Or we need an adapter hose from nitrous to fill CO2. So if you happen to have the ability to fill some CO2 bottles, as soon as I say that, Peter Biondo's over in the corner yelling, Johnny D. Go see Johnny D., which is right behind the grandstands here on the tower side of the racetrack. But if somebody can help out Glenn Dilday, it sounds like Johnny D may be able to. So that would be good. That would be good. As Steve Morrison and Bobby Bladen. And again, we have put out our final call for the dragsters here in round number 3. We've put out our first call for the door cars for round number 4. That's all the door cars that are left in round number 4. Bladen goes red by 0.03 of a second as Steve Morrison, 28 green, and then goes 439 on the 439. So Morrison in North Carolina moving on to round number 4 and earning themselves a spot at the pay window at some point later on this weekend when they will get to pick up their check as Lynn Bowie and Michael Pascal. Pascal over on the left side. Greensboro, North Carolina, home base, dialed in at 457, dialing in 0.06 of a second quicker than that is Lynn Bowie in the Pennsylvania-based car closest to the tower. Pre-stage bulbs are lit on both sides of the track. Our final few dragsters. Oh, yes. Yes. Lynn Bowie gets down to the stripe, gets there first by 0.16 of a second, and breaks out. 449 on a 451, Lynn Bowie. Under and out. Mike Pascal, 25 thou on the tree, dead on 2, puts up 27 total. Lynn Bowie was a couple of thou better with a reaction time, but got to the stripe first and breaks out. That brings up another bounty run. So far, Kyle Cotrera has survived 2 attempts to take him out of the race. It's now time for a third. Last night's winner gets the bounty, and that's pretty much kind of how it works. You win the event here on one night, and the next morning you wake up with a bounty on your head. And every hunter on the property, not just those named Hunter, but every car on the property is out here going, all right, I'll line up next to you. I'll take you out. So the bounty here is a set of Lindsay front wheels. Should Jeff Warren be able to light up the tree against Cotrera, which nobody else has done yet since like yesterday, he'd get them, but nope. Jeff Warren not able to do it, just like so many before him. Kyle Cotrera, 13 green and 458 on a 457. And as we start, I know it's early in the weekend, But that Todd's MVP, I mean, between what Contreras putting on the show yesterday and today, of course, Gary Williams going to, like, final round in the dragster shootout, final round last night. I mean, there's been some pretty good performances, but right now, I mean, this is just me. Obviously, you know, it's a whole, like, team up here that looks at it, but those are two people that I'm looking at. We'll see how everybody else starts to warm up. So Contreras, 13 green, 1 above, gets the win light, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Jeff Warren was 35 green, and then goes 447 on the 448 on the loss, as now Tim Thomas and Chaz Salance. Maybe it's silence. We'll see. We'll see. Chaz is dialed 447. Tim Thomas dialed 464. Advantage on the tree by 0.005 of a second belongs to Tim Thomas. He's 19 green. Take 3 thou at the stripe to light up the scoreboard and be dead on 7. So 464 on the 464 for Tim. Chaz, 24 green, dead on 5. And no good. Here in round number 3 is a purge of the nitrous happening for Robert Hefty. Down here on the starting line, 454. The number for the North Carolina-based car, and Donovan Williams. Another of those Bradenton, Florida-based cars. Got that Overkill Motorsports on the side of his ride. So it looks like we're starting to get a whole lot of takers for round number 4 of the door cars. Difference at this end is 14 thousandths of a second. Difference at that end is just 8 thousandths of a second, and the winner's going to be Robert Hefty. Hefty, 006 on the tree to Donovan's 20 light. Hefty breaks out 453 on a 454. He's under 7 thou. Donovan goes 477 on the 479. He's under 13 thou, and Hefty's scoreboard lights up for the win is Bobby Inslee and Jamie Holston. Holston, it was really kind of interesting to hear the story in June when he ended up parking that car in the winner's circle, finding out about kind of how long and hard he's worked and everybody that's been working with, and then to end up coming out here, it made his night, made his day, made his year to be able to stand in front of the winner's circle banner at a big race like the Fling. We'll see if maybe he can't continue to light up a string of scoreboards. Bobby Inslee over on the other side out of Maryland. Dialed in at 466. So a 2/10 head start according to the tree. Belonging to the left lane here. Three thou difference in reaction time, and it's going to be Jamie Holston. Holston was 20 on the bulb to Bobby Inslee's 023 as Holston gets 1 above, 447 on a 446. Bobby Inslee gets there first by 14 thousandths of a second, and needed to get there first by 10 thou or less as he breaks it out 4 thousandths. So Holston on to round number 4 is John Siegel and Tommy Plott. Oh, I think it'll be a fun matchup right here. Siegel, right side out of Riverview, Florida, 464. Tommy Plott, left side. Out of Winston-Salem, 468. Oh. Tommy Plott gets the advantage on the starting line and gets the win light. Plott was 25 on the tree to John Siegel's 48, so 23 thou the difference here at this end of the racetrack. John Siegel takes 7 thou at the stripe. Ends up 15 thou under on the dial, breaks out. Tommy Plott gets the win, 469 on the 468 for Tommy. Another one of those names that is synonymous with winning at the Fling events. Like from the very beginning. From the beginning of time, Tommy Plott has continued to light up scoreboards at the Fling. We'll see if he can continue to keep it rolling here tonight. Jerry Langley and Joe Martin. Martin dialed 481. Jerry Langley dialed 470. 12 thou was the difference at this end of the racetrack, and Jerry Langley, 11, takes 7 thou. And ends up 471 on the 472 for the win. Joe Martin, 23 green, dead 7. Ends up 30 total and not getting the invite to round number 4 with the rest of his friends. Bruce Holland, Debbie DiGenova. DiGenova, 430 down. Bruce Holland, 437. Between the two dragsters, and as I look across from the tower out over the staging lanes, I mean, the view here at Galot from race control is stunning. Stunning. Even in the dark, it's stunning. But again, kind of see the front of the staging lanes there. And it looks like the final few of our dragsters are pulling forward. 003 red light for Bruce Holland. Holland, let's go 3 thou too quick. Debbie DiGenova, 30 on the tree and 31 on a 430 dial. So she's kind of hanging out in the 30 zone. 430 was the dial, 431 was the run, 30 on the tree, and a winner. As Bruce Holland goes 436 on the 437, as now Don Kasanka and Gary Ingold. Ingold on the near side of the racetrack, closest to the tower. Don Kasanka, far lane with that 466 dial. So 22 between them in the dials. Oh, Ingold's in trouble. Yep. Ingold's trouble turned to tragedy. He bows out here. 42 on the tree and 1 above the dial for Gary Ingold. Will not light up the scoreboard. Don Kasanka, 13 green, dead 5. Puts up 18 total. And Don, going to get a paycheck, going to get a trip to round number 4. Now, Nick Womack and Brandon Lane. Womack 460. For the dragster on the right side. $1,700 difference between the two in the dials as Brandon Lane's dialed in at a 477. He going to try to get that advance. Once again, door cars. Round number 4. Need you here, please. Brandon Lane. 8 total. 002 on the tree. Dead on 6 at the stripe. And after Nick Womack left 17 thou early, Brandon Lane's side of the scoreboard lit up. He legs it out. Turns out that he had predicted just about perfectly and ends up with an 8 thou pack. There's now Ken Williams and Jeff Serra. Sarah's dialed in at 454. Ken Williams is dialed in at 469. That's 469. Great dial. Great dial. We'll see where we get. Jeff Serra starting to make that slight little move towards turning on that stage bulb. Ken Williams got a little tired of waiting, went ahead and turned on the bottom bulb on his side. The stage bulbs, and away we go. Leave pretty much about the same time, just 2 thou between them in reaction time, and Jeff Serra Sarah was rolling through the rounds last night, getting back on that little trend that he's got going. 13 green, dead 7. Sarah's 20 total, gets the win light. As he's 454 on the 454. Ken Williams was 15 green at this end of the racetrack. Got their first 6 thou to break out 1 thou. Stripe first by 6, breaks out by 1. Cody Wiggins and Hunter Patton. Patton, part of Team Young Guns, captain of Team Young Guns. Dialed in at 457. Cody Wiggins in that blower car, dialed in at 449. Wapata, 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 wapata. I love that sound. Love that sound. Ho ho! Baby, just 1 thou between them. Both drivers were 00, and Cody Wiggins. How about against Hunter Patton? Wiggins knew he had to come up with a big run and does. 006, dead on 0. Cody Wiggins takes out Hunter Patton here in round number 3 and adds his name to the Dialer Award drawing. Hunter was 007, and it didn't matter because Cody Wiggins was 6 total and locked out that 007 reaction time. Baby. Lauren Freer and Vinny Domino. Lauren left side, Vinny right. 460 is the dial for Big Vin. 457 is the dial for Lauren Freer. And a 10 thou difference between the two of them in reaction time. Lauren Freer, 30 on the tree, dead on 4, gets the win light. 457 was the dial, and 457 was the run. Vinny Domino was 20 on the tree. Gets there first by 24 thousandths of a second to break out by 10 thou. 459 on the 460, Vinny Domino. Checks out here in round number 3, the Hoosier Tire round of the Fall Fling. It's the Sparco Fall Fling. Relocated from Bristol, still presented by Optima Batteries. And we're going to continue to roll on through. Chris Galitti with a 443 dial. Gary Williams with a 480. How about that? Galitti versus Williams. Williams 12 on the tree and puts a 2 in the little number column as he runs right on 480 on a 480. Takes 17 thou on the stripe. With a 14 pack, gets the win over Galitti, who was 19 on the tree. And then goes 444 on the 442 dial is now Bob Murphy and Kevin Burkett. Burkett right side. Bob Murphy over on the left. 700 between them in the dials. 490 is the number left side for Bob. 483 is the number right side for Kevin. And from what I'm hearing, we still need a couple more door cars back in the staging lanes. But I'm pretty sure they're headed that way. Pretty sure they're headed that way. Kevin Burkett is done. That red light showed up at the bottom side of the Christmas tree in 26 thousandths of a second. Is what the timing system calculated. Kevin left early. Bob Murphy, 007 on the tree, 489 on the 490. As Murphy moves into round number 4, is now Shannon Justice and Curtis Collins. So as Justice and Collins roll forward, We're going to go and put out our final call for door cars, round number 4. Final call. Door cars, round number 4. First call, Dragsters orange run sticker. Curtis Collins, 32 thou red. Shannon Justice, 005 and 468 on the 469. So with Justice getting the win light courtesy of the 005 green light, Curtis Collins bowing out courtesy of the 32 thou red light. We'll bring up Will Walton and Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Bloomfield over on the left. 453 is the dial. Will Walton here on the right with a 464. And again, we did put out that final call for the door cars. Final call for the door cars. And again, orange run sticker dragsters. Orange run sticker dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes for round number 4, please. 9 thou was the difference between the two in reaction time, and it was Mikey Bloomfield who had the better bulb. He was 003. Ends up with a 455 and a 453. Get their first 19 thousandths of a second. Will Walton, 12 on the tree, and then goes 467 on a 464. So down to our final pair here in the Hoosier Tire Round, round number 3. Again, best losing package, going to get a set of those rear slicks, courtesy of our friends at Hoosier. And the final pair happens to be Tanya Pruitt and Tommy Cable. Tommy's 454, Tanya's dialed 474. Tanya beats Tommy off the line by 2 thousandths of a second. Tommy beats Tanya at the finish line because Tanya got there first and broke out. Tommy 16 green, 454 and a 454. Tanya was 14 green. Tommy cut her loose at the stripe. Tanya gets there first by 20 thousandths and breaks out by 10 thou. 473 and a 474. Final pair. All right, Motor Mania TV fans, like we said, we are kind of going out and about, finding our way through the pits, talking with racers, talking with sponsors, and we found Scooter Fester here with FST Carburetors. Scooter, you guys came on board here about 3 years ago, joining up with the Fling family as a sponsor. You're now a day sponsor of the FST Carburetors $15,000 to win Wednesday, which was a great race yesterday, but wanted to catch up with you a little bit and find out about being here at the Fling, being with the racers, and of course, having these great FST carburetors here for everybody to get a load of. What do you guys think about just the whole experience, the whole vibe, and what is it that got you involved with the Spring Fling?
Well, we're all racers here at FST, and this has been a really good turnout for us. We've had a lot of people come by and see our stuff, and hopefully maybe by the Fall Fling, we'll have more carburetors on cars and racing.
So you talk about putting more carburetors on the cars. What is it that makes the FST carburetor different from everybody else?
Well, we've actually redesigned most of the stuff. We've got a really good engineer, Phil Freeland, that does a pretty good job doing his deal. And we've kind of thought outside the box on the carburetor and trying to make it better than what they currently have now.
So as a day sponsor, you guys came in, kind of started a little bit smaller, had a drawing, had a couple of other things, and then decided to expand your partnership with the Fling a little bit. Tell me what led to that decision?
That was all up with Ken. Ken and Peter talked that out and got that all straightened out, and we're glad to be on board for being a day sponsor.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you here. The racers are glad to have you here, and obviously they need to stop by and check out some of this nice FST carburetor gear that is up here for grabs, and we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much, Scooter, for taking a little bit of time to talk with us today.
All right, thank you for coming by.
All right, Motor Mania TV, we're here with FST Carburetors, day sponsor here at the Fling, and we're glad to have all of you watching along with us. Already just wrapping up round number 3. Still got several rounds to go. tell you what, Harold down there on the tractor is not going to let a single car go down this track unless he's absolutely certain that it is perfect. And so far, he has been absolutely certain that it is perfect because this track has held up. I mean, the number of dead-on zeros that we've seen, the number of within a few thou, everybody's been able to run whatever number it is that they predict. So certainly a round of applause and tip of the cap for those guys. I'm sorry. They just rolled up here with a plate of teriyaki chicken. Oh, yeah. That's going to be tasty. All right, that is tasty. So we should have all of our door cars for round number 4. We should have the majority of our orange sticker dragsters for round number 4 headed to the staging lanes. And blue sticker dragsters will take you to the lanes now, please. Blue sticker dragsters will take you to the lanes now, please. So the rotator's done its job. The spray is going down, and round number 4 is just a couple of minutes away. Be ready.
I'm really excited, and they're right. It is an experience. The Flings are always such great events. They're large events. You want to be a part of it.
Oh, it's just a great race. Kyle and Peter put on something great here on the West Coast, and I just love it. I love bracket racing.
Everybody that enters that race has the feeling that they can win it.
An experience like what's got to be one of the best bracket races you could ever go to at what's like the Taj Mahal of racetrack.
I absolutely love to come to these big dollar bracket races. Just racing with the best people, I think is what everybody wants to do.
So our door cars are rolling forward for round number 4. Again, orange sticker dragsters, you have been called, and blue sticker dragsters, you have been called. So if we can get you into the staging lanes, please, both orange and blue sticker dragsters. Rolling into round number 4, which is the FTI round. Best losing package, going to get one of those FTI converters today, tomorrow, and Saturday. But, man, I'm going to go get me another plate of food. That was so good. How about Jeff Martin and Matt Daddis as a first pair in round number 4? Matt Daddis rolling into round number 4 with 2 entries still alive. Because in round number 3, he was like the last door truck down the track and handled his business against the dragster. And I love the fact that the Starfire still has the sunroof. I don't know if it's called a sunroof, but I love it. Is it a star roof since it's a Starfire? Maybe it's just there to handle the ejector seat in the passenger side. I don't know, but either way, Matt Daddis 636 is the dial-in for that 406 cubic inch Ford-powered ride for Jeff Martin, the 81 Camaro out of Hollywood, Maryland. He's dialed in at 519. Martin's got both sets of bulbs lit up on the top side of the Christmas tree. Matt Daddis is off and away, and Daddis is on to round number 5 with at least 1 entry. Daddis 005, Jeff Martin 005. Difference was Daddis was green, Martin was red. And then Daddis makes it 9 total. Well, I already got the win. We'll just run down here, go down on the dial, and run it with a 4 to make it a 9-pack. Jeff Martin was 005 red, ends up running 518 on a 519. In the losing run is now Howard Westbury and TJ Phipps. Westbury in a kick booty. Motorsports Nova on the left side. 552 is the dial-in for Westbury, and for TJ Phipps, he's got a 539 in the 79 Monza. On this side of the racetrack, both drivers roll in with a quick little double blink of the stage bulb, lock them in, and away we go. Finish line says Howard Westbury's moving on to round number 5. As he goes 007 James Bond green, 551 on a 552. TJ was 22 green. Westbury gets to the stripe first, breaks it out by 3 thou. TJ Phipps followed him through to break out 18 thou. And that is that. As now AJ Ash and Bill Groten. AJ in the Grand Am here on the right side. And Groten in that big old 66 GTO. I like that car. 664 the dial for Bill. 572 the dial for AJ. AJ grabbing himself the advantage on the starting line and will light up the scoreboard on that Napa Auto Parts side. 009. 579 or 572 on a 572 makes it an 11-pack to get the win light. As Bert Lewis and Michael Morton next to Lewis, gun monkey. I don't know what it is about the combination of those two words, but I just love it. It's the gun monkey. It's almost like back in the day you had the trunk monkey. Now it's the sock monkey. Yeah, but I'm just thinking the old trunk monkey commercials where the thing would come out with a billy club and just like beat the trash out of somebody. The trunk monkey has graduated from the billy club to an AK-47. Or an AR-15. 644, the dial in for Bert Lewis. 662, the dial in for Michael Morton. Morton was better on the bulb by a bunch, but Bert Lewis is going to light up the scoreboard. 645 on a 644. Bert had an 80 reaction time to Michael Morton's 021. Dude. Michael Morton takes 73 thou at the stripe and breaks it out 2 lousy thou. Bert Lewis survived. That was a survivor run. Brian Martell, 586. Marty Dabney goes 496. Or is dialed 496. And you start talking about a 72 Vega dipping into the 4s. Stripe hog. Like it. That's funny. Marty Dabney taking up all the time in the world before he gets the car staged up. And away we go. 7 thou between them in reaction time. Advantage went to Brian Martell, and he's lighting up the scoreboard as well. 30. Get their first 5 thou for Brian Martell. He ends up 585 on a 586. It's a double breakout affair. Brian Martell is under 9 thou. Marty Dabney is under 11 thou. And it's going to be Rob Leipzinger and Chip Johnson. Grr. Leipzinger gets the win light as Chips Johnson adds to our tally of 001 red lights. We don't want to add to that tally. Don't want to add to that tally. But Chip Johnson, 001 red, goes 617 on a 616. Rob Leipzinger's moving on to round number 5. He was 029 on the tree. And 533 on a 533. Gets there, puts it right on the number with an 8 as the little number. Is Scotty Batnick and Robert Richardson. Batnick, on a day that is sponsored by Moser Engineering, rolling up in the Moser Engineering S10 pickup truck, 598 cubic inches worth. Oh, Chevy. Dialed at 516, and Richardson, the Richardson's racing A&N hauling 69. Nova dialed in at 590. Batnick has problems. The truck goes quiet, and Robert Richardson makes the right choice, jumps up out of the throttle, and goes 595 on a 590. Richardson was 11 on the tree. Scotty had a 19 thou reaction time, but about the time that Scotty's car got to the 330-foot mark, it was slowing down. He pulls it over, gets it parked up there against the wall. The crew here at Galot Motorsports Park jumps on the scooter, heads out to check it out. So they are going to have to help out Scotty Batnick here, and so while they help out Scotty Batnick, I've got this delicious plate of teriyaki chicken that I'm going to dive into. Mike Eames is going to take over for a minute.
Yeah, because I already horked all of my teriyaki chicken and rice. I was a bad partner. I just, started shoveling. I mean, I wasn't shy about it or anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty similar to your action with the gumbo this morning. So we're going to be down here for just a little bit. Scott Batyuk. We'll get him off the track. Right in the middle of Moser Engineering.
All right, Motorheads out there on Motor Mania TV, we are back with a fairly new racer to the world of spring fling racing. We're meeting up with Barbara Markoglu. Her husband, Tim Markoglu, you probably recognize his name from the winter circles before, but Barbara may be a new name. She obviously drives that gorgeous Camaro that has been campaigned out here before, but we wanted to catch up with Barbara and find out a little bit about, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the name Barbara Markoglu shows up on the announcer screen. You're behind the wheel of the car and had never done that before, but this is new to you. What was it that led to the decision to make you decide that it was time to get behind the wheel?
Well, we were in Atco, New Jersey at an NHRA event, and we were sitting, it was a group of friends, and my husband drives Super Comp as well, and all of a sudden on the announcement they call Super Comp to the lanes. And everybody gets up and leaves me right there, and I'm the only one just standing there by myself. And then I decided, you know what? I don't want to be the only one left behind. I waited for him to do his run. He came back, and I said, I want to learn how to race. So at the end of that season, I believe it was the 2015 season, Tim said, I don't have the patience to teach you how to drive. So he asked his friend Scott Albright, can you do me a favor? Can you teach my wife how to drive? And then that's when we started.
So what was the very first race car you got into? Was it a dragster? Was it a door car? The Camaro.
Yeah, it was the Camaro.
All right, so right out of the gate, this is the race car that you get. There are folks out here that, like me, started racing a Mitsubishi Eclipse. I mean, that was like the best that I could find, and you get this car. That is spectacular.
Well, that's some big shoes to fill because a lot of people drove that car and they won in that car. But I felt comfortable. It's a door car. I didn't want to be in a dragster. I'd never done that before, so it's a pretty car. I felt comfortable, got in, shut the doors, and gave it a shot.
And now you're here, racing at the Spring Fling. So the first time you rolled up into the water box here at Galot, what was going through your head?
I was really excited coming to this event because Tim has been here many years in a row, and he always came home with the shirts, race it, experience it, the big photo, and I told him I can't wait. I'm really excited, and they're right. It is an experience. You know, it's so exciting to finally be here. It's always, the Flings are always such great events. They're large events. You want to be a part of it. And it is being a part of an event because it's a team of people that work here to make it great for you. And it was just so exciting. I was a little nervous and I was excited.
Well, we are certainly glad that you're here. Again, we're catching up with Barbara Markoglu down here in the pits. New to the Fling, but not new to racing. And we appreciate you spending a little time with us. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
Noise is good. Larry Chapman, Jeff Verdi. Larry, Willow Springs, North Carolina. A 75 model Nova, 541 will be doing the chasing of 2 mil 1 year, Jeff Verdi. Glen Allen, Virginia. The big 66 GTO there for Mr. Verdi. Staging second. Starting line advantage for Mr. Verdi. And on a double breakout, Larry Chapman will move on. Verdi is 10 green. Dial 610, goes 6093. Breaks out by 7 thou. Was 26 thou in front at the finish line. Verdi's going to be kicking himself. Larry Chapman is under by 3 thou after being 32 green. As Larry Chapman goes in round number next is Andy Dolan and Cole Williams. Andy in that tribal flamed Malibu out of West Virginia, 596. As we look down at that Dunn Benson Ford scoreboard, Cole Williams, the 5-county Welland Septic 04 all Ford powered Mustang, 549. There for Cole. Neither driver is special on the starting line. Andy Dolan with the right combination of numbers. 34 green, 597 on the 596. As Cole Williams is 57 on the start and 551. And I'll be done for the day. Cody Strickland and Tim Phipps. Cody, that white on black 68 Camaro. 641 is the dial. Almost a full tree going to be the head start. There for Cody. Tim Phipps, 506 for the 98 Monte Carlo for Phipps Family Racing. Pretty good race here on the starting line. 3 thou is the difference. And the win, Cody Strickland. 12 green, 643.9 on the 641. Tim Phipps can go hang out with Jeff Verdi a little bit. Phipps breaks out by 2 thou, was 28 thou in front at the finish line. And Phipps and the Monte Carlo won't come back. Chris Dean and Jimmy Broadway. Dean in that big wheel standing Camaro left lane. Big wheels up for Chris, but he's in a big hole on the starting line as Jimmy Broadway's double 04 green, but Chris Dean gonna make it work on a double breakout. Broadway under by 11 thou, going 6069 on the 608, was 34 thou in front at the finish. Chris Dean under by 9 thou, and it's gonna be a 2 thou margin of victory. There for Mr. Dean is Jerry Lone and Steve Foley. Lone out of Rockville, Virginia. That Big Chief Racing, 68 Firebird. Steve Foley. The old school 75 Vega wagon. For Warren Engineer, Mickey Thompson Tires there for Mr. Foley. 601 is the dial-in. So Steve, right side. Jerry, left side. Tree, green. Foley, 300 in his pocket there on the starting line. And 6033 for Steve Foley in the Vega. 111 miles an hour there for Steve. Jerry Lone was 58, ripping the finger off the button and initiating his run of 5.805 on the 580. But Steve Foley was all sorts of better. It's Gary Williams and Tommy Plott. Gary was our runner-up last night to Kyle Coltrera, 592 the dial in the Sonoma. Tommy Plott, the 65 Mustang, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. G-Dub is 007, 593.3, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Gets it done relatively frequently. Tommy Plott, 19 green, dead on 5. and was absolutely locked out as Gary Williams was 20 total. Howard Westbury and Matt Dattis. So Matt has already moved the Starfire into the next round. Still doubled up here in the Ranger. 653 the dial for Matty D. Howard Westbury, Harleyville, South Carolina, 561. There in the Nova. Now, earlier in the week, Westbury was just lifting that front end skyward all the way down there to about 100 feet. But he's tamed it down considerably. As Matt Dattis in the Ranger is 14 green and going to get the win. 21 total for Matt. 14th out on the green light start for Dattis. 653.7 on the 653 is 21 on the combined, and Howard Westbury was 36 green and was on a 121 mile an hour run for fun. As we move over, into round number 4 of the dragsters, Brianna Lucard and Gary Ingold. Brianna, Richmond, Virginia. Lucard's custom paint, 475 is the dial, and Gary Ingold, 474. 100th is what separates them on the dial-in. Gary Ingold is 006 and is going to get the win light, 474.8. Brianna was perfect on the starting line. Got down to the finish line and decided to dump. 479 at just 132 miles an hour for Brianna. Gary Ingold ends up on the right side, 14 total, as Brianna was perfect. Which makes 21. Hunter Patton and Joel Maddox. Hunter out of Crockett, Texas, 443 the dial in there for Mr. Patton. Pete, you watching this, Hunter Patton? Joel Maddox, Piedmont, South Carolina, the old school Horton dragster, was our winner. Barbara Gell's scoop for the dragster that needs it the most. Joel Maddox is perfect. And Joel Maddox just made a perfect run alongside Hunter Patton. Trip zip for Joel Maddox, 456.0 on the 456. So if you want to take out Hunter Patton, I mean, it's pretty simple. You just got to be perfect on the starting line and dead on zero. Peter, that's all you got to do.
I was just going to say, is that all you got to do to take him out?
Yeah.
Is that it?
It's pretty easy. So Joel Maddox, who we got the hood scoop to, perfect package. And I'm going to go out on really, I think the prediction machine is getting ready to open up and say that Joel Maddox is going to be in that Brodick shootout for the best package. As Jeff Grote and Bruce Hensley. Jeff Grote, 004, under by 4 thou, 146 miles an hour, is going to get the win. Bruce Hensley was 15 green and 7 quick on a double breakout. Jeff Grote is going to advance. So this is kind of unusual, just on a personal note. I've worked like 11 races, 10 races this year. Don't work as much as I used to. That was my 4th perfect run that I was on the microphone for this year. I mean, I hadn't had one in like 3 years, and I've had 4 this year. Geron Settles, the Flying Airbrush, Don Toya in Boise alongside Marco Paravallaris. We had Cade Renault at the Junior ET Finals. And then here with Joel Maddox. Shannon Justice. And the junior. Shannon Justice, Scott Albrecht. Scotty out of New Jersey, the Race Tag Dragster, 453 on the dial. Shannon Justice, 480 for the Dean's Performance Dragster. 100th separate him on the starting line. Shannon Justice on a double breakout, 479.6 under by 4 thou. Scott Albrecht under by 9 thou. Albrecht was a little better on the starting line, was 11 green. Shannon Justice was 21, but On the right side of a double breakout, Shannon Justice into round number 5. Dave Edwards and David Dean. So Dave and David, Edwards and Dean, Ohio, North Carolina, Cured Cream and Dean Racing. 479 is the dial. Dave Edwards. 479 going to be leading first. David Dean is green. Edwards is green. 008 for David Edwards and on a double breakout. Stop me if you've heard that before. 478.4 on the 479, under by 6 thou. David Dean down 460, was under by 17. 458.3 as Dave Edwards proceeds into round number 5 as we are in FTI round number 4 with Tim Thomas and John Brown. Thomas being very methodical, backing up after the burnout. Tim Thomas being very methodical, backing up after the burnout. .464 is the dial-in for Tim for Lumberton, North Carolina. Thomas, Car Sales and Repair. John Brown, Titusville, Florida. 451 on the dial for JB. $13 thou the difference here on the starting line. Tim Thomas, 007, 464.6 on the 464. That is 13 thou combined. John Brown was 20 green and no shot whatsoever. Don Kasenka, Sean Serra. And then we're going to play a game of tag in the tower. No tag backs. You determined that we had to set that standard before. Don Kasenka. Dibs on front seat. Oh, wait a minute. There's only 2 of us in the car. We're good. Don Kasenka. You in the back. Don Kasenka, South Carolina. 465. Sean Serra, Doswell, Virginia. The race tag prepared. Rail on the Napa Auto Parts side. 4 thou is the difference here, and Sean Serra, dead on 8, is going to advance. 21 green, 445.8. Serra got down there and applied a little bit of the brake pedal. Don Kasenka was 17 green, 463.8, under by 12 thou. Took 24 thou at the finish line. So we continue to work our way through FTI round number 4. Tag, Nathan Hershey's it.
Tag. I'll take it. I'll take it. There's now Jerry Langley and Rusty Maddox are going to be our next 2. Maddox here on the right side of the racetrack, Piedmont, South Carolina, 444. The dial for Rusty, Jerry Langley. Dialed in at 470. Langley first one to find the pre-stage bulbs. It looks like we may have all of our dragsters in there for round number 4. And away we go with a 3 thou difference in reaction time. Advantage on the tree by just a couple of ticks went to Jerry Langley. He's going to go 14 on the tree. And dead on 1 down the racetrack. Rusty Maddox was 17 green. Got there first by 13 thousandths of a second. And breaks it out 5 thou on the loss. So Jerry Langley will advance out of the FTI round and into round number 5. Rusty Maddox will have to accept the 3-round wins that he got here today and going to take it back to the pits, get it ready for tomorrow. as Steve Morrison and John Ringette. Ringette here on the right side. 485, the dial-in for the North Attleboro, Massachusetts-based car. And for Steve Morrison out of Statesville, North Carolina, he's got the 439. Advantage to the left side of the racetrack, and Steve Morrison with the 021 light. He's going to get around John Ringette. Ringette, by 0.02 of a second, gets to the stripe first and goes 483 on the 485 on the loss. Steve Morrison ends up 439 on a 439, puts up 26 total, 21 at this end of the racetrack. Add 5 thou down at that end of the racetrack, and Morrison advances. Oh, some people just can't handle the grocery store. Oh, Brent Martin and Jamie Holston. Nice little matchup here between the two of them. Oh, well, how about that? As Jamie Holston dials up with a 460 or 446, Brent Martin with 469, and Mr. Ortiz. Jamie Holston, 005 and 447-0 on the 446. He's 15 total, takes 17 thou at the stripe to get the win. Brent Martin was 34 on the tree and had nowhere to go. And for Mr. Marco Ortiz, who was listening in down there in Mexico, well, hola, mi amigo. It's good to hear from you, sir. I will certainly pass the message on to Peter and Kyle, letting them know that Team Mexico is listening in on the live feed. Hopefully you guys down there in Team Mexico are getting ready for the Fall Fling in Vegas. Hopefully we can get, I don't know if the, borders are going to be open or whatever the case may be, but I certainly am keeping my fingers crossed that by that time we can get you guys up here. It would be really, really good to see you guys again. As Taylor Holland and Derek Simpson. Next two on the line, Simpson with a 473 dial, Taylor Holland with the 447 dial. And Derek Simpson goes red by 0.03 of a second. What's up, JJ? Hopefully you got all your work done at school. Sitting there listening in. As Taylor Holland, 37 green, 444 on the 447, gets the win light after Derek's 003 red light. Michael Pascal and Lee Dixon. Ha-ha! Dixon with a 453 dial. Michael with a 457. There we go. Funny car Chris Northup listening in from Idaho. Got the big screen rolling with the live feed. Oh, I'm digging the Pulp Fiction poster above the TV. That's classic, man. Classic. I'm liking that. So Northup going to be making the trip to Bristol. We'll see you guys in a couple of days. So 400 the difference between the two in the dial. And I certainly look forward to seeing you guys out there as well. Hopefully everybody from here is packing up and heading that way as well. 2 thou between them in reaction time. Advantage to Pascal. Win light goes to Pascal. 457 on a 457. 007, dead 7, puts up 14 total for Michael. Lee Dixon was 009, gets their first 6 thou to break out 1 thou. 452 on the 453 for Lee Dixon. So Pascal advancing is Brandon Lane and Gary Williams. Going to be coming up now. So with a 477 dial for Brandon Lane, a 480 dial for Gary Williams, What's about 5 o'clock on the West Coast, 8 o'clock here. The lights are on at this beautiful Galot facility. A little bit of humidity out there in the air, but the temperature is just about perfect outside. I mean, like, perfect. Red light for Gary Williams by 19 thousandths of a second. He drops it red at this end of the racetrack, and Brandon Lane cruises into round number 5. He was 007 on the tree, 478 on a 477 down the racetrack. So we should have all, and I mean all, of our dragsters that are left in round number 4 back in the staging lanes as we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here. I like that. First time you're going to bring your cars across the Rocky Mountains, huh? That should be fun. And I do like the schedule you're keeping there. From Bristol to Memphis and back to Vegas. That sounds like a set of 3 really, really good races. Hopefully Funny Car comes back with some big money. Hey, Door Cars, round number 5. Door Cars, round number 5. We will take you back to the staging lanes, please. Door Cars, round number 5. Go ahead and come on back as Bob Murphy and Alan Elliott square off. Neither driver spectacular on the tree, but the 032 light of Bob Murphy going to be the better of the 2 bulbs as he goes 491 on the 490 for the win. Alan Elliott was 50 leaving the line and then goes 444 on the 443. So by the tiniest, slimmiest, littlest of hole shots, Bob Murphy gets the win light as Kyle Cotrera and Robert Hefty. All right. So we've tried this 3 times already to give away a set of Lindsay front tires. Kyle Cotrera won last night in that car. Oh, and Robert Hefty, who was lining up on the right side with a 450 dial, is trying to be the 4th, or is the 4th driver who is trying to take care of Kyle Cotrera here today and collect the bounty. So far, nobody's been successful. Robert Hefty's got a shot at it. He's 002 on the tree, and no, Hefty can't get it done. Cotrera 17 green and goes dead on 1 to get there first by 2 thousandths of a second. Robert Hefty was 002. Had 15 thou in his pocket at this end of the racetrack, runs 18 thou above the dial, and ends up 2 thou behind at the stripe. Kyle Cotrera remains undefeated since yesterday morning. Going into round number 5. Huh. Cotrera is on a roll. And in the words of Ryan Lamb, you can just call him Butter. Just call him Butter, because he's on a roll. Tommy Cable and Vinny Domina. Didn't they have to race last time? Vinny got him last time, and Tommy Cable said, I'm not going to let that happen again. Tommy Cable, you let that happen again. Vinny Domina was 13 green and on a double breakout gets the win light as a 460 on a 461 lights up for Domino. Got there first by 9 thou, breaks it out 5 thou. Tommy Cable was 25 on the tree. Gets there second, breaks it out 8 thou. I think the next time Tommy Cable pulls into the lanes, if he sees Vin Domino, he's going to go back. Nope. Not in for it. Debbie DiGenova and Cody Wiggins. Cody, 448 dial. On the right side of the blower car, Debbie DiGenova, 431 dial. Over in the left lane. Couple of really quick cars here, and DiGenova with that 431, one of the quicker cars on property. 1 foul. The difference between the two in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and winner is going to be Cody Wiggins. Both drivers running too quick down the racetrack. Wiggins was under exactly 10 thou. Debbie DeGenova was under 12 thou. She's 4:29 on the 4:31 after his 13 on the tree. Cody Wiggins had a 14 reaction time. And again, the double breakout math falls to the side of Cody Wiggins, as the blower car will advance, is now Lauren Freer and Jeff Serra. Serra, who's been doing the burnouts to about halfway down the grandstands on this tower side of the racetrack. Want to make sure absolutely that there is all the heat that is necessary in those tires before he starts to back up. And once again, door cars for round number 5. We'll invite you back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars for round number 5. We'll get you back here. 200 the difference between these two in the dial. Lauren, 456 dial. Jeff Serra, 454. And I do believe that I saw Kyle Luders hanging out somewhere here in the house. Kyle is the man behind all of the great videos that get posted to social media and all of the recap videos, everything that pretty much from a videography standpoint, from a publications realm for the Flings, he's the man behind the camera. Lauren Freer wins that one, 008 to an 015. Sarah was 15 on the tree. Freer was 008. Freer gets their first 4 thou, goes 457 on the 456. And that will light up the scoreboard is now Tommy Plott and Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Nice matchup here. Plott left side, Bloomfield right. As Tommy's dialed in 467. Bloomfield's dialed 453. An advantage at this end of the racetrack went to Mikey Bloomfield. You can hear the throttle work as they made their way down the racetrack, and Bloomfield is advancing. 007 for Mikey Bloomfield, and goes 454 on the 453 to get to the finish line first by 11 thousandths of a second. Tommy Plott, 16 green and 2 above the dial. And what looks to be our final 2 cars in round number 4. Kevin Pollard, who is like the wizard of foot braking, lining up on the left side with a 537 dial, and Shannon Justice with a 469. Justice first to stage. Tommy Pollard, or Kevin Pollard, is in. Kevin is just crazy on a foot brake. And the final pair of round number 4 goes down like this. Shannon Justice was 12 on the tree and dead on 8. Kevin Pollard was 009 and 1 above to get there first by 3/10,000ths of a second and light up the scoreboard.
Jags.
Pretty amazing. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome, Emily. That is pretty cool. So round number 5 is headed back this direction, at least the door cars are, and the closer and closer we get to handing out $25,000 worth of Moser Engineering money. Again, big welcome to Moser Engineering, being part of the Fall Fling family here at Galot Motorsports Park. It is awesome to have everybody here. Again, it is the Sparko Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Second opportunity we've had this year to return to this gorgeous facility, and I guess we've got our folks back on the live feed, and what I was saying a minute ago about kind of all those cool videos and some of the videos that you guys just watched on that live feed put together by Kyle Luters and his team. But it's Mark and Joanne over there in Motor Mania TV that are kind of the magicians behind the camera that keep this live feed going, and it's folks like Jegs and Hoosier that keep that sponsorship going for them to be here. So Mark and Joanne, while it is quiet, I want to send a very special shout out and a very special thank you to both of you for the many hours that you put in. I mean, you guys are up bright and early, getting everything set up. You're here early, putting all the cameras in place. And you guys are here from the time the first pair of cars goes down the racetrack and well beyond the time that the last pair of cars go down the racetrack, just to make sure that, number one, the live feed is going out while the event is going on, and then to get everything encoded, uploaded, and ready to go so that by the time people wake up the very next morning, they can go back and rewatch the event from yesterday, like the very next day. You guys are just amazing with what you do, and you know, all the heartfelt love in the world goes out to you guys from all of us up here in the tower, and I can promise you that all of the heartfelt love in the world goes out to each and every one of you from all of us that pretty much get to watch what you do when we can't be at the racetrack.
And even on top of that, I mean, Joanne actually has to listen to what shenanigans and tomfoolery comes out of our mouths. Like, she deserves a medal and a parade.
She does. But she's got a mute button. She's learned how to use it. She's like, nope. No, I mean, I certainly appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing, and I know that everybody online does as well. So for those of you that can't be here on property, hopefully, soon you will get to join us at a fling. I know that I've seen several folks talking about the fact that racing at a fling is on their bucket list. I certainly hope that you get the opportunity to check that off of your bucket list very soon. Maybe it'll be next weekend in Bristol at the Million. Maybe it'll be Vegas at the Fall Fling that we're going to have there in October. Maybe it'll be next year back here at Galot, whatever it is.
Yeah, you know, and if you really think about Motor Mania TV and the great coverage that they do, man, it wasn't that long ago where you had to like hope that somebody was here that would like send you a text message to let you know like who was in the quarters. I mean, now you can sit all day, watch the great feed, hear the numbers, see the cars, everything like that. Tell you, Motor Mania TV, they're just bang up A+.
Yes, they are. And like you said, I mean, it's come a long way. You know, when it started off with just kind of one fixed position camera that was either showing you the start line or the finish line. Maybe you'd see the scoreboards. Then folks started, like Mark and Joanne, they pretty much kind of pioneers in the field. They started doing multi-view. They started panning to scoreboards. It wasn't too long ago, like a couple years ago, that we actually started doing some top-end interviews at those events as well. So it's pretty cool the way that they're pushing the coverage forward. And again, it relieves that need to have a full-on TV crew here, because really, who can cover that cost? Because they waste so much money.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And of course, with it being on the internet, anybody and everybody has access to it. Whether you were, you're right, Joanne, you were first. Again, most of the things that have come out, you guys are first.
Yep.
Creative, inventive, and just the word's just awesome. So thank you so much.
You know what? I would say steady. Motor Mania TV, compared to other services, very rarely do they have a technical problem where you miss a portion of a day or anything like. I mean, now I got to knock on wood because, I mean, their live feed is always just top-notch A+.
Yep.
No issues.
Absolutely.
Or very rarely do they have some type of issue.
Yeah. And Joanne throwing it out there. Of course, it's top end started there at PDRA, carried it over here. It's just awesome. So thank you for all you guys do. And We've got our door cars should all be back in the lanes for round number 5. Dragsters, round number 5. We'll now take you back into the staging lanes as well, please. Dragsters, round number 5. We'll take you back into the staging lanes. We got folks watching in from all over the world. I've seen folks checking in from Japan. I've seen Germany. I've seen Australia pop up on the board. We've seen all over the U.S. Mexico.
Iowa. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Iowa is a state.
Yeah. Iowa is a state. But, it's pretty awesome.
Cedar Rapids is actually a pretty cool city if you've never been. Yeah.
I've never been there. I'm wondering if I have... Have I been to... Yeah, I've been to Iowa. And I've been to Ohio. I'm going to have to go back and check my list as far as how many states I've been to.
So, I know we're over there feverishly working on the FTI best losing package there for round number 4. As soon as we get that nailed down, we'll announce who the winner of that great prize is. So again, that group from FTI, man, they've been a part of the Fling races forever.
Yeah. Huge thanks to all of the folks at FTI for their continued sponsorship and partnership with us here at the Fling. But again, we do want all of our round 5 flingers back to the staging lanes, please. If you made your way into round number 5, we do want you back into the lanes, please. What? You don't like that round 5 flinger? I said flinger, not swinger. I said flinger.
Just reminded me of Stage 5 Klinger. We got ourselves a Stage 5 Klinger.
Got ourselves a Stage 5.
What movie was that? That's now I'm going to be haunted.
That is true, Joanne. Big Jed was the first announcer to start engaging the chat room, getting them involved in the event, making sure that they are, part of the family just like everybody else.
So, quick Jed story, right? So I always have the parts call. First time I ever worked with Jed in Vegas. We were doing parts call, racer in need, blah, blah, blah. Jed gets on the microphone and is like, got a parts call. I'd really like a cherry popsicle. And like 5 minutes later, 27 separate people brought Jed up a cherry popsicle. And he's hey, now we have cherry popsicles for everybody in the tower. I'm like, you know what? You're a shrewd man there, JP.
He knows how it works. And everybody loves him for good reason. The guy is such a personable individual. He's got a ton of talent behind the mic, a great driver, great friend to a lot of folks. And I mean, he's just so approachable, just a really cool guy.
But we do have to look past the fact that he is an Alabama football fan. I mean, that's really like his only flaw.
I won't necessarily fault him for that. I won't credit him for that. I won't anything because I really, I grew up in Las Vegas where UNLV is our college. We don't know what a football is. We've had maybe a couple of guys come out of there and go pro, but we have no idea what a football is.
I mean, the University of Utah program is borderline respectable, but that's about it.
Gotcha.
And it's like borderline.
There we go. There it is. Wedding Crashers was the movie for your Stage 5
there we go.
Klinger.
Thank you. Yes.
Wedding Crashers. Thank you very much there, Robbins Racing. Appreciate the clarity. I remember a lot of the movie lines, but it's just trying to put it together with which movie it came from is kind of the challenging part sometimes.
Rule number 1, never leave a crasher behind.
Oh, yeah. But how can you have, of course, I guess there's, the Fight Club rules, and then there's Wedding Crasher rules, and you got to follow both. Canada. Of course. How could we forget Canada's checking in? And it wasn't too long ago that I really did not know, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, I did not know how to understand a Canadian. I just, when I'd speak to a Canadian, I didn't understand it. And then all of a sudden, hockey came to Vegas, and I started watching and listening to the announcers, and now all of a sudden, I can understand Canadian.
Yeah, but then all you do is just have, lengthy conversations with Ken Mostowich and Charlie Marsh, and then you're totally good.
See, you're covered. But I am saying that, for the longest time, I had no idea.
What they were talking about?
Not at all. Not at all. Especially when, like you said, they say, what am I talking about? And I'm like, what does this have to do with shoes? I had no idea what the conversation had to do with, boots.
Okay, hold on. We love Peter Biondo.
Yes.
Peter Biondo just said, hey, Joel Maddox with that perfect run is the potential buy in the next round.
Wait a minute. So Joel Maddox gets the scoop, then comes back and makes a perfect run, and now he's sitting on the potential buy for the next round.
The next thing you're going to tell me is that Maddox is going to be in the Brodix cylinder shootout for the cylinder heads.
Oh. Okay.
You know what? I think it's a little. I mean, it's only 8:21.
My clock says 5:21.
I don't think we're at the silly stage yet of the day.
We'll get there.
That's got to be like
coming.
an hour and a half.
It's coming. Mr. Boo Boo, I would have to say there because, again, born and raised in Vegas, we now have a professional hockey team. Which, by the way, I know that we didn't make it into the finals this year, but 2 out of 3 years we have made it into the West Coast Championship, the West Coast title game. So that's not too bad. Now we have the Raiders, but even though we've got our own home team in the NFL, the Raiders, I am still diehard, true and true. I bleed black and gold. Go Saints. Forever and always. Forever and always. So Matt Daddis and Brian Martell as we get into round number 5. 586 the dial for Martell over on the left side. 637 for Matt Daddis here on the right side. Brandon Prest, do we? I know they're 2-0, but I'm just saying. So, with our first pair of door cars rolling up, round number 5 is officially underway. We should have all of our door cars and all of our dragsters back there in the lanes. One foul between Matt Daddis and Brian Martell, and Brian Martell, 12 on the tree, get their first 7th thou to be dead on 0, and we'll add his name to our list of the Dead on Dialer Awards. 13 on the tree and dead on 6 for Matt Daddis. Put up a good lap, but Brian Martell, 12 total, and the 12 came from the reaction time. So with Martell taking care of business against Matt Daddis in pair number 1 of round number 5, it's going to be Chris Dean dialed in at 590 and AJ Ash dialed in at 572. And Brandon Prest, I'm going to have to say I'll go with you on that. Maybe. 25 thou between AJ and Chris Dean at this end of the racetrack, and AJ Ash is taking the Grand Am into round number 6. AJ, 20 on the tree, 574 on a 572, gets their first 23 thousandths of a second. Chris Dean was 45 on the bulb and 2 off the dial. Understood, Tom. Understood. As Rob Leipzinger and Howard Westbury coming up now, because I got to admit there's part of me that's kind of with you on that. Westbury with a 551, Rob Leipzinger a 533 dial. Leipzinger is keeping the 80-bodied Corvette alive deep into the rounds here on a Moser Engineering $25 grand to win at Thursday. As Westbury with that 551 dial and the Kick Booty Motorsports copper color Nova, the chassis twister. I love the way that thing leaves. I mean, it's doing all it can do from trying to flip over on the passenger side. He bows out in this round. Rob Leipzinger 534 on a 533. Leipzinger's on a roll. 11 on the tree to Howard Westbury's 18 as Leipzinger gets their first 26 thou for the win. As now Larry Chapman and Steve Foley. Foley in the Vega wagon. Clinton, North Carolina, 601 is the dial. And Larry Chapman with a 540 dial in the 75 body Nova out of Willow Springs, North Carolina. 7th thou between them at this end of the racetrack. And the winner's going to be Larry Chapman. 003 get their first 20 thou. To be 541 on a 540 for the win. Steve Foley was 2 off the mark. 603 on a 601 as he finishes up the run after being 10 on the tree at this end of the racetrack. And now Bert Lewis and Gary Williams. G-Dub, who has been a bridesmaid twice already this week. Runner-up in the dragster race. Runner-up last night in the 15-grander. Saw him throw a little post out there this morning. Or this afternoon, saying that all he needs today is one more win light. We'll see just how close he can get to that. Just how close he can get to that. Bert Lewis, the gun monkey. Can the gun monkey get it done against G-Dub? Nope. Gary Williams, 15 green and 596 on a 592. He gets there first by 0.03 of a second. Bert Lewis, 39 on the tree. And then goes 646 on a 644. And I got like Marco Paravollara standing up here in the tower behind me, and I just feel like, you know, as a West Coast guy, like the world champ is standing here. But I mean, it feels like that. Like, you know, the heavyweight boxing champ of the world is standing. I mean, the guy's a pro. Freaking awesome. Oh, that's right. Luckily enough, I am a, what is that, nonpartisan? I'm like I'm nonpartisan in this whole Young Guns versus Has-Beens thing. Non-denominational. Robert Richardson's car, he clicks it off early as he gets the win light, 14 green, and goes 819 down the racetrack. Cody Strickland was red by 0.005 of a second at this end. And I think Richardson is just a little frustrated. Or excuse me. Strickland was a little frustrated by the red light. Robert Richardson, hopefully he didn't hurt it too bad. Or either he just kind of shut it off when he saw the win light turn on. We'll see where they go. That's going to wrap things up with the door cars here in round number 5. And after we've spent, like, you know, hours and hours and hours going through rounds and rounds and rounds, seems like, wait, that's it for the door cars? There's no more? There's no more? Yeah, we are certainly whittling it down. But I will say this. With Marco still sitting up here, just because it's kind of fun to watch him, you know, kind of like, oh, man, don't say that, don't say that. But I have, oh, there's more. Okay, good. There's more door cars. We're just waiting for him to get up here. So I have watched Marco's career with great interest as I've announced a lot of the Division 7 races and announced a lot of the big buck bracket races and national events and stuff. And watching Marco perform out there on the West Coast has been really a whole lot of fun. I mean, seeing him in the super gas car and the dragster and seeing him win one of the big days at the Fling a couple years back in Vegas. Marco, you are an impressive young man, and it's certainly an honor to be affiliated with you and your family, sir. So thanks for being out here and racing with us this weekend as well.
There is no doubt in my mind he is an up-and-coming world champion.
I think so. I think you are absolutely right there, Pete.
Now, Eames, don't walk out so quick, my friend.
Eames? I thought you were going to be like, there's no doubt in your mind Marco's an up-and-coming world champion. You go, now Eames, on the other hand.
Yeah. Listen, Eames.
Oh.
So I know you kind of got on me a little bit about the Captain Obvious comment I made about Maddox, Joel Maddox getting the potential buy run. But I know something more about Joel Maddox. It's his birthday today.
Shut up.
What?
That's it. So we have to draw straws in the tower. We have Queen Jaylene, Jay God, Marco, Nate, and my man Eames here. And the shortest straw has to sing happy birthday to him. Okay. All right, I'll be back in a little while.
You never played this game with Pete before? It's a setup. It's a setup. Oh, it's a total setup. And RTC, I'll see what I can do about that. But if it is for a genuine New York City pizza, I'm all about that. Victo, you're absolutely right on that, man. Yeah, the West Coast guys are getting off work. Who are we kidding?
Yeah.
Who are we kidding? They've been listening all day.
Big shout out to Victo. Love John Victorino.
All right. Hang on. So I'm going to ask Pete here real quick. Pete, you're a New York guy. So we're talking about, like, pizza. Straight up like the best pizza in New York City. And somebody mentioned Spumani Gardens?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah?
That's a crowd favorite, definitely.
Or John's on Bleecker Street?
That's probably the most notable.
Okay. All right.
But a little treasure in Queens, right around the corner from me, Rose's Pizza.
Rose's Pizza? All right. There we go. So with door cars continuing on, again, Data's kind of double entered. He was up in the Starfire a little earlier, bowing out. Now he's got Andy Dolan, the 80 Malibu. Yes, RTC, I will. Matt Daddis with a 653, Andy Dolan with a 597. And it's going to be interesting. Both cars staging at about the exact same time, and away we go. Nothing between them at this end of the racetrack. Identical reaction times, and Matt Daddis gets taken out in both cars in round number 5. Wow. Andy Dolan, 13 green, and on a double breakout, his 596 on the 597 dial will beat Daddis' 652 on a 653 dial. Daddis was 6 thou under. Andy Dolan was just 2 thou under. And Andy Dolan will advance as Kevin Pollard rolls up, paired up with yet another dragster. He is the dragster killer here today. Pollard with that 537 dial. Sean Serra with a 444. Can Pollard do it again? Oh, 4 thou between them in reaction time. Both drivers were 00, and Pollard does it again. 005, taking a thou at the stripe. Pollard goes 538 on the 537 and lights up the scoreboard. Sean Serra was 001 and 15 thou above. 445 on the 444, and Pollard continues his destruction of the dragsters. What were we talking earlier about? Will it be a door car or a dragster that wins it tonight? If Pollard keeps hanging out, he ain't scared of the dragsters. He ain't scared. Jerry Langley and Gary Ingold. There you go. Joanne called it. Get Pollard and G-Dub in the final in their trucks. That would be a fun final. That would be a lot of fun. 20 thou between Langley and Ingold. Ingold going to get the win light this time. 029 on the tree. Get their first 9 thou to be 474 on the 474. Beats Jerry Langley. Langley was 009 on the tree, but 473 on the 470. And Langley checks out of the event for the day. So we are in round number 5, the Mickey Thompson round. Best losing package. Gets a set of those rear sticky Mickeys. As Dave Edwards now rolls up on the left side, 478 to Vin Domino's 461. After the last time that they went down the racetrack, Vinny Domino's looking over the shoulder there and goes, wait, that's not Tommy Cable. I've had to run Tommy a couple of times. Now it's Dave Edwards. The Cured Cream car. Out of Akron, Ohio. I do have to agree with you there, Radial Tire. Kevin Pollard has got reactions times like a Jedi. Reflexes. He's just like seeing the tree before it happens. Domino 461. Domino wins it. Dave Edwards turns it loose 16 thousandths of a second. Too soon. And then runs it down to be dead on 2. Vinny Domino 459 on the 461 after he was 12 on the tree. So Big Vin continued to roll through. Is that the last day of the event? No, I'm just saying, because isn't it usually the last day of the event, Vinny Domino ends up in the winner's circle? Is this the final day? We'll see. We'll see. If he's coming to life this early, everybody else better be worried. Jamie Holston, 446. Tim Thomas, 464. They're going to be the next two down the racetrack. Thomas over on the left side. And Jamie Holston on the right. Holston still sticking in there. Who was able to make a trip into the winner's circle in June when we were here. Along with guys like Josh Ludke and Hunter Patton. Blinkety blink, blink, blink goes the bulbs. And a foul separate them at this end of the racetrack. 26 on the tree and 446 on a 446 for Jamie Holston. 26 take 2 thou for Holston. Tim Thomas was 025 on the tree. He was dead 6. Jamie Holston was dead 3. And Holston is moving on. There's now Steve Morris in the second and Cody Wiggins. Wiggins with a 446 dial. Steve Morrison with a 438 dial. That's right. Cody Wiggins with the blower car is getting chased. I couldn't drive a blower car. Just sitting there on the starting line with a rocket like that, I'd take a nap. 4th out between them in reaction time, and it's going to be Cody Wiggins. 19 on the tree, dead 5 for Cody. Gets him their first 10 thousandths of a second. As Steve Morrison was 23 green and then goes 439 on a 438. Oh, very interesting. Shannon Justice and Michael Pascal. Pascal's dialed 457. Justice dialed 479. 11th out between them in reaction time, and Michael 001 takes 7th out at the stripe. As Shannon Justice was 12 green, dead on 6. Pascal was 1 above the dial. Ends up getting it done on an itty-bitty hole shot. Pascal advances as Taylor Holland and Jeff Grote. Our next few that are rolling through. So with Grote dialed in at 470, Taylor Holland giving up the head start with the 447 dial. And a red light start for Grote. Misses the tree by 4 thousandths of a second. Taylor Holland 19 on the tree. Was holding a couple as he goes 444 on the 447. Grote after he was 4 thou red. Ends up running down to a dead-on 3. There's now Brandon Lane and Bob Murphy. So Lane with a 478, Bob Murphy with a 490. As the pre-stage bulbs come to life one more time. This will be interesting. Advantage on the tree goes to Brandon Lane. And Brandon Lane is moving on to round number 6. 13 green, 479 on the 478. He gets their first 14 thousandths of a second. Bob Murphy ends up with a 491 on a 490 after his 27 on the green side of the tree. And hey, racers, listen up in the pits. Door cars for round number 6. Door cars for round number 6. We're going to take you back into the lanes, please. Door cars for round number 6. I want to get you headed back this way. According to Mike's math, we're looking at, what, about 8 of you that are going to be coming back into the lanes? How many of those are trucks? I hear you. Oh, sweet bounty run. 5th attempt at trying to claim those Lindsay Racing wheels, and Kyle Cotrera ended up in the right lane this time. 456 to a 456. Advantage by 9 thousandths of a second goes to Kyle Cotrera, and still undefeated rolling into round number 6 since yesterday morning. Kyle Cotrera, 457 on the 456, takes 17 thou at the stripe after he was 11 green. Lauren Freer was 20 on the tree, ends up 2 above the dial. And Kyle Cotrera is like making a very early statement about that MVP award.
He sure is in the running, that's for sure. So, Nate.
Yes, sir.
I'll make you a deal.
Deal.
Mr. Birthday Boy, Joel Maddox, runs another perfect run. You have to sing happy birthday after the win light comes on. How's that? You agree? Shake on it, buddy.
Fine.
Joel
If it's another perfect run, fine. If it's another perfect run. And if he runs perfect, I'm going to slash his tires. All right, no birthday. Oh, early with a womp, womp, womp out of Mikey Bloomfield. 007. And then he goes 455 on a 453 for the win. Joel Maddox, 21 on the tree, and 456 on the 455. So, round number 5 comes to a close. And the autometer round number 6 is...
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
amazing in the western side of the United States to have this kind of pot money, and Peter and Kyle do such a good job. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be here, man.
I heard a lot of good things about it a couple years ago. I came last year, got to experience it firsthand. It was awesome. A lot of prizes to go for. One of the big races on the West Coast. You actually get a chance to make some money if you're going to win.
If you ever question coming, just come one time and see how it is, and I think you'll come back.
So yesterday, we had 17 cars by the end of the day that got that Dead on Dialer awards, or Dead on Dialer, into the Dead on Dial drawing. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to like shove paper in my face right now, and I'm having trouble thinking about more than one thing. So, yeah, yesterday we ended up with 17. Today we've got 16 already going to the Dead on Dial award, and the provisional buy in this round. And again, best losing package. Got it. Best losing package this time around, Sean Sarah. So, Sean Sarah, you will get that set of Mickey Thompsons. And down there at the Sisters 2 ice cream truck. Now, this is something in Vegas that when you say last call, everybody goes, what's that? Don't even know what that means. I mean, of course, now we do. But before this whole COVID thing hit, when somebody would say last call, we're like, what does that mean? It's not a thing, is it? But unfortunately, today it is a thing. Last call for ice cream. If you want to go and get yourself some ice cream, Sisters 2 are going to be wrapping up shop for the night. And trust me, just like if you were to say last call at the bar, everybody's going to run up there and order one last drink. You gotta get one last bowl of ice cream. Hey, dragsters for round number 6. Dragsters for round number 6. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters for round number 6. Let's get you headed back this way as well. Should have all of our door cars there. Dragsters will take you back into the staging lanes, please. So dragsters, come back. And Mike, just after you had kind of said that there's 8 door cars and 9 dragsters coming next, the question on the chat boards, how many cars left? Love it. Love it.
We talk about the prediction machine. The prediction machine was predicting that somebody in the chat room was going to ask, bye, Marco. I miss you already.
The prediction was...
The prediction machine predicted that after we said there was 8 door cars and 9 dragsters, that somebody would ask within 4 minutes in the chat room of how many cars were left.
Oh, okay. The prediction machine was correct.
It's always right. It's always right. Rarely wrong is a prediction machine.
But yeah, what have we figured out so far? Again, we are up to, what was it, 21 perfect reaction times today? 18 of them that were 001 red. We've had 16 dead-on zeros that will all go into the hat for that drawing. And one of those dead-on zeros and one of those trip zips added up to a perfect run for Joel Maddox. It's been fun.
You know, I honestly have never figured out, like, what the big deal in ET bracket racing is, like, with the perfect run. Like, I've never... Because isn't the whole object to be perfect on the starting line and run right on your dot? Like, isn't that the whole objective to everything? It's almost like, you know, when you get a hole-in-one, everybody's all impressed. It's like, no, like, the whole point of golf is to get the ball into the hole in as few strokes as possible. Like, you're just doing what you're supposed to do.
True. But how often is it that you actually do what you're supposed to do?
Know, man, I'm telling you, perfect run is, like, so impressive. And I hope everybody fully realizes it's completely tongue-in-cheek.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, Marco was like, don't talk about perfect runs. So up in Boise at the Night
That's right. He was
Flyers,
on the wrong side of one.
Marco, if I remember right, was 001 and under by 2 thou, and Don Toya in the other lane was trip zip.
Yeah.
And dead zero being perfect.
Yeah.
Marco come up in the tower, and I'm like, what? You can't sneak inside of perfect? Like, what's wrong with you?
It's going to be fun to see how the rest of the night plays out. It's going to be fun to see how the rest of the week plays out. And then, of course, it'll certainly be fun to see how next week plays out at Bristol as well. But we are going into round number 6 now, the Autometer round. Those Mickey Thompsons, again, claimed by Sean Serra. So that will be headed out the door. We will be on the ladder next go-round. And racers, just to kind of give you a little heads up, we are going to try to step up the speed here just a little bit. The reason for that is we have the potential, is kind of what we're looking at on the radar. There is a possibility of a little bit of color. There's a color change on the radar map that's kind of headed this way. Doesn't look like it's a lot, but it would be enough that it might disrupt the program. So, racers, just to give you a little heads up, as we start making our way through the remainder of the rounds tonight, the turnaround times are going to be getting a little bit quicker, so we're going to ask for your cooperation. Help us out here. Once we get through round number 6, it's not going to be long before we start calling round number 7, number 8, 9. Basically, we got to get through the rest of this night. So if you are still in competition, we are not basically asking you to come back quick just because we want to wrap things up. We're asking you to come back quick so that we can wrap things up. Because, yeah, as we're looking at it and kind of seeing it head this direction, again, it looks like we have the possibility of getting hit by that little cell. And so we certainly want to make sure that we avoid that and can get out of here tonight after we crown a winner in our $25,000 Wiseco Engineering Thursday. So again, racers, just kind of keep in mind as we're asking to speed things up, it is because we want to go ahead and make sure that we beat that little potential weather pattern that is headed this direction. So that's what we want to do.